Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show will now begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Richard Atias, CEO, Future Investments Initiative Institute, and his panelists.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to be here in this room where 2 days ago it was another amazing iconic event happening in the kingdom, which was the Middle East Green Initiative with more than 28 head of states and head of government. So it's amazing to see how Riyadh is becoming more and more a hub, I would say the barycenter of our planet for multiple topics. And this is precisely one of the great discussions we'll have this morning with His Excellency Minister of Investment of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency Khaled Al Faleh. Please, if you come on stage, please a round of applause for His Excellency, followed by His Excellency Fahd Al Rashid, the CEO of the Royal Commission for Riyadh City, please. And with two great leaders from the private sector, Mrs. Nieves Segovia Bonet, the President of SEK International School, and Mr. Amr Sheikh, President and General Manager, PepsiCo, Middle East, North Africa, and Pakistan. Please. Thank you. So this session is very close to my heart, and thank you for having me as a moderator, because it is giving me the opportunity to say that at FII, we have talks, but we have also implementation. As His Royal Highness Crown Prince said 5 years ago at the first edition, this is a place for dreamers and doers, and you are doers, really, because what we discussed in January, in almost the same configuration, you presented your vision about what Riyadh should be and hosting all headquarters, and now it's happening. So, Your Excellency, Minister Al-Faleh, I have a question for you, if you allow me. Can you tell us more from your own perspective what multinational, what international corporations are looking for most, generally speaking, in an investment destination?
Richard, thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you in this session. It's a pleasure to be at the FII on the 5th anniversary, following 3 days of also launching groundbreaking initiative by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince on Green Saudi and Green Middle East. A lot of the work in the background was done by a team led by Richard, so I think we should congratulate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
it's a teamwork, Your Excellency. It's a teamwork.
And I don't think we would be where we are today with the great success without your leadership and great work, Richard. In terms of the question, of course, I have been an investor for 40 years, traveling the world and working with colleagues also that joint ventured with us as we looked at different geographies. So I'm going to try to pull myself back from Riyadh, from the kingdom, and try to be as objective as I can. And I can tell you that it's multifaceted. I think, number one, companies are in the business of doing well and doing good. And they have to balance the interests of their stakeholders, including their own employees and, of course, their shareholders and society. First and foremost, they want access to markets. They want to be at or near large, growing market with purchasing power. So not only is the market itself or the country and the jurisdiction, but its connectivity in terms of trade and capital flows with its region and the global market is a very important thing. Next, they would want efficiency. They want a place where they can work efficiency, ease of doing business, regulatory environment, infrastructure, whether it's physical or digital. Increasingly digital is becoming very, very important and critical to the success of enterprises. Third would be livability. At the end of the day, companies want to be in a place that is sustainable, livable, has all of the right attributes for their employees to live and thrive and to be able to give their best and innovate. And fourth, I think, is the emerging issue of ESG. I think that's becoming increasingly important. And the triple bottom line as a criteria for evaluating how companies are doing has always been important, in my opinion, but it was not publicized as much. Increasingly, it's becoming a key scorecard with which companies are scored. So a place that has the right priorities, that sustainability is prioritized, that social factors, labor practices are there, and governance and transparency and disclosure. One factor that should have been actually at the front, which I want to emphasize, is talent, access to talent, having the right intellectual, not just the labor. We used to say labor. It's now more on the talent. So having the right education system, even quote-unquote labor-intensive organizations, which are getting more and more automated, are being differentiated by the quality of human resources, leadership, innovation, and that comes with good education system. So this is, in my opinion, what people are looking for globally, and I will leave the kingdom's attribute to my colleague and for a follow-up question. Thank you.
Precisely, Your Excellency Fahd Rashid, Riyadh is becoming definitely one of the fastest growing cities in the world. I can attest, we started together 20 years ago, the Global Competitiveness Forum in Riyadh, and what I see today, you could be very proud of the achievement, really very proud. But what makes the city of Riyadh a viable option for Riyadh headquarters for global companies, and what can they, I would say, expect to gain from locating or even relocating in Riyadh?
Well, thank you, Richard, for that. And it's great to see so many friends from all over the world, and it shows you the potential of the city of Riyadh. It's today the 44th largest city economy in the world. It's a $250 billion economy. It represents in Saudi Arabia 50% of the non-oil GDP economy. So this place is rooted in something else. It's rooted in the ambition of its people. It grew over 7 decades from 150,000 people to 7 million people. And like this country, this is a city on the move. With the vision of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, we want to be not the 44th largest economy in the world as a city. We want to be in top 10. And we are going to accomplish this in the next 10 years. And we want not just companies, we want global talent to be with us.
But in addition of being part of the larger economy, how will Riyadh, I would say, of 2030, in alignment with the Vision 2030, will be different from the Riyadh of today in terms of mobility, in terms of liability, and multiple other factors, which means that, in fact, my question is, what actions are being taken now to make this vision a reality?
Well, I think this is a very important question. I think today that the economy of Riyadh is just heating up its engines, basically, in the following manner. We have many mega projects around the city, Qiddiya, Dar'iyya. We have the metro project that's coming in and will be completed in a year or so. That will increase competitiveness of the city, both in terms of mobility and in other areas. We have projects such as the King Salman Park, the largest park in the world. We are planting 15 million trees. The city will look completely differently from how it looks, but also from an economic perspective. The retail sector, we can actually create 1.2 million jobs in the city by 2030, just in retail. So there is massive opportunity because this is the largest purchasing power city in the region.
And what about the workforce?
The workforce, we will have to actually attract not just Saudis from all over the kingdom, but also from all over the world. And this is one of the key pillars of what we're going to do going forward, and why we are attracting educational institutions such as SEK.
Where we talk about that.
And this is of paramount importance for the execution of our strategy.
Mm-hmm. Your Excellency Al-Faleh, what is a national investment strategy? I know it was presented a few days ago, and how will it support the development of Saudi Arabia, I would say in general, and Riyadh in particular?
Well, Vision 2030 had many aspects to it in terms of reforms, in terms of both social and economic. But at its essence, it's building the Saudi economy to its full potential. And I think all of us in this room know that over the last 7-8 decades since the discovery and production of oil, we have been an oil-centric economy, and we have done well reaping the benefits from oil revenues and building the infrastructure, educating our people, and putting Saudi Arabia as one of the 20 largest economy and a cornerstone of global geopolitical stability and economic prosperity. Having said that, Vision 2030 was about unleashing the full potential of all of the other sectors, and many of them are growing at a very fast pace globally and have almost unlimited potential. Over the first 5 years of Vision 2030, we have really moved ahead of schedule in terms of developing the regulatory framework, all of the social reforms, removing all of the bottlenecks that existed in terms of fully opening the kingdom for business with the rest of the world, legally, and we've always been open for business, and we've had many great success stories with international investors. But some of the sectors were difficult to do business, even for Saudis. And all of that has been unplugged and unclogged over the first 5 years since the launch of Vision 2030. And we've developed sector strategies.
Precisely. Are you targeting specific sectors?
Yes, we are, but we developed sector strategies over the last 5 years. What we lacked until now is a strategy that runs horizontally across sectors, across regulations, and connects the financing, the regulations, the opportunities, the input factors, the trade and flows with global markets. And that's what the investment strategy is going to do. It's comprehensive. It has 4 main pillars, 41 individual initiatives. Each one of them is basically unleashing a specific set of opportunities or regulations. Some of them are quick wins that have started to yield results already and will be yielding more results in terms of major transactions, major flows, major privatization, capital flows into the kingdom. Riyadh, as His Excellency mentioned, is the anchor of the Saudi state. From political, it is our political capital. From demographic, it is where a quarter or more of our population lives and where most of the talent exists. And it has also more than a quarter of our GDP and our purchasing power. Many of the key sectors that I mentioned have developed their strategies are going to be centered right here in Riyadh. So, ICT, for example, all of data, all of the cloud, AI, ICT will be centered in Riyadh. Healthcare and biotech. His Excellency, within the Royal Commission, has a number of strategies that are also linking with the sector strategies that have been developed to actually unleash that economic power and that investment magnets that are creating here. Obviously, real estate and everything around quality of life.
Even entertainment with a Riyadh season. What an amazing program. It started with 2 months, and now I think Your Excellency is almost 6 months of programming, correct?
I think ultimately it's going to be year-round. Riyadh is going to be an entertainment, recreation, heritage, and culture city. Innovation, digital content, and all of the creative fields are going to be rooted here in Riyadh because it has what it takes. It has the demand, it has the consumption, it has the talent, it has the governance represented by the Royal Commission of Riyadh, and it has the connectivity, physical and digital. Riyadh will have a new airport, a new airline. It will be connected to more capitals and cities around the world and has more international traffic than any other city in the Middle East. I was saying real estate. Imagine a city that is going to grow by 50% in size, but also upgrading quality at an order of magnitude. So imagine what kind of quality construction, urban planning is going to take place. Hundreds of billions of dollars will be spent in real estate, quality of life, tourism alone in Riyadh, equivalent to multiple countries put together.
Precisely in this, what His Excellency just describing, Your Excellency Fahad, what is the place of, what will be in this diversification of the economy and how you are building the new Riyadh. I would say, which way about sustainability are included in Riyadh? What will be your program in terms of sustainability and to build really a sustainable economy? Because we all talk about sustainability now, and I know for some, I will not be provocative, but for some countries or cities, it's a little bit to be politically correct. I know that for you, it's a real vision. Can you tell us more about your environmental and sustainability programs for Riyadh?
Thank you, Richard. But I just want to highlight that I have the best ambassador
Done,
city of Riyadh. You cannot ask for better than that. Thank you, by the way. Look, like I said, Riyadh has boundless energy, boundless ambition, but that cannot come at the expense of the environment. This economic development cannot come at the expense of the environment. It was very clear, His Royal Highness was very clear, that this is not just about creation, this is about preservation, and we do this for future generations and the generations that come after them. This is our duty, both to our population, but also to the globe. And I'm very proud with what we've done in the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative. I think we have just leapfrogged others in terms of commitment to the environment and climate action.
Many programs are already launched,
Absolutely.
Correct?
So what we've done in the city of Riyadh is incredible, actually. The Riyadh Sustainability Strategy was even launched before the strategy of Riyadh, because we're making that statement to the world that this economic development will not come at the expense of the environment. It has $92 billion program in which we aim to reduce our emissions by 50% by 2030. We aim to make our energy mix 50% from renewables by 2030. 30% of our cars will be electric vehicles. We will have a public transport system that will basically take 1.5 million cars off the street. It is
So it will not be only in Neom, huh? It's happening already in Riyadh.
Riyadh is going to have an incredibly ambitious program on the environment, and it's not just talk, it is walk. 50% of that $90 billion program is already happening, and we are offering also the private sector, which is a major partner for any city, to partner with us, and more than $40 billion of this sustainability program is going to be in partnership with the private sector.
So let's turn precisely to the private sector, and you are the best testimonials of what is happening here. So I will start with you, Nieves, if you allow me. For the past, I would say 7 hours on the main stage in the FII 5th edition at the King Abdullah Center, everybody was talking about education, education, education. We started with education at 9 a.m. and we ended with education at 7 p.m. Everybody was talking about education. So you are the president of SEK International Schools, which I think counts more than 6,000 students from over 70 nationalities. What made you decide to open a school here in Riyadh? And is the reform of the education sector was part of your decision? Tell us what were the criteria.
Thank you very much. First of all, of course, I would like to extend my personal gratitude for this invitation and to Your Excellencies, not just to be attending the Congress, but by the fact of the generosity in asking us to join your vision for 2030 for the country and to be part of the International Schools Attraction Program that RCRC and the Ministry of Investment is launching. Because it doesn't surprise me, of course, that everyone's been talking about education. This is about investing in humanity, and this is the underlying thread of everything we do. The goal of education is to humanize human beings. So now we are confronted with this big thing about what is it to be human, what are the intrinsic attributes of being human in this third millennium with the fourth industrial revolution. And this just opens this huge discussion with so many opportunities and a few challenges. But it's definitely an interesting debate. What brought us here? It brought us here, not just the invitation, which of course did, but the fact that the vision that as you were saying, Your Excellency, you were walking the talk of understanding that this new knowledge society will be fueled by learning. And as Your Excellency was also saying, it was not a siloed vision. It was not just about the education reform or this sector or the other. It's the interconnectedness of them all. And again, I feel education is that thread that puts some coherence and prepares for the future that we want for our children and that we want for the whole country.
What do you think will be precisely the education 2.0 post-COVID-19? What do you think this sector will be?
We've learned a lot during COVID, but we're already having conversations about the necessary transformations in education and learning in particular. This is the largest market of all, I would say, because it's all of us having to learn and learn, as we did last year, and relearn those new attitudes for the rest of our lives. I mean, it cannot get any bigger, does it? And we have understood that we need to do things differently. Now we have the tools, we have the ways, we have the knowledge to do things differently. Things will be hybrid very often, like this conference. This is a learning space. We'll be creating new learning environments. We need to work a lot on skills, and that has been already mentioned. There's a huge skills gap in the whole world if we are to meet the demands of a new workplace. But as I say, we have a new playground that's bigger. That's because there are many new players into this big playing field, as I would say. It's deeper. We know so much more about learning. There's new rules too. But that makes it all very, very exciting.
Will you be hosting students from different countries here in Riyadh?
Yes, of course. Our school, Sheikh International School Riyadh, is part of what I call the larger ecosystem. We have 10 international schools in Europe and the Middle East, and a university in Spain, Universidad Camilo José Cela, and a NetTech accelerator, and also a platform for innovators that we call the Global Education Forum. So we like to think of ourselves as a large ecosystem. Sheikh International School Riyadh is a central part of that ecosystem. We will be welcoming, and we are welcoming international students and also Saudi students. We have now over, I think it's 20 nationalities, and we've just started. Language of instruction is English, but of course everyone is very welcome to learn Spanish, that's our home, and Arabic, that's your home, and French, and other languages, because we pride ourselves of being very strong in language acquisition, in sports, with high-performing
Leadership
athletes.
programs also? Leadership programs? Are you...
Yes, of course. That's part of the whole competency program that we develop. It's about the content, but it's about developing the competencies that our students will need, the entrepreneurial mind, the use of technology. So I think if we are to do all these things, all these big dreams I was thinking about, how do we tackle climate change? How do we envision a better future for everyone? Definitely, in
Boys and girls
is the place. Yes.
Boys and girls. Huh?
Boys and girls together.
So my last question is, I know your school have very strong DNA. So how this DNA is matching with the DNA of Riyadh?
We have a very common culture, I would say, and we were talking about this just recently, and we feel very comfortable. We've been highly welcomed. It's been very easy to adapt our own model, our education model, which is very innovative, and we've been innovating for over 100 years, so we have a tradition in innovation, but at the same time trying to respond to the context. Every school is different, every learning place is different, and so that's one of the basics. Not two schools are alike, they shouldn't be, because they respond to a community, they respond to a need, and so our very innovative model has found a terrific place here for us to develop it.
Thank you. Thank you. So from a DNA, we go to a very strong and powerful brand. PepsiCo. Amer, you are currently the President and General Manager of PepsiCo MENA and Pakistan. Why did you choose Riyadh to implement now your regional head office?
Yeah, so thank you, Richard, and good morning, and thank you, Your Excellencies, for having us here. In short, it's about deepening our commitment to Saudi Arabia. Now, we, as a #1 food and beverage company in Saudi Arabia and Middle East, we've been part of this society for the last 60 years. So today already we have multiple manufacturing facilities. We work with more than 3,000 farmers to grow the best potatoes right here in Saudi Arabia. We work with thousands of retailers, and we're also part of the Saudi fabric through our programs on youth development and women empowerment. So really, the question should be, why not Riyadh, right? In terms of why Riyadh? Because it allows us to be part of the ecosystem that is bringing the public sector, the private sector, and all aspects of society to this city itself. So if you think about, when you talk about, Your Excellency, doubling the population, that's consumers, This talent base, that's really our future leaders and our future generation that will take not just the society, the country, but our business and usher into a new era.
What will be your priorities in the next 2 years from Riyadh? What will be your priorities now that you are implementing the regional head office here?
So looking to bring in world-class innovation, trying to figure out how do we develop our talent pool that's available here. And I've been highly impressed with the young Saudi graduates that are coming through the universities. And honestly, what I've seen and what I've heard is some of the talent can walk into any company anywhere in the world, right? So how do we make sure that we nurture them and grow them in the organization and really drive, some of the Vision 2030 initiatives that His Excellency talked about and make sure that we are providing a sustainable future through PepsiCo and through our PepsiCo Positive initiatives.
And how do you, I would say, see your companies growing, not only in Saudi Arabia, but in the region? I know you're already a very dominating market share in the industry, but how do you see the next 2 to 3 years in terms of growth?
The transformation that the Saudi is going through is unlike anything we've seen in our lifetimes, right? And it's guided by Vision 2030. And it's really going to usher a new era of economic growth and really empower the people. And as that happens, we do think that the Saudi consumers will be looking for fun and nutritious food and beverage solutions that we have in our repertoire elsewhere in the globe. So how do you bring that to the society here, and how do you leverage the young and large population that Saudi offers? Therefore, Saudi becomes the gateway to the larger Middle East and North Africa in a region and in terms of driving growth. So as a company that's been operating for the last 60 years here, and we've been very successful at it, I think our best days are still ahead of us.
Excellent. So we are describing for the past 30 minutes the ideal world. Let's challenge their excellencies, please. What would be the modest advice that you will give them to have a better Riyadh to host corporations and investors like you?
Yeah.
What would be the modest advice that you will give to their excellencies?
As you drive and walk in the streets of Riyadh, you really, first and foremost, the transformation that's happening, the investment that's coming in, is simply unbelievable. I think we're building a city of the future. We need to just make sure that the ecosystem accounts for everything, right? So as the schools comes in, as the hospitals comes in, as the talent comes in, how do we nurture them, how do we grow them, and how do we make sure that we're developing the next generation, not just to be the leaders in Saudi, but the leaders across the region and across the globe.
Yves, any advice to conclude our conversation?
Well, first, congratulations, because already so much has been achieved, as you just mentioned, in a short time. I have the feeling that Riyadh's becoming this international knowledge hub by ways of connecting all the people that are coming in. As I mentioned before, it's not about the siloed actions, it's about having them connecting. And if we're able to have the schools and the universities and the companies and the foundations and everyone learning together and teaching. We are all teachers, we're all learners in this learning community, and creating that knowledge hub. Riyadh as an international knowledge hub, I think, has a phenomenal opportunity of being, very, very, very unique. Because generally speaking, older cities have this siloed kind of structure. Here you have the opportunity of making this exponential growth through the learning of everyone in a broader community, which is terrific.
Excellent. Thank you, thank you. A round of applause for our panel. And now, we stay here, and it's my great pleasure to introduce my friend Hossam El-Qurashi, the Program Director and Vice President of City Marketing and Investment Attraction at RCRC. Hossam will make a very important announcement. Hossam, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Good morning, everyone.
Come on stage, please.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take a walk, actually.
No problem.
So I want to say, first of all, you've heard these amazing plans and ambitions from their excellencies. Now I want you to imagine reporting to them and executing these plans. It's an absolute honor. It's a pleasure to be here today. And, from the capital of Saudi Arabia, we say welcome to the country of generosity, of heritage, And, you know, welcome is a very important word because it's ingrained within our culture. It's weaved within our beliefs, within our history. We're a welcoming community and society. We open our arms to the world, we honor our guests, and we give the highest level of appreciation to those that are closer to us. And today, I want to give you some information about the Regional Headquarter Attraction Program for multinational companies. We've heard about this program about a year ago when we talked about it in the previous edition of the FII, where 24 companies signed memorandums of understanding to relocate the regional headquarter to Riyadh. Can we change the slides, please? Thank you so much. Just as a quick glance, this is the 40th largest economy globally. There are 7.5 million people living in the city today, and this city represents 44% of our non-oil GDP. Riyadh is not a city that's new. It's been since 715 BC. There are archaeological findings and historical evidence that this city has gone through at a very difficult time, in the middle of an arid environment, very harsh climates. But despite that, it has always been acknowledged as the food basket of the region. Riyadh has always been on a trajectory of growth through the ambition and resilience of its people, despite the difficult circumstances and situations that face the people of this land. Under the leadership of our shining beacon of inspiration and ambition and energy, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, who announced in the previous edition of the FII that we aim to become one of the top 10 city economies globally, reflecting nearly triple the current GDP and doubling the population to nearly 15 to 20 million residents in the capital, turning it into a megalopolis. The RHQ program is going to achieve that through 3 pillars. The first is GDP. The RHQ program is going to deliver the following. First, an expected $18 billion incremental GDP to the economy. We aim to make it the #1 hub for regional headquarters, targeting 480 regional headquarters to Riyadh within the next 10 years. And this is going to generate nearly 30,000 jobs. Every job in a regional headquarter will generate around 2.5 jobs in the base economy. Ambition delivered through the following pillars. There are 3 core pillars to this program. One is improving regulation, the second is improving quality of life, and the third is about attraction and making the investment field, the investment ecosystem attractive for these companies to invest. First of all, revamping human capital regulations. We have been working very closely with the MHRSD on implementing a set of incentives for all of these companies that are coming to Riyadh and coming to Saudi. These are some of the examples that we have been working on. Some of them have been finalized and some are under development. Just to name a few, we have now there are work permits that are given to spouses. Dependents up to the age of 25 can work in the base economy. We have sponsorship and occupation changes, visa issuance, talent exemptions, and end-to-end services given to these companies to help relocate their locations to the country. It's also delivered through quality of life. Riyadh is changing every single minute. If you come here 3 months from now, you're not going to recognize the city. A year from now, you're going to be in a completely different city. It's constantly evolving, fast, dynamic. And there are so many projects happening and so many programs happening to drive quality of life in the city. One of them is the International School Attraction Program. We've worked over the last year on attracting 2 international schools, which are SEK and King's College. And ever since they came here, they have been very successful in attracting students, and they actually have a waiting list now. And also some more projects that I'd like to shed some light on. Riyadh Art. Riyadh Art is one of the mega projects of the city that is one of the biggest art movements since the Renaissance. It aims to turn the city into a gallery without walls. Another project is called the Sports Boulevard. It's a long track above 180 kilometers, crossing the city from the west to the east to the north, and providing sports for all, public sports facilities for everyone to enjoy. Green Riyadh, one of the programs of the Riyadh Sustainability Strategy. that's planting 7.5 million trees in the city. That is 1 tree per citizen. King Salman Park, Riyadh's green lung. This is nearly 4 to 5 times the size of Hyde Park. It will have a royal arts complex, botanical gardens, and will become one of the most iconic parks in the world. The Riyadh Sustainability Strategy, as announced by His Excellency, also was launched by His Royal Highness in the SGI, aims to preserve the environment that we live in. We live in an arid climate, and we know that with growth comes responsibility. We want to triple the economy, double the population, but as His Excellency, Mr. Fahad al-Rashid has said, we will not do that at the expense of our valuable resources and environment. And then we got attraction. So how are we going to, there's a lot of people have been asking about the RHQ program. I'd like to tell you that all of the details you need are in this QR code. So feel free to scan it. This is the website that is launched today by Invest Saudi. It has all of the details you need to know about the RHQ program in terms of definitions, incentives, and how to take the process forward should you consider to move your RHQ to the city. So now, I'll leave you with a little cliffhanger, the moment you've all been waiting for. We have a big announcement to make. Last year, it was 24 MOUs. How many companies do you think are getting licensed today? Not MOU'd. Anyone can give a guess? 20? 100? Well, we'll find out now.
Today marks the beginning of a very promising journey where we signed the agreements to locate your regional headquarters to our beloved capital, Riyadh.
"44 multinational companies have decided to make Riyadh the home of their regional headquarters, and we welcome them with open arms. I'd like to ask their excellencies to please honor us on the stage for a group photo with all of the executives and the CEOs here from these companies. Your excellencies, would you kindly?
Where?
Please.
And I would also like to call in all of the CEOs and representatives and delegates of the multinational companies to honor us on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show will now begin.
So this, yeah.
Do you want me next to you? Okay.
Good morning. My name is John Quinn, and I'm with the law firm of Quinn, Emanuel, Urquhart, and Sullivan in Los Angeles, California, USA. And this morning, we're going to be talking about the important subject of the importance of law and legal modernization in the promotion of foreign investment. Now, it's almost a truism what foreign investors want, isn't it? They want certainty. They want predictability. They want to know that their investments will be protected. These are headline generalities that no doubt have a lot of truth to them, although there are certainly examples of autocratic regimes where the rule of law is questionable, but there's a record of substantial foreign investments. Some might say that China is an example of that. Not sure we want to get into that. But today we want to focus on specifics, the kinds of legal rules that promote foreign investment, and consider these in light of the considerable body of academic research that exists concerning the relationship between law and foreign investment, using Saudi Arabia in principle as a case in point. And we have with us a panel that is very well suited to discuss this subject, both because of the private world experience that's represented, and the government experience, and the academic experience and background. Our panel is, first, His Excellency Khaled Al-Mudaffar, who is the Vice Minister of Mining Affairs with the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We also have the Honorable Dan Tehan, the Minister of Trade, Tourism, and Investment in Australia. Unfortunately, he could not be here in person, but we'll hear from him with his recorded remarks. We have Professor Y.S. Steve Lee, who's a visiting professor of law at Georgia State University in the U.S. Steve has devoted his career to the study of this subject, the relationship between legal development and economic development. He's written over 80 articles. He's written one of the leading books on the subject. And also, we're privileged to have Shihana Al-Azaz, who's General Counsel and Secretary General of the Public Investment Fund of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And to start with, I'd like to ask His Excellency perhaps to introduce this subject. That is what types of legal regimes, what types of laws, the relationship between law and foreign investment. And you're uniquely, I think, qualified to address this, both because of your experience in the private world as CEO of Modern, and now as the Minister for the Department of Mining Affairs. So perhaps you could give us some general observations, and then talk to us about some facts on the ground, really in the ground, mining industry, and what the experience has been here, and what's being done in Saudi Arabia to promote foreign investment in the mining industry.
Thank you, John, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody at FII looks for a successful investment, but today we can point to one success of us being here in person, having the joy of meeting all of you and doing business face to face. This is, after 2 years, is really a great success. Also, I was really pleased to see, and on the title of this session, that the two seemingly contradictory terms of legal policies and turbocharge. Legal policies sounds dry and technical, maybe bureaucratic. And turbocharge is about speed and excitement. And on the context of foreign direct investment and a critical driver for the world economic growth, makes for a dynamic session of this session. John, what investors all around the world wants, needs, and should get is a fair return for their capital as they contribute to economic growth and job creation. They also need to understand the risks and trust the country they are investing in. For a country to be attractive, the basics is to have a political stability, sizable market, and a competitive fiscal regime, and also a sound FDI regulation. But this is alone is not sufficient. Maybe we can hear from the expert here why is that. For a country to have an attractive investment climate, it has to have political commitment for the investment agenda from the highest level. It has to have institutional coordination and administrative capacity. It has to have stakeholder engagement, including private sector and the local and international. All this should be based also supported by a whole of a government, holistic implementation approach to achieve the investment attraction. Taking Saudi Arabia as an example, and starting with Vision 2030 approval and the governance the Vision 2030 have established from the vision itself to the sectorial strategy developments and discussion to the vision realization program, to the entities and leaders' performance, quarterly performance management, all shows how much continuous political commitment to the reforms. More than that, since the Vision 2030 in 2016 was approved, Saudi Arabia has made passed more than 400 changes and updates to our legal framework. We had issued 60 new laws, 77 new regulations. All of those, including the mining law, has gone through a mandated rigorous institutional coordination, alignment, and integration with all the ministries and agencies in the government. More importantly, it has gone through stakeholder engagements, benchmarking with the best in the world, and stakeholder engagement with investors, local, international, with civil society, with NGOs, multilaterals, and public consultation supervised by a newly established entity, the National Competitiveness Center. All this have established an attractive investment climate. While 2020 was a dip, due to the pandemic, the whole FDI around the world has been hit, including in the kingdom. But since the beginning of this year, we have seen an increased massive investment in foreign direct investment in Saudi Arabia. The first quarter of this year recorded the highest ever foreign direct investment with more than $14 billion. The first quarter of 2021 was recorded the highest issuance of foreign direct investments in the kingdom since the record started. All the plus in our own mining ministry, the Ministry of Industry and Mining, we have seen more than $4.7 billion in the second quarter in industries, and most of those are greenfield. All this shows that we are on the right track and we're delivering on the transformation and delivering. The same process have went into the mining regulation. If you allow me just to listen also to the rest of the panelists, I'm sure their contribution will be better in this session than I do. And then I will come back to the mining and what is the changes that has been done in the mining to attract more investment. Thank you.
We'll get back to that. And now I think we should hear from the other minister on our panel, Dan Tehan, the Minister of Trade and Tourism in Australia. And if we could please roll the tape of his statement.
Thank you for the invitation to speak at today's conference. I'm doing so from quarantine in Canberra. The Morrison government is working to secure a strong and sustainable economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, powered by the private sector and foreign direct investment. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development estimates global foreign direct investment flows fell by 58% in developed economies in 2020. Getting investment flowing is one of the most powerful things we can do to kickstart our recovery. Today I can update you on Australia's approach to FDI and recent steps we've taken to boost investment. Australia has long welcomed and encouraged foreign investment. It's played a crucial role in Australia's economic success over the last 3 decades, helping to grow our economy and bringing capital, innovation, technology and skills. Australia remains an attractive destination for foreign investment, and we remain committed to boosting foreign direct investment as we come out of this pandemic. We know foreign investors need commercial certainty to enable their long-term investments. That is why Australia's foreign investment framework, our taxation, our visas, as well as our liberal democratic values and strong institutions, all work together to create an enabling environment for commercially driven business decisions. We're continuing to expand opportunities for two-way investment through our FTA agenda, including negotiations with the UK, the EU, and with the Latin American countries of the Pacific Alliance. We're also implementing initiatives like the Global Talent and Business Attraction Task Force, which is looking at how we can identify and attract more high-value businesses and exceptional talent to Australia, and to facilitate their rapid and seamless integration into the Australian economy. This year, Australia implemented wide-ranging reforms to our foreign investment framework to protect national security, while also making it easier for businesses to invest in our country. Australia is also well placed to be a global leader in the development and provision of low emissions technology. Australia is building wind and solar around 3 times faster than Europe or the USA on a per person basis, and we are also investing in transmission projects to support our record levels of renewables and continue to deliver affordable, reliable energy. Australia has developed a technology investment roadmap to accelerate low emissions technology deployment to the tune of around 20 billion of Australian government investment over the decade to 2030. We expect to leverage more than 80 billion of total investment by 2030, with a focus on clean hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, low carbon materials like steel and aluminium, long duration energy storage, and soil carbon. Technology, not taxes, will enable us to achieve our goals of addressing climate change without imposing unacceptable costs on Australians on their electricity bills and jobs, especially in regional areas and heavy industries. Technology that is affordable and scalable, working not just in countries like Australia, but across our many trading regions. This is just one example of how Australia is looking to lead the way towards a strong economic recovery after COVID-19, getting foreign investment flowing and prioritising investment in low emissions technologies. Australia is laying the foundation for a more sustainable and prosperous future for all, and we look forward to welcoming investment and engaging with our international partners on this journey. Thank you.
Steve, sounds good. Saudi Arabia is open for business. They're passing new laws there. Australia is open for business. They know about climate change, sustainability, and all the rest of it that we've heard about. Does that guarantee success?
Well, we'll talk about that, okay? So, well, first of all, it's an honor to be in this panel, and Your Excellency. And John is one of the greatest lawyers in America, and also Shinhana, thank you. So let's talk about whether it's sufficient for attracting and retaining investment. We all know that law is important. We have some perception about it. But there are three things that you need to ensure that your law has in order to attract and retain FDIs. The one is regulatory design. The law has to be well designed to ensure that you could attract and retain FDI. So what do I mean by good design? The regulatory design has to be ensured by three things. I try not to turn this into a lecture, so help me here a little bit. So first element for good design is anticipated policy. The law aims to achieve a policy. But if you do not design the law effectively, then you will have a mixed outcome. So let me give you an example. So law that designed to give tax rebate for investment, which investors welcome. But at the same time, the same law provides a tough and close monitoring and reporting requirement. You'll find such laws in many places. And what happens is the law's incentive in tax rebate is mixed up with all this regulatory burden, and the outcome is that you might have a mixed one. So that's importance of anticipated policy. When you look at the law, you've got to be clear what kind of policy outcome you're going to get. That's the first. And second is organization of law, legal frameworks, and institutions. So you may have a good law on the book that's designed to attract investors. But if your frameworks do not support that, for instance, in a place, I'm not going to name the country, where there are strong incentives for investment, large tax rebates and dispute settlement preferences, but that particular legal system did not protect the property rights completely. So then there is a conflict between the law that you have on the book that attract investment and the legal frameworks that do not support property rights completely. Then you have a problem. Even if you have a good laws and good frameworks, now some countries do not have a good institutional framework. So let's say your investment partner has violated the contract. You need not only the good laws and good frameworks, but you need a good institutions like effective courts and effective governance that actually implement the law. And many countries, they don't have it. So organization of law institutions, frameworks institutions are also very important. It has to be coherent and consistent. Third, your law has to be adapting to socio-economic conditions on the ground. Simply put, socio-economic conditions mean economic, social, political conditions. What does that mean? A good law that does not conform to a core ethical and religious value on the ground will not work. So the law that works very well in the United States and UK may not work in some other places where that law has a conflict with important core religious or cultural values on the ground. So you have to watch out for that too. Now, the second major category of the element you should have is a compliance. So otherwise, well-designed law has a limited effectiveness if it does not command strong compliance. Now, compliance has two folds. One, the question is whether the law generally is respected. So a lot of countries do a law reform where the rule of law is not strong enough. So in order to have an effect from your investment attracting law, you better have an environment where law itself is respected. Otherwise, good law will not be effective where rule of law is not generally respected. So that's a big task, frankly. And also specific compliance. So let's say you have a very effective and attractive law in a place where rule of law is strongly observed, like United Kingdom or US and elsewhere, but that particular law may have a sharp political objection from the people or from the community, so you have to watch out for that too. So law has to have a strong compliance both generally and specifically pertaining to that particular law. That's a second. Third, law must have a strong implementation. In most cases, the state has to implement the law. And there are two components to it. One, state capacity. So in many places, a good law has been imported, and it could be complied. The problem is the government does not have capacity to implement it. That capacity is normally technical, financial, administrative, and capabilities. And that is an important factor. And the last, political will. Now, a law that is supposed to attract investment might have resistance on the ground. Why would anybody resist it? Maybe domestic businesses that do not want to compete with foreign investors. Maybe some other foreign countries that had a special relationship. And more often than not, the government cave in. In democracies, they have to get votes. Even in autocracies, they want to be popular. So there has to be a strong political leadership to ensure that the law is implemented on the ground. And more often than not, it has proven to be a key element. So these are the things that I think that the law has to have in order to attract and retain FDI for long-term resilience.
All right. Thank you, Steve. So Shihana, you've been in private practice, you've been at major law firms, you're now general counsel of the Public Investment Fund, which of course invests all around the world, also invests in Saudi Arabia. We've heard some of the sort of practice, implementation of new laws being enacted, the theory from Professor Lee, maybe enacting laws isn't enough, we have these other things that have to happen for it to be effective to foreign investment. What's your reaction to this based on your own experience?
Can you hear me?
Can.
Well, thank you, John. Let me start by saying it's a pleasure to be here, back at the FII, and to see that life is coming back to normal, where elsewhere in the world struggle seems to remain. I must say, the government of Saudi Arabia has dealt with this pandemic in the most unparalleled way, in a very calm and grounded and impactful way. So thank you for being with us, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak and address everyone. Maybe I'd like to pick it up from where Professor Lee has left it. I think it is very true that good laws and policies and regulations are essential, but not sufficient. One example that comes from our day-to-day job is the transformation that PIF went through. So we're not talking about a nation, we're talking about a PIF, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Saudi Arabia. And the transformation that it went through required a set of policies and regulations and procedures to be worked on and drafted and agreed among the team. And that took effectively a year to two. But the team frequently jokes about the fact that they want to frame it and hang it in my office for me to be reminded about the poor implementation that this will take over the next 5 years or so. I think the answer to that is surely it's a challenge, and implementation is a challenge. But we've got a real-life example of how, at a nationwide level, regulations, policies, procedures were affected in a very efficient, impactful way. And in fact, before I give the answer, which is an answer known to everyone and has been a buzzword throughout the FII, I'll draw on an incident that occurred at Harvard. Someone that I saw behind me, Dr. Ibrahim al-Mu'jal, visited Harvard recently. And one of the students asked him a question about what the West can learn from Saudi Arabia. And
good question.
The answer was twofold. Hospitality,
for sure,
which I think is a bit overwhelming for the West to learn from the Arab world or Saudi Arabia. But the second is digitization. And I think he was right. And it is something that came up throughout the panels. And going back to how my team mocks the fact that this set of policies and procedures will make a good artwork piling up on our desks, I think the fact that we can digitize it and put it into a framework that takes away the discretion that might be unfairly exercised or slowly and bureaucratically unfolded is key. And I'm not suggesting that lawyers will be out of business, but there's something to be said about how these good laws ought to make it through a system that helps lay people get to the day-to-day job done. And there's a real-life example. I mean, you have all, I believe, plugged into the super government app, Tawakkalna, which I believe translates into in which we trust or which we empower. And it is a very powerful tool in which the Ministry of Interior has plugged in, and you can track your traffics and violations. The Ministry of Education has plugged in, and you can track your students and performance there. The Ministry of Health has plugged in, and without the need to know what it requires for you to be allowed into a forum like that, a green screen shows up and tells you you're good to go. So I think there's something to be said about laws and regulations and policies that are intended to do well, but fail in implementation. But we live in a modern world where digitization could be the answer to a lot of that. That's not to say that discretion is completely eliminated or taken away, but it does narrow the room for corruption, fraud, unfairness, and provides the clarity that His Excellency was alluded to. In your opening remarks, you said investors do look for predictability, stability, and certainty. And if you've got a system in which there's very effective ways to provide input and output, I think that's the game of today's business. And Saudi Arabia has really set itself as an example to the rest of the world. And we've got a competitive advantage nowadays in how we do business in a world that is handicapped and paralyzed with pandemics and crises. And that is an effective answer to many of those questions. But going back, I think, to a point that you made about PIF investing around the world and investing in Saudi Arabia. One thing that has been announced earlier this year is the amount of deployed cash that PIF is targeting to invest in the local economy. 150 billion Saudi riyals on an annual basis for the next 5 years. That may sound like a shopping spree for a lot of folks, but I think we look at it in two folds. One is embarking on new strategic sectors that have been untapped and opening the door to a lot of co-investors to come along. And two, enabling some of the existing private companies that may need a baking soda to increase the pie. There's a live example just outside of the Ritz. As you drove in, you probably noticed a construction site. This is a newly constructed project that would include nothing but international brands and IP and operators and F&B and retail, where a Saudi PIF subsidiary has built the infrastructure, constructed the building, deployed the cash needed for the capex, and has effectively created a plug-and-play playground for a lot of international capital to come in and hit the ground running. So we'd like to think of ourselves as the partner of choice, the most impactful investor, and here to put our hand in hand with foreign investors to make a real impact on the ground.
Fabulous. Fabulous. I understand there's going to be something like 9 restaurants there and movie theaters and entertainment.
That's already running. I don't want this to turn into a Riyadh season promotion,
Okay.
but please, if you haven't discovered some of these new restaurants that have opened up, the old part of town, the city center, Al Murabba has what you're talking about, and some fabulous brands to be looked at.
All right, so from restaurants and food back to mining, Your Excellency. Can you talk to us a little specifically in the Ministry of Mining, what has been done in terms of legal improvement, innovation, change, to try to stimulate foreign investment in mining in Saudi Arabia?
Thank you, John. Before we're getting into Saudi Arabia mining around the world, I mean, the world as it grows and requires a new future green economy will be more mineral intensive, and we need more mining. In Saudi Arabia, and part of the Vision 2030, one of the sector that to diversify economy, the vision identified mining as one of the sector to do so. The strategy was worked with stakeholder engagement, with a good survey around the world. We knew from that strategy work that the perception on the legal framework is challenged. The strategy was approved in December 2017. I joined the ministry from the private sector in mid of 2018 to be the first vice minister of mining, because now mining is one of the sector to focus. And while joining, coming from the private sector, like all investors and experts here, I knew for us to be successful, we need to have a legal framework that is competitive, transparent, predictable, and non-discriminating. And we start, of course, with all the process I have described of the Vision 2030 implementation governance, a governance of implementation that the world can learn from. And we worked around, we have done stakeholder engagement with investors all around the world, in Australia especially, but also in all countries, local and foreign. We have worked with the World Bank to criticize and provide knowledge and comparison. We have worked with the IGF, ICMMs, all the international organization that works on mining. And also, at the end, with all these, we done the institutional coordination We have done the stakeholder engagement I described, the political commitments through the Vision Implementation Program, and the leadership was clear. We have delivered, I think, one of the world's best modern mining laws. Why is that? Nowadays, and it is competitive. It provides the best fiscal regime, mining fiscal regime in the world. It shows, it gives incentive rather than punishment to investor, for greenfield investors, but also for value creation within the kingdom. It is also transparent. First come, first assessed. We publish all the application we receive, and all licenses we issued with name and justification for everybody to see on the computer. It's also predictable. I think we have read the book of Dr. Lee and took that advice of Shihana, and we made sure for it to be predictable. It has stated limits and a limitation on administrative discretion, and when there is administration discretion, it is raised to the higher either committees or the ministers, or it also puts a clear dispute resolution arrangements. Also, there's the right to get the license if all the requirements specified clearly are achieved. It also defines a clear accountability, both for the investor and for the ministry. It gives time limits for when the answer to be required from the investor and from the ministry. And because mining involves long lead items between exploration and production that can go from 10 to 15 years to 60 years, we knew, and mining involves, it's very important for miners to have security of tenure and regulatory predictability. Therefore, we made sure that there is enough clarity and certainty on the law to describe the security of title that it has there, and we provide a long periods of license that can go up to 60 years with a clear path. We guarantee there's a guarantees in the law that there will be no change to the license and license condition without the investor consent, and we clear right of transfer, exit, mortgage, and change of control. Finally, our mining law and regulatory framework was progressive. It's a progressive in terms of it has embraced ESG principles. It has clear definition of community engagement requirements, protection of environments, and protection of safety of the people working and living around the mine is clearly stipulated. It gives incentives for those who there. Also, sustainability reporting is clearly described to make sure that we get there. The law has been effective in this year. We have received a large number of applications, more than 600 applications for exploration license, more than anything we have seen before. We have seen interest from foreign investors. And so we think we have reformed and ticked all the boxes in terms of a good implementation, a good clarity, reduce the risk, and have paved the way to regain trust of the investors.
Your Excellency, do you mind if I interrupt you to ask a question? in my country, we have bureaucrats. And in my state of California, there are bureaucrats. I'm sure when you were appointed to your position, there were, I don't know if you call them bureaucrats, but civil servants who were used to the old ways. And all these new laws have been passed. People have studied best practices. Professor Lee tells us that implementation is every bit as important. What has been done in the mining department to try to bring along the civil servants who work in your department and make sure they understand this is new and we need a new way of doing things?
Yes, this is very important, by the way. But however, in Saudi Arabia, it is a little bit easier, not because for the mining, because the whole of kingdom is transforming. This transformation is clear for everybody to deliver on it, but everybody has to change, and the whole transformation in the kingdom had helped us and the bureaucrats, the experienced bureaucrats we have, to see that change is inevitable. We have to change.
Steve, we need some of that too, I think, in our country.
Sure.
We have a hard time getting everybody on the same page. You may have read about that. But Steve, what would be an example of a country that you think really stands out as a paradigm of a country that changed laws in a way to promote foreign investment and was successful in doing that and implementing it?
One example I can give is Vietnam.
Vietnam.
Vietnam, yes, it is. And I sent you a graph showing the Vietnam's FDI coming from almost zero to quite substantial. Over, I think it's 30, 40 times. Because they implemented FDIs that will bring in technology and capital in a way that prioritize investment even over their domestic investment, knowing that what they had was a limited economy under communist rule. So I can go on for a few minutes, but then if I
we don't have a few.
There was a very strong political will across the nation, just as Saudi leadership has, that without the foreign investment and all the benefits that comes along to the country will only have a limited potential for growth. And that really supported, I think, the success of those implementation during those times. Now, I'm not saying that Vietnam is without any problem these days,
right,
but at least during those period, the strong implementation of investment favoring laws in the 90s and early 2000s in Vietnam really gave them a success.
Let me kind of throw out a conundrum. I did some research, and there's a couple of metrics which the World Bank and people affiliated with the World Bank, they come up with some scales like the rule of law, and they measure each country by the rule of law, and ease of doing business. And for the last 2 years for which data was available, on both categories, rule of law and ease of doing business, Saudi Arabia had the highest percentage gain in the world. I mean, that's part of this vision, shared vision that you were talking about, Your Excellency. But the data, at least so far that I've seen, hasn't yet shown that response in terms of increases in foreign investment. I'll just throw this out for any of you that want to respond to this. Why might that be?
I think there's a lack, naturally, but also I think we suffer from preconceived notions, and we continue to fight that. Part of it is because we had been hidden for such a long time, and only recently have we unleashed the veil and showed our true colors and invited the world to come see for itself what the reality on the ground is like. In the first FII, if I recall, the Crown Prince came on stage and described that our culture has been hijacked for the longest time with a very narrow, extreme school of thought. and finally declared that we're here to bring in diversity and transparency and accountability. So there's lag for us to catch up, I think, with historical suffering and preconceived notion. But I also think that only a few have realized what an unparalleled opportunity exists in the kingdom, especially with the new laws that have been implemented, as His Excellency has alluded to. And I think one that is coming very soon and will be a game changer is codifying what historically was left to discretion of judges and administrators and public servants. And that is recently announced by the Minister of Justice. And that will be the reality on the ground very differently once that set of codified laws come into effect, I think.
So we're about out of time, but let me just ask each of you if you have any concluding remarks to share. Your Excellency?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, John, for giving us the opportunity for a few remarks before we end. And also thanks for the fellow panelists for their valuable insights. I've learned a lot, I'm sure, after the book, and Shiana will be around to always help us learn. And I hope that we, in the session, have pointed out the importance, and we take away the importance for countries to improve on their framework for the foreign direct investment, because investment is required for the world to grow. Investment is required for the world to have a better, greener future to come. And for mining, for mining, the world would require more mines and more minerals as it grows. The region, including Saudi Arabia, as we are opening up since the January this year, but more the larger region of Eastern Africa, Middle East, Central Asia, and North Africa provide a super region to supply the new demands on the region. And if you allow me to do some marketing, we are doing a future mineral summit in January of 2022, and we invite everybody here in the room and also in FII and friends and families to come back in January. It will be cold, but the Saudi Arabia cold. And I'm sure everybody will enjoy the summit, but more enjoy the Riyadh at that time. And this is the first of its kind summit to ensure that the whole world, is getting it right in terms of the future of mining, being greener, being safer, being on a better environmental terms, but also having new discoveries to supply the new world with the minerals they need. The last statement, I would say that Saudi Arabia is very much open for business. It provides massive numbers of opportunities in all sectors, but especially in the newly open sector, mining, tourism, renewables, and digital and technology and innovations, and the newly focused industrial sector our ministry is working on. Thank you very much for the session, and thank you for having the panelists, and thanks for everybody who is here, and we're glad to see everybody back in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Professor Lee, any concluding observations?
Sure. Thanks, John. What's the good law? That's been a question that we're entertaining today. Surprisingly, it's not the law that looks good on the books. It's the law that works well on the ground. And the important lesson I've learned through my scholarship is that a good law that works very well in the United States and UK actually may not be a good law in your own country. And I gave the reasons. If you analyze the law from the elements I've explained, you'll find out the important task is to find the law that works well on the ground. I might just have a little time to give you a few examples, and if you remember back in the 90s, the laws that privatized and deregulated back in the States and the UK worked to some extent. It has some achievement there. But when the same legal regime was tried to be applied in Russia, 90s, it wasn't successful. By contrast, the China that applied the law that mandates much more gradual privatization worked much better. So that shows the same law may not work in the same way. So international good practice is a good reference, but it's not a mandate. So the important message I want to give today is for you to find out what makes the law work well on the ground in Saudi. And also mention the pressure coming from within and from the outside against adopting good law. And it happens, the resistance happens because a good law, it may be good for the country, but may not be good law for some domestic interests and businesses that prefer old ways, as Your Excellency would know. And also the pressure comes from the outside, that if the international interests may not find your good law aligned with their own interest, they object. So there is a need for a strong political leadership in that. Thank you.
Shahana.
I'll keep it short. I think from a PIF perspective, when we think about foreign investment or we think about cross-border transactions, we don't think of countries. We think about viable commercial opportunities regardless where they exist. And while foreign capital is often described as greedy and inconsiderate, whichever way it's coming, it's very important to keep in mind mutually beneficial reciprocal relationships where there's transfer of knowledge and know-how and technology. So that's important to keep in mind when we think about investment coming into Saudi Arabia as well. We don't look for investment that come in without those investments being mutually beneficial for PIF and for the co-investor.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, thank you all. It's been a pleasure to participate on this panel with you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Jane Witherspoon, Euronews, and her panelists.
Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and honourable guests. Please don't go anywhere. You can stay for this next session. We've got some monsters in finance joining us on the stage here. As introduced, my name is Jane Witherspoon. I'm the Bureau Chief for Euronews across the Middle East and Dubai, and it's my pleasure to be here and to moderate our next session. And now we're going to be looking at new approaches to investment risk and resilience. And this session is going to be split into two parts. And the first part, we will look at global shifts. And joining me here on the stage We have Steve Jacobs. Sorry to throw that to you as you're trying to sort your lanyard out. Steve is chairman of BTG Pactual Asset Management. Also, on the end, last but not least on the end, I must say, Josh Friedman, co-founder, co-chairman, and co-CEO of Canyon Partners, LLC. We have Ambereen Musak, founder of Sukamal. And also next to me, the lovely Ayman Tamer, chairman and managing partner of Tamer Group. Thank you for joining me. I wanted to start this session getting straight into it. Steve, you're coming from this as a bit of a hybrid perspective in terms of the markets that you cover. Coming out of this pandemic, how are investors rethinking risks?
Okay, thank you for being here. I think investors are looking at risk in the same way that they've always done. They're looking at where the opportunities are, where the growth is on the return side, and then they're looking at the risks associated with those returns. You're obviously seeing a few new risks in the market. You attend the other sessions yesterday, and the talk is of inflation and the consequent potential rises in interest rates. And that's a new element that almost a generation have not had to take into account. So that's right front and center. And whether it's big institutions, family offices, or private clients, they are all asking us about our views on inflation and the consequent potential rises in interest rates. So that is probably the number one risk, and then we've got a litany of several risks following that.
Are the post-COVID risks the same as they were pre-COVID?
Well, yeah, I mean, the inflation debate is coming because of, obviously, the lockdown in 2020 and partially into this year. And so if you take the IMF stats, growth fell off the cliff in 2020. It was down 3% globally. But in 2021, we're back to 5-6%. The UK's just announced this morning, or will later, that it's likely to be a 7% rebound. And that is likely to follow into 2022 when we're expecting about a 5% global growth. So you've got growth coming through, but the supply chain shocks that are well talked about, the difficulty in hiring people, so the wage increases that follow that have been well talked about, and the commodity price rises have been well talked about. All those are COVID-related factors, lockdown-related factors that are now coming into the markets. And you are likely to see this kind of paradigm shift away from ultra-low rates to an environment over the next 1 or 2 years of rising rates, albeit to probably a low level historically. But if you're a company and you've got debt and you're paying nothing on it, and then it doubles and it doubles again, that's still a big impact, and investors need to be aware of that.
Well, Ayman, I'd like to bring you into the conversation here. You believe that risk profile is now unmeasurable. Over the last 2 years in particular, we've seen major shifts. And I guess you believe that it's not so much about returns and investment, but making sure that everybody survives.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I believe that during the pandemic and post-pandemic, we are living in a different era. And we are living in a high-risk environment. So it's normal that we take higher risks, measurable but higher risks. And I think today it's not about making the right risk-return profile. It's about making sure that everybody in the ecosystem survives. I look at it not from a portfolio management, but business management. And I think it's important when we are all on the same boat facing a pandemic that we make sure that we all come out of it. Because if my customer is affected or my suppliers are affected, I will be affected. So all stakeholders, it's all win or all lose. There's no win-lose.
Yeah. Josh, we've witnessed massive disruption and shift. You know, what economic impact have you been seeing?
Well, I think if you take it from the period before COVID, the economy was really doing quite well, particularly in America. Unemployment was down to 3.5%. People were participating in labor force in record numbers, so the economy was doing very well. The trick was that once you came out of COVID, which was really like a bolt from outside, of lightning hitting the economy, you would expect a continuation of the prior trends. And we've seen a real V-shaped recovery in demand with all the attendant disruptions as demand has recovered, but supply has trouble getting back online to keep up with it. But the context has been unusual because the government chose to step on the gas pedal really with both feet, both fiscal and monetary, in a very, very forceful way. And initially, the need for that was pretty clear. But when that policy continued and continued and continued, resulting in extremely low interest rates, as the Fed was so accommodative, it caused people to take risks, and take risks in really big size. And I think that I'm not sure the market's accurately gauging those risks. You've seen a lot of signs of froth and overheating. You've seen the disequilibria that come with the disruption that we talked about. But at some point, that will end, and it won't end in necessarily a happy way. So post-COVID, it presents huge challenges as investors try to figure out, what can I do with the portion of my portfolio where I don't want to take those kinds of highly correlated risks that you see associated with almost every asset class. In the debt market, you're basically looking at a market where plain vanilla yields nothing. I mean, high yield market, 85% of it yields less than the inflation rate. So you're suffering real losses if you're buying plain vanilla bonds. On the stock market, multiples are at record levels, and earlier stage companies are commanding higher and higher valuations. So the challenge that people now face, and when the government starts easing off and you start seeing inflation, is what do I do with that portion of my portfolio that can be a little bit more protective in a world where we don't have quite such a frenzy of activity?
Well, we can kind of, you could probably each answer a little bit of this, in terms of what you've seen, how that's impacted, in particular, certain sectors. I mean, Amberine, what's your experience of that?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me here first. I think I agree with both of what you said. I think what we've seen in the last 18 months from an investor's perspective, if I take it from a founder, CEO, what have I seen in the VC world? It's been incredibly interesting because there's been a paradigm shift in the way businesses are run and business models are being seen at the moment. I think COVID has completely, almost destroyed supply chains. Everything came to a halt. And I think by rebuilding post-COVID, a lot of companies are investing very much into how do I become resilient and self-sustainable. And I think those two words have become extremely important. So on top of that, you have a lot of investors looking at social impact. What is very interesting, what I'm seeing at the moment, is ESG has become a big part of an investment mandate, but the question that has to be asked is whether the ESG and social impact and sustainability is really the mandate of a lot of VCs and private equity fund raising funds, or is it because there's a whole lot of capital in the world at the moment pushing towards those mandates? Are we just tagging along?
Making ourselves more attractive.
Exactly. On paper, my portfolio has 5% of it, all about social impact. What I am saying is, and that's how most of trends start, that's how it evolves. It starts by there's opportunity there. There is money there to be raised for social impact. So if I have a portfolio of 15 different companies, let's go back to all the founders and let's see if we can tag along a social impact of your business. And when we report back to the LPs, that's the big question for me is it starting that way, or is it really a real ESG and social impact mandate in the investment?
Can I add something to this?
Of course you can.
Because as well as the Latin American, Brazil-based bank I'm part of, I also sit on the board of a European-based private bank. And what's interesting from that perspective is the banks and the customers it serves. To your point, the ESG has been something they've been intrigued by and interested in more from a outside pressure point of view in the last few years. But in the last 12 months, it's become more embedded in what the customer base is doing, so the corporates and the bank itself, to the point where you're seeing a bank look to raise debt, and if it hasn't got its ESG house in order, all three components, then the cost of capital is rising, or the risk of even tapping the capital markets is under threat. And that's a fundamental change. And I think at the moment, the companies on the other end have felt the pressure, but the consequences have been, it's a great economy with all the caveats you mentioned about what's coming next, and it's a low interest rate environment, so you don't feel the pain. As that changes, over the next few years and few periods, the consequences of getting ESG wrong or not addressing it will be felt both obviously socially, but also very dramatically, I think, financially. And that's when you'll really feel the ESG have an impact.
What other considerations need to be taken on board then, as you mentioned, inflations and the consequent risk of interest hikes?
Well, looking at it, Josh touched on it, but looking at it from an investor perspective, it's a whole kind of new world. So take the very basic principle, if you're keeping cash in the bank, then that's going to be worth 2, 3, 4% less. Or if you believe US break-evens, 10-year break-evens will touch 2.7%. So you're going to lose that money, that purchasing power going forward. The S&Ps were still in quarterly earnings season's declaration, but I think yesterday's facts were 139 companies beat expectations out of 166 that are reported, which is higher than the average. You strip out the banks that have released credit reserves, and you're back to the average. But I think that's great news. So the economy is powering ahead. But a lot of those companies are talking about the supply chain issues continuing for coming quarters, the inability to access appropriate labor. The participation rate's fallen in the US from 63 to 61%, which is a small number, but that's 5 million jobs. So 5 million people have left the labor force. That's got consequences, I think, but I'd still say equities is the place to be. I would personally buy vol protection around equities to absorb the shocks. Banks are a natural hedge I'm singing my own hymn sheet here, I understand that. But banks are a natural hedge for a rising interest rate environment. If you heard Noel Quinn talk on or the CFO talk on the quarterly results of HSBC, a 1% move in interest rates up is a 7 billion revenue positive hit for him. So the banks have always been a natural hedge. And then you've got especially in this region, you've got the ability to put long-term money to work in infrastructure-related projects, actually everywhere now from all the stimulus, which are often inflation hedged through PPAs, the contracts on the other side to take.
If I can add a point on the risk perspective, that Steve just got it out of my thought. When we have risk, we are in a stage of uncertainty. Uncertainty, we still have a form of ability to measure outcomes or future potential variety of outcomes. Post-COVID, we were in a stage of ignorance, not uncertainty. We could not predict what was going to happen. We did not know whether vaccines would come out and when. We did not know how long the COVID virus will last and what was its impact and how aggressive and how mutating it is. In the case when you are in a stage of ignorance, you can no longer predict the future outcome. So how do you survive? What are the ingredients for survival? That's adaptability and resilience. What is written up here, risk and resilience. How do you get resilience? By having quality of talent and by adopting ESG goals where you prioritize and put the ESG goals as your core purpose. The environment, society, or the principles of good governance, people, planet, and finally prosperity.
So how do we ensure that those ESG goals improve productivity?
ESG goals is not a rubber stamp. ESG goals, it has to be lived and inherent and embedded in your strategy. ESG goals should be part of every company's core purpose. Because why do we work? Isn't it to build a better future for our future society? So if we don't take care of the environment we're living, and you have to remember Generation Z and the millennials don't see life. I'm Generation X, just missed the baby boomers, born 65, the end of the baby boomers was 64. And we consumed, we were creative, but we consume the hell out of the environment. And I think the new generation have a very strong conviction and understand that we didn't leave them with much. And so we have to adopt protection of the environment. We have to prioritize society and their prosperity.
But if I could just add one comment to that, though. I think the macro context is really important to understand when you invest, even though we're very much micro investors. The ESG context is really, we're in very, very early stages of what that means for the investment world. We can see how ESG might have an impact on supply chains and on energy. So you have to think more about the transition as opposed to necessarily having an immediate, we're not going to do anything involving carbon whatsoever. Yet it's a lot easier for investment firms, including university endowments and pension funds, to have a blanket ban on certain types of investments, which isn't really what will happen in the world. It's not possible for that to happen in the world. So I think we're in the early stages, and the same is true, by the way, on governance. The same is true on the S in ESG. So I think you have to think about what the pathway is, and I think over the next few years, the approaches will become much, much more sophisticated. It's very easy as an investment firm to do sort of greenwashing and say, well, I don't do this and I don't do that, and I can check the box. But that's not going to be the effective and well thought out solution to these issues for both for buy-side people and for sell-side people.
I'm going to take slightly back to what Steve touched on, you know, in terms of repurposing some assets and from an opportunity perspectives. But, you know, there was a shift in market consistencies and it caused a huge amount of transactions. The amount of activity was absolutely crazy. You know, did we see stress in certain pockets of the market?
Oh, absolutely. Real estate would be one of several examples. There was obviously immediate stress, but in anything travel and leisure related, and that bounced back with a vengeance and continues to bounce back with a vengeance because there's a ton of pent-up demand, although there's not always supply online. But if you look at property, for example, certain trends were actually accelerated by COVID. So if you look at the major sectors, sure, multifamily is fine, industrial is booming, but if you look at hotels and hospitality, it's not clear that that business is going to come back at the same level that it was at before, particularly for business travel. People have realized it's much more effective not to spend as much money shipping their employees all over the place because they've all become very accustomed to using Zoom. One of the major tech companies' CEOs told me he was going to reduce his travel and expense budget 80% coming out of COVID. If you look at office, it's not clear how office will be used. People have learned to work remotely. There's a certain amount of people who will continue to work at least partially remotely. And how many square feet does an employee take? You know, we were down to 75 square feet per employee when you got to places like WeWork, where they were crammed in like little sardines in these offices. Now it's the opposite. So now we can work remotely. We can work in places that maybe are a more favorable tax jurisdiction as well. And the whole nature of what office buildings look like, I think it doesn't take a great deal of demand reduction to produce a very different valuation for an office building. And the last one is retail. If you look at malls, particularly secondary malls, the fairly quick and then accelerated death of a lot of retailers that was already taking place now leaves a lot of the major mall retailers in bankruptcy. The ones that used to have Kmart, or they used to have JCPenney, or they used to have Sears or whatever as their anchors. The good thing about those is they're very complex situations, so that there are players who like to get involved, and like us. The other good thing is that a lot of those malls, particularly the older malls, and you've seen all of the major ones go bankrupt, from Penn to Washington to CBL. The cities in which these malls are located really want to do something to repurpose that property. So instead of fighting with the local authorities, they're quite eager to team up and say, hey, let's do some multifamily, let's do some office, let's repurpose things. So while the corporate sector doesn't have a lot of distress now, rates are low, equity markets are booming, people are deleveraging in some cases, there's a lot of distress sitting in certain other sectors. So there are areas that are disrupted where there are opportunities, there always are.
With that, I wanted to just bring in this idea of transparency, you know, and the explosion of private marketing capital. What's kind of really happened there?
Public markets have shrunk dramatically. The number of public companies is down by half from what it used to be. And a lot of the regulatory burden of being a public company has has sort of accelerated that, plus the explosion of private equity. Everyone has a private equity fund these days, and people have bigger and bigger ones, and more companies are being taken private. And you've seen the latest tax proposals in the US that would create an enormous tax burden on entrepreneurs who have gigantic stakes in public companies. That's not the case in private companies. I'm not sure that those people who are proposing that legislation have thought about what that does to the public markets versus the private markets, but it makes them a lot less attractive. And there are many, many more securities being traded privately. So I think there are these regulatory arbitrages that have created a much more robust private market and maybe a less robust public market.
Just to add on to the public markets point, we run a corporate financial education for the Middle East in corporates, and we give financial education to all the employees. And in the last 6 months, it's scary to see the number of retail investors on the market trying to make the most. There's a couple of reasons, right? Loss of job, cut in salaries, low interest rates. So the question we get asked at Sokalmal is, what do I do with my money? And there's been more than ever a level of retail investors wanting to go and test the markets out with an enormous amount of savings or half the amount of savings and trying to make up for the lost salaries. But my biggest fear is the lack of education in all of this. How many of these, which to your point, a very unstable public market, how many of these retail investors actually understand what they're playing with and what returns they're supposed to get? We have questions of employees who come to us and say, well, what's the difference between a mutual fund and ETFs? But I have money to invest. What do I do with it?
I was going to say, you only have to look at Robinhood and what happened in the US earlier this year. You get the same phenomenon you're talking about in private equity. You have people coming into private equity. And what's driven some of that is, you're in a low interest rate, low fixed income return environment. If you have capital that you can be patient on and lock up for 5, 10 years, you can get the return that you can't get if you've got just the public markets in many cases. So that, and then you've got the low interest rates that are often essential to parts of the private equity world. That environment's going to change. So it'll be interesting to see. I think the factors you mentioned, Josh, are here to stay. You can build your company, so you can build your company a long, long time in the private sector to a higher level and not have to tap the public markets than ever before. That's not going to change. But you are going to see people suddenly go, oh, there's risks in this that, again, haven't been around for a few years on the private side.
One of the other changes that Amber and I were talking about backstage, actually, which is really interesting, is data and the way that has changed in terms of the way we take it these days. Do you want to expand upon that?
Yes, I think what we've seen is when an investor goes out into a private company and look at, do we invest or do we not invest, and the investment strategies and mandates around it, I don't think they're looking at just the traditional data sets as they used to do before. I think the data sets that you analyze today, and one of the examples I've heard one of the investors talk about is, the climate risk. What's the temperature is meant to be raising by 2.7 degrees in next few years? What does that mean? What kind of businesses will sustain? How does that grow in the next 20 years, and what impact it has on the economy? And I think using very non-traditional data sets is probably the one big trend into what we add into the investment strategies going forward.
Ayman, congratulations, by the way. Your company is 100 this year, I believe.
Next year.
Next year.
We'll celebrate our 100
99
year.
then this year. You've had a huge digital transformation. And, in terms of that, businesses need good governance. I know we're going back to the governance theme to ensure a brighter future, but how should this be approached?
I can only share with you my experience in the group. Yes, we are celebrating our 100-year anniversary next year, and I hope we can celebrate together. We have underwent a digital transformation journey pre-COVID, and it started about 12 years ago. It was done in the first phase as an operating company in healthcare, focusing more on business excellence, so all about internal efficiency. Then about 10 years ago or 8 years ago, we started to focus more on customer relationship management and all the programs related and IT tools in order to better link and better serve the customer. And when the COVID came, it jump-started and accelerated our third phase of digital transformation. And that was to take the company to become totally paperless and to adopt the new business technology and to move from B2B business into B2C. And that's when we made a major acquisition of a very wonderful e-commerce platform, a vertical platform that is the leader in the region of mother and child. So it's called Mom's World. You probably know it if you're a mother.
Mona is right there.
Is she? Where are you?
Hi, Mona. Mom's World is right
The founder is right here with us. And the reason we did that, because we've been an investor with them for 10 to 15 years, 10 years or so. I forgot, time flies. But they have been doing very well in building the intelligence, the innovation, the talent to actually survive in this e-commerce field. And as successful as we are, 99 years, it does not mean we will succeed in a new field. We have good logistics and good arm that will help the business, but we didn't have the e-commerce platform. And the reason we invested in this, because this is the future. Our business, being in the value chain, will be under tremendous disruption. And we need to survive. And the future is going in this direction. As well, Mom's World have a team of very talented people that will help us as an innovation center to continue our journey of digitization.
I have a similar example. Like if you take our bank in Brazil, 2,800 people, we were moving on to the digital banking, the Robin Hood style side, planning, etc. Not 10 years ago. We weren't as innovative as you are. Maybe 3-4 years ago. When COVID hit, we hit the fast forward button and moved into launching a digital retail bank. The consequences of that came through from a management perspective in ways we didn't perceive. We went from 2,800 people to 3,500 people in 6 months. Yep. And 3 months later, we realized those 700 people have never been in the office, never experienced the culture, never understood the values of the firm in a way that people, and that was one of the biggest risks to our business and challenges as management and as an organization in how do you address that going forward, knowing that we're still in a period where we're not sure if lockdowns or restrictions, etc., come back again. So you have the short-term issue, which you can address now. You can bring people back into the office in controlled ways. We have the longer-term issue of we still want to hire. How do we do that? So reinventing the education, the training, the assimilation program.
Absolutely. And to continue on your question, thank you. To continue on your question, we had to embark on the ESG. You know, we were always, I'm in Davos for 6 years. They were introducing the new metrics. There are about 55 metrics to measure your footprint on the environment, society, and of course the principles of good governance. And we adopted this one because it's the latest, issued September 20. I was in January, the last one, because in 21 there was no meeting. And they were talking about implementing this over the next 2 to 5 years. What happens after COVID? You've got His Royal Highness announcing that Saudi Arabia will become zero carbon by 2060. You have also the Emirates, the same direction. And I noticed that we are jump-starting also our compliance towards the ESG because we have to. So it definitely, the COVID accelerated this.
Well, just to wrap things up, I'm going to throw this out at you individually. And, you know, we're talking about risk, but also resilience. And on reflection, which is a beautiful thing, you know, over the last 2 years, if you could take away one piece of optimism. Steve's laughing at me, so I'm going to start with him. What would you say you're taking away from it?
From the whole COVID experience? Yeah. I think I'm a person that loves to travel and meet people and steal their great ideas and take them back, etc. And I found it difficult at the start to adapt to having more of an organized day. And one thing I'm taking from all this is, and Josh mentioned it, reassessing how you do your life-work balance going forward, because suddenly my kids recognize me and all this stuff, which was great, and I don't want to lose that side again. but also, how I travel going forward, making it more effective, and spending the time when you are not meeting people in a much more valuable way and doing things you haven't been focused on. So it's a chance just to reset how you don't just do work, but how you live going forward.
Do you think it's a more considerate world we're moving forwards into?
I think the silver lining of this whole COVID crisis is we are going towards a better world. We're going towards a more sustainable, more local, more inclusive world as a whole. On a personal level, the beginning of the 6 months was absolutely amazing. We were all working from home and the kids were having online schooling. I'd never seen my kids as many hours I did. But now, one meeting out of home, it's where are you going? What do you mean you're working? So I think I'm ready to go back. So I think there is these two ways of doing it. I think a lot of us are at that point where it's great to work from home, but I think that merge between your personal life and professional life has overmerged in a certain way from my point, and we need to find that right line in between. Yeah, Josh?
I'm optimistic because I think what COVID has taught us is that the human spirit and human inventiveness is a factor where progress consists of creating problems and creating solutions to those problems. And it's been true from the beginning of time, from the Industrial Revolution, where we thought, oh my God, there will be no jobs anymore for anybody and it will be a disaster and society will decline. And no one wants to trade places with people 20 years ago. No one. So that's a pretty good measure of progress. And people live better at all levels of the income distribution. And that's not to say there aren't awful problems to be solved, particularly at the bottom ends of the wealth distribution, and one has to be humane and think about how to solve those. But we have a history of progress means we create problems, then we solve them. And you asked about data. The internet showed up, and the speed of change accelerated massively. You couldn't compete if you were a retailer without being online. But cybersecurity hadn't caught up with that, so now you were exposed. Or all of a sudden we've exposed all of our critical infrastructure to hacking risks that didn't exist when that wasn't the case. But we solved those problems nonetheless. And COVID, we're a more crowded planet, people catch diseases, yet all of a sudden we have these miraculous drug companies that with genetic sequencing were able to really design a virus in a matter of less than 2 weeks. Now, it took a long time to figure out how to distribute it, how to get it to people. It's imperfect. It's tragic along the way, as all progress can be. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, I think it's just extraordinary the way the world has risen to the occasion. I think the same thing will happen in environmental issues and any other issues that the human race faces. So I'm optimistic, and I think COVID taught us that there's reason to be optimistic.
Ayman, anything to add as we wrap up the session?
Difficult. My colleagues covered it all, but if I can add, I think it's a time where we have to ensure that all stakeholders come out winners. There's no winners and losers. I think today humanity is at a challenge where we have to look and stretch and extend ourselves beyond the norms, not just for pure returns, but sometimes for goodwill. And I think the two priorities you come out with is people and your company. And for people, we are in logistics, so we never stopped operating. We had to act on our purpose always. And it was a time of fear and not uncertainty, unknown. And so it took a lot of courage of our team, the people on the ground and the people at senior management level who have to take decisions on what to do. But we came out of it stronger. And I would say your company, cash flow. Defer capital investments. Make sure you have the cash in a difficult, unknown environment.
Thank you so much for a fabulous session, and thank you to our audience for listening in. Put your hands together, please, and we'll move on. Don't go anywhere, though, because we do have another one coming up. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. So I think we're going to crack straight on so that no one can leave. They can stay and enjoy this next conversation. And we're going to move the shift slightly from global to a more regional conversation. I'd like to introduce on our panel Ashiv Thakur, founder and managing director of Mara Group, Mohammed Khatib, group chairman and CEO of Path Solutions, Iqbal Khan, CEO of Fajar Group, sorry, I can't get my words out, that's all the talking I'm doing, and Kola Karim, chairman of the board for Shoreline Group. So basically, I'd like to start with Iqbal. You know, we talk about pre and post-COVID, and you actually point out that we're still going through it. We're during COVID, you know, what are our priorities?
Well, I think the world has gone through what we call the BC era, before COVID, 2020, early 2020. And then we are now what we call the DC era, during COVID. And let us not forget that we are still in COVID. Community spread is still increasing, the numbers keeps on, the virus keeps on mutating. And obviously there is a world which will come, AC world, which is after COVID. But COVID has upended the way we live, the way we work, but it is also going to bring a new economic, political, social order. And hopefully, definitely will make the world a better place.
With, you know, one of the things coming is obviously inflation and the impact of that, and it is coming. You know, what should we look out for?
I mean, inflation is coming because we've got the basic 101 of economics, too much money, chasing too few goods. And the supply chain logistics are being impacted in a very significant manner across the world. All that is impacting the economic climate. And then the forces of political misalignment, China and India, US and China, USSR and others, that is also creating. And I think what COVID reminds us that we are one human family. And we have to respond as humanity because this is the only planet which we have. And we have messed it up so much. So COVID has come as an opportunity to reset the political, economic, social system, the way we live, the way we work, and the way we invest. And I believe there will be great opportunities to build and invest in the emerging technologies in other areas.
Kola, you know, what are the risks to emerging markets?
The biggest problem that we see today is part of the discussion yesterday. Mr. Schwartzman said it. It's not been, the discussion is not centered and fusing in Africa, and African leadership needs to take note now, more so the emerging markets. The pandemic has created a global distortion of energy, and energy consumption is the growth of any society. And if we see where we are today and looking at where prices are versus where prices were during the pandemic and where prices are going, the alarm bells should be on. That the Western economies are big, resilient enough to try weather that storm, still there are problems. So you can imagine the cracks in African economies if we're not thinking and leadership is not involved in the global rethink of this. We're going to have crisis on our hands. If you look at the cost of fuel today on the streets of African nations, if it continues the way it's going, you can imagine what that pressure will be in a lot of these societies.
What have we taken away then from the disruption of operations within the industries that you're involved in? Should we ever face anything like this again?
The biggest problem is we need to, in a global order, have a strategic rethink on how to confront if we do have a pandemic like this again. First, with what happened last year, there was a huge panic. For over 15, 16 months in the energy space, there's been no investments in exploration and production. That is a colossal problem. With time, and that is where we're going to see, like everyone's saying, we're not too far away from $100 price per barrel oil. Now, for economies that are producers, like in the Middle East, that's good news. But economies that are consumers of energy, like in poor African nations, that's huge problems. Remember, most of the African nations today have the population dynamics of over 60% under the age of 30. We're asking for trouble.
Ashish, I'd like to bring you in here. Obviously, you know, in your experiences of the landscape in Africa is very different again to what we were hearing on the previous panel. Can you share your insights and what you've seen, but also on reflection of that, have you pivoted your business as a result?
Thank you, Jane. It's an absolute pleasure being here with you all. So yeah, absolutely. I fully agree, and it's a great question because, you know, we're smartphone manufacturers. We're the only true manufacturers of smartphones in the Middle East and Africa. And what we realized is during this period, to Kola's point, and Iqbal touched on it as well, which is there needs to be a shift. There needs to be more of a cohesive strategy. And I think the way that comes about is also creating ecosystems. So the way we've pivoted as a business is rather than just box pushing and creating smartphones, it's creating a device as a service ecosystem in which we can actually create a bunch of other services alongside the device, on the device, preloaded, packaged. So that way people have the ability to get digital education, to have digital healthcare, to have access to agricultural efficiency initiatives, true financial inclusion by digital banking, access to insurance services, etc. The issue right now is that all those services are out there, but when we package it and present it, when we talk about remote working, it's a really fancy term in the developed markets, whereas in emerging markets, people don't have the tools to work remotely. If we had the tools, if we had the ability to do it, and connectivity is still expensive, but it's become a lot more affordable, and connectivity is available everywhere. The challenge now is making sure people have the right devices, people have the ecosystem on it, what they use those devices for. And I think if we package that in the right way, that can be massively impactful going forward in terms of thinking about where kids left school in emerging markets, especially in our continent, and when they come back to school a year later, and what happens in that time, and what happens to them in that respect. Whereas, you know, if they had the digital tools at their fingertips, that would truly enable that difference to take place.
We heard in the previous session, and we were talking about how it's not so much about returns and investment, but making sure, like you say, everybody survives. You know, your work throughout your foundation work and stuff, you know, how, in terms of resilience, protecting people and profits, you know, how do we do that?
No, you're absolutely right. And it's so important. You hit the nail on the head, which is it is about protecting people and protecting profits, right? It's how we create that combination. And we've seen in this time, you know, people have lost lives, people have lost livelihoods, people have lost health, be it mental or be it physical. But I think this is an opportunity for us not to just catch up for where we were and get back to where we were as a global community, as Iqbal said. But it's more about also making sure that we kind of build ourselves and structure ourselves and position the new systems in a way that are resilient in the real sense. And actually have the ability to do more than what we were doing previously. Because it's not about just catching up, it's about making sure we're ready for tomorrow.
I'd like to bring in Mohammed Khatib. Mohammed, thank you for joining us as well. You know, obviously your background is Islamic finance, but you're also a technologist and a huge believer in the fourth industrial revolution. Where does that play when we talk about sustainability?
Thank you for having me. I actually have different perspective on all these discussions about COVID-19, because I do believe that the world has started a revolution about 10 years or more before that, and the financial crisis of 2008 accelerated the changes in the world, especially in the financial sector, with the appearance of the fintechs. And the world was going through a few things that the fintechs brought to the financial market, which is the dematerialization, where everybody was doing digital transformation and changes in their business model, demonetization, where everybody's talking digital and cryptocurrencies, and democratization, where a lot of the middlemen were actually disappearing, and you were able to do payment to payment globally, and you reach your audience directly without all this bureaucracy in the middle. And all that caused empowering the individual. And one very important characteristic of all this revolution was actually the usage of data strategically. So the data became the most important asset, and everybody was collecting data. The financial industry collected data for many, many years, but really never used it strategically. But then the fintechs comes in and use this strategically. All this was going on, and a lot of excitement. I actually had a presentation in 2016, 2017, and I was talking about the fourth industrial revolution, the social revolution, and the changes that's happening in the world, the political issues between China and the US and all that. If I did the presentation today, I probably would not change much of it. Then COVID-19 came, and really what COVID did is accelerated the whole process. So basically, it's just pushed everything, and instead of having another 5 to 10 years to actually to transfer our workspace, the way we work, to remote, to actually change the way we construct our buildings, the way we work with our environment, it actually forced it to happen right away because we have a pandemic that's impacting everybody. So I do believe the technology revolution, which has only happened, the industrial revolution happened only 4 times in the humankind history, is a very important element that we should not lose sight of. And we have to actually look at COVID-19 as, yes, it came and accelerated it, but you have to look back and look at the last 15 years and look at the amazing things technology happened. When you talk about sustainability, I believe most of the sustainable issues, and sustainability, yes, it's about the climate, but it's also about social issues, about governance, and all those can actually be resolved by technology. I do believe, and I never ignore the human element of any discussion, but I do believe that technology in this revolution is the driving force, and what we are able to do in healthcare, in solving solutions, even the climate. If you look at the carbon technologies to decrease the carbon in the air all around the world is amazing. So I do believe technology plays a critical role in solving our sustainability issues and help us move forward in the world, and this accelerated by COVID-19.
With that technology also comes something else, and this is something, Iqbal, you're very passionate about, and you believe one of the biggest risks we face moving forwards is fraud and systematic fraud. Cybersecurity, we're seeing isolated leakage incidents, but what happens if there's a coordinated one? What then will happen to liquidity values?
Well, all around the world, as we shift from the analog world, analog industries to digital industries, the transformation is taking place in piecemeal. So the front office is being modernized in some institutions, some of them are giving middle office, but the business process alignment and the integrated back office, middle office, and front office alignment is not taking place. We have a lot of legacy systems, and Muhammad would know this better than me, which are arcane, which are old, which need upgrading in a very big way. And many of our worldwide financial systems like SWIFT, like CEDEL, Euroclear, many of our stock exchanges have got legacy systems, and they are not very well integrated. If there is a cyber attack on those things, this could really bring down the financial system in a big way. But linked to that also, we need to upgrade our human capital. We need to build capitalism with a moral perspective. Martin Luther King used to say that through our technological genius, we have made the world a neighborhood. But we must use our moral genius to make it a brotherhood and come up with global responses. And that is really the issue. There is no them, it's all us. And COVID has brought this reality to home. There is no them. In every society, every country, there is only one us. And if we do not come up with a coordinated response, piecemeal responses will not get us there.
Kola, what are your thoughts on that as well? I mean, do you think that it is something that needs to be tackled in unison?
Look, the pandemic has shown global connectivity. We're so close. We're much more closer than being far apart. And that, for me, should be the sing-song of everyone. Look, at the end of the day, if we do not have a coordinated response, you're going to find people lacking because you cannot be self-sustaining alone. So if you think about what's happened in the United States, the Americans banned Europeans from coming into the United States. I think the 8th of November is the date that you could travel. But really, if the coordinated situation in the vaccination program is not pushed across board, you cannot be isolated. So we're so connected. It brings me to another very important thing. I think the pandemic has shown how self-centered leadership in some way could be. But if we're not acting in unison, it's a waste of time. So where I'm going is, if you look at the first world, if you're not helping to push the vaccination program into the developing world, these people are not cut out from the world. They still have to move from place to place. So it means you're still not safe with everything you're putting in place. So a coordinated, unified approach is the only systemic way of dealing with anything.
Ashish, you agreeing?
Absolutely.
I can see you nodding there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so true. We are one community, right? And all these lines on the map just got blurred during this period. We saw how quickly this virus spread. And I think, to Kola's point, when any part of the world is going to get left behind, it's going to make all of us collectively as a community get left behind. So I think, to Iqbal's point, it is during. This isn't past. This isn't the past. It's literally something that we're still living in.
Mohammed, I mean, we've heard a lot of talk today about ESGs and, Islamic finance has with it a social element, which I guess plays very well with that.
Absolutely. If you look at the Muslim population in the world, we're around 1.8 billion to 2 billion, depending on who you ask, out of the 7.6 billion people. That's 25% of the population. But if you look at, for example, the unbanked, there are around 1.7 billion people in the world. The Muslim population is 50% of that. So we are actually 25% of the population, 50% of the unbanked. That's due to a lot of Islamic countries are not really included into the financial system because of economic situation. Islamic finance, if you look at the concept of Islamic finance, it's in its soul, it's very social, it's very ethical, it's asset-based. So Islamic finance did not really get impacted with the financial crisis in the 2008 because every asset is either backed by a physical asset, a real asset, or a service. So we believe that Islamic finance and social finance are the same, and because of the ethics of it, it all works for the humans and betterment. And I believe the only way you can go back to the financial inclusion and include all those people into the financial system. 50% of the unbanked people is through social finance and through Islamic finance, and the fintechs, which is the Islamic fintechs that are coming in, and right now they're very popular in countries that even don't have Islamic finance penetration. Like Indonesia is #1 country in fintechs today because the fintech model plays different model than actually the traditional finance, where they focus on the rich and the able, where fintechs actually increase the reach and the impact to the poor. So I do believe Islamic finance and is a social finance system, and I do believe the revolution that we're talking about will improve the financial inclusion, and it will help a lot the whole movement to reaching the financial. There is a lot of great instruments in Islamic finance that allow us to reach all those poor and unbanked people.
Would you say that ESG factors are compounded by drivers of future value? Is it fair to say that?
Yes, yes, absolutely. I do believe that if you look at the four ESGs, the environment, the social, and the governance, one interesting thing I want to mention about Islamic finance, it's probably the most regulated Islamic financial system of anything, because we have the Sharia boards on the banking level, on the government level, that actually oversee the system. And we see also on the social, we talked about the social inclusion, on the environment, even Islamic finance, we have a lot of investments today, like the green bonds, Islamic bonds, and which is the sukuk, and other instruments. We have about $500 million got invested last year in green technologies. So I do believe moving forward, Islamic finance will play a very important role towards sustainability.
I guess with all of this, what we've been discussing, we have to be optimistic and look that, there is opportunity that comes with it. Should we be looking at rewards, and where should we be looking?
Well, I think Islamic finance clearly is a very important area. It's a C2B business. It's the consumers who have driven the growth of Islamic finance. And Islamic finance has done a very good job in the banking space. But the future of Islamic finance will be determined by what they do in democratizing investments and democratizing philanthropy. Those two aspects are, and therefore bringing greater authenticity. With inflation coming, as we've talked earlier, people need to have greater savings, otherwise their purchasing powers will go down. So it's very important to democratize investments and philanthropy and give people a line of sight to their own protected futures, especially for the pension funds, endowment funds, Awqaf, to give them that opportunity to have in real purchasing power the ability to do more for their people.
I'd like to throw that slightly over to Ashish and to you, Caller, as well. Where are you guys looking at opportunities moving forwards?
So yeah, just on that point of ESG, and I think it's such an important element that it's no longer an optionality. I think it's the only way business is going to be sustainable, and equally, as we were discussing earlier, the whole sustainable development goals and ensuring that these 17 goals are still focused on with the target of leaving no one behind by 2030 is a really, really important element, right? I think in Africa, the way my experience across the 26 countries we've been very present in is that governance and compliance has drastically improved and increased over the period, over the last few years. I think governments have become a lot more investor friendly, and as a result, the ease of doing business in a lot of these markets has become a lot better. The way we cannot generalize a continent negatively, we can't overly generalize it overly positively either, because we do have a few cases here and there. But as a whole, the continent has really transitioned. And when you think about the next big opportunity, Mohammed touched on, 50% of unbanked population. When you look at Africa, 1.3 billion, fastest growing in terms of population, but also 6 of the 10 fastest growing economies. And with all those statistics, still 70 to 80% of our continent is unbanked. And that just shows you a massive opportunity, because we've got mobile money. The continent created mobile money. But now taking that to the next level of real financial inclusion through digital banking, I think is a huge opportunity, which I'm very excited about.
I think going from what Ashish just said, the three silos of what we see as the pockets of growth, taking Africa again, it's one, infrastructure. The only continent you find dirt of infrastructure is on the continent of Africa. So there's some massive opportunities from roads, rail, bridges, power, water. So with a huge, fast-growing population, big pocket. The second area, and a huge one, is financial inclusion. We need to be connected to the global world. Very young, youthful population. You now see unicorns in fintech blowing up all over Africa. And this is Flutterwave, 3 billion valuation out of Nigeria. Amazing story. Kuda Bank. These guys are coming up with amazing innovation, young and youthful. The third big pocket area is fast-moving consumer goods. Because as this population is very young, they need youthful, modern stuff. And that shows the connectivity to the global world. So these are huge opportunities that we see going on, but the ES part of the G, going from what Ashish has talked about the G, this areas actually helps buttress that point. Environmental. Today, being in the construction business, there's a lot more cognizance around equitable principles when we're doing projects. So we're working with global standards from day one. No better place to benefit than the continent of Africa. If you talk about the S itself, that is huge because those are the core values of where relationships from government comes in with relationships with the companies and corporates. And hopefully the future looks brighter if the world works in a cohesive, inclusive way because we're more connected than being divided.
I think the timeline keeps popping up. You know, that is one of the key components here, is everything is pushing on so quickly. You know, what systems need to be immediately implemented to ensure what you say happens, but also in terms of economies looking to normalize, you know, and where you're seeing this growth?
I think leadership needs to communicate better now. We cannot have a situation where the Europeans are making one decision, the Asians are making another decision, then the Africans are left to make another decision. We need to work in a globalized, cohesive world to make sure we're getting and expecting the same results. That is the big outlook of what the pandemic has driven the world to. And that's where leadership needs to take that cohesive approach in making decisions.
I asked this to the previous panel. I'm going to quickly round off because we've only got a couple of minutes. But, you know, what personally did each of you take away from the steep learning curve that we've had over the last 18 months to 2 years? I'll start with you.
I do believe that COVID was a huge learning experience for all of us. I was anticipating this, all the learnings in COVID to actually happen in 10 years, and it got compressed into 18 months. Myself, running a company, the way we do business is completely different. We were actually able to implement a full core banking system with one of our customers remotely and actually take them live. That's, to me, what is unheard of just before COVID, but it forced us to actually rethink our systems, rethink our all processes inside the company, and adapt to the new realities much quicker than what we actually were planning to. And it was an amazing learning experience.
2 quick points. COVID brought a realization that no problem can be solved at the level at which it was created. COVID highlighted the fact that this is a material problem, but it cannot be solved by material means. The world pumped in a huge amount of liquidity. We can do that, but we cannot create solvency. So COVID has highlighted that we have to rise above the problems and come up with a moral solution and build an alliance of goodness, because we only have one planet and one human family. To me, that is the biggest takeaway.
Ashish?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. I mean, what has happened has definitely left a mark on everyone. Professionally, you hear of some really positive stories and you hear of negative. But on a personal side, I don't think anyone, directly or indirectly, has not been affected. It's left a mark. Now, it's up to us to collectively decide, based on our actions, of what kind of mark is this? Is this a scar of the past, or is it a tick mark of the future in terms of this is what we've learned and this is how we're going to make sure this never happens again? And if it does, we're much more prepared and ready for this. So I think it's time to be bolder, bigger, and better.
Fab. Kola?
COVID has made a mark on humanity, and that mark is there forever. But the true position that just captures it. It's for us, it's a train that's left a station. It's going to stop, probably, but it's going to keep moving. So the true position is we all have to be diligent in everything we do and be more inclusive in our thought process as we get on with it, because humanity is just one, and we think as one.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for a fantastic chat. Enjoy the rest of your couple of days here in Riyadh. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume at 2 p.m. Gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show will now begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Nick Gowing, international journalist, broadcaster, and his panelists.
Good afternoon, everybody. I like the way they call this a show. We're going to be talking about ESG, and it's a show. But this is really about a workshop, and that's why it's designed like this, and why we're doing it in the round. I want to say to you right from the get-go that if you want to ask questions or put points of view or your experiences within the organization you work with or for, then please do feel you can do that. This is not just us talking to you. I'm going to be sitting here, so I don't have eyes in the back of my head, but we'll find ways of you attracting attention. Someone will help, or alternatively, if you want to move so I can get an eye line, same with you over there, that would be great. But this is about ESG, and all of you, I hope, will have a perspective on ESG. We're going to be looking at this in two sections, which is why we've actually got two sections of speakers. The first is about corporate investing in ESG, and the second is ESG across the value chain. We're scheduled at the moment to run for an hour and 45 minutes, which means an hour and a half from now. So we'll see where the discussion takes us. But of course, everyone is talking about ESG. Because it's now become almost a compulsory thing to inject into whatever decision-making you are involved in. And what we want to do is shed light on the kind of engagement that there is, the kind of challenges there have been, the kind of reality there is, the kind of obstruction there is, the kind of reluctance there is, the kind of suspicion there is. And that's why your experience could be just as valuable as the experience of those up here on the platform. So please see it in that spirit. We've got enlightened inside tracks from all our speakers here, and I've encouraged them to think of this as a conversation. So imagine we're having dinner without any food, and that kind of level of exchange, and obviously we're socially distanced as well. But to get us going, Farnham Bidgoli, who's head of ESG solutions for HSBC in the EMEA, is going to give us a few minutes understanding what she sees from the HSBC point of view. It's a relatively new role, correct? It's a relatively new role, but why a bank should want to do this, and also the imperative that there is now for customers, for clients, and for building business. So I'm going to talk to her for about 10 minutes and then open it up with the panelists you can see. And other panelists will join us in about 40 minutes after we've got to that point. I'm tempted to ask all of you, are you all familiar with what ESG is? I'm not going to ask, does anyone not know what ESG is? You might not want to say that. But are you all familiar? Is ESG embedded in your company, your organization, your NGO? Answer, there came none. We've got a bit of work. Who said yes? It's deeply embedded. Because I ask that question because my experience very strongly is there are still those out there who know they need to say it, but don't quite know what it means, environmental, societal, social, and governance. So there is still a challenge. Right, let me sit down and let me ask Farnham to give us some background and some analysis of where you think it is. Where do you think ESG is now among your customers? And what is the breadth of understanding? I've asked rhetorically here whether anyone wants to admit they don't really know about ESG. Maybe they've come here to learn. And maybe I'll be able to find out by the end that they've actually taken away a lot in a way which they weren't thinking about now here at 2 o'clock on the Wednesday. What's the breadth of understanding of ESG in your experience?
Well, Nick, I think you're absolutely right that it's on everyone's lips, and we certainly see it across the investment landscape. You know, the Global Sustainable Investment Alliance is estimating around 35 trillion of assets under management. Nearly 36% of the world's total now includes some integration of environmental, social, and governance factors. We're seeing it in debt capital markets, where we're on track to hit 1 trillion in green, social, sustainable, or sustainability-linked bond issuance this year alone. And it's also driving an acceleration in M&A activity. So from a banking perspective, I think we're hearing about ESG in nearly every single one of our conversations.
Are you having to tell as well? Are you having to share with some of your customers what it is and what they should be thinking about?
I think to a lot of people, ESG is synonymous with climate right now. And so when they talk about ESG, they're really talking about climate risk. And certainly, I think from a banking perspective, a financial system perspective, we've seen in the run-up to COP an acceleration of net zero targets being set, and corporates are doing the same. But the reality is ESG is really about the environmental or social factors that are material to the business and the ways in which a business can have a material environmental and social impact on society. And so actually it's much broader than just climate. And if anything, the past couple of years and the pandemic has demonstrated that the S in ESG is just as important. The resilience of our social infrastructure, the importance of income equality and diversity has really come to the forefront as well. So I think there's a good degree of understanding now around climate. The broader kind of spectrum of ESG, there still remains a lot that is out there.
Of course, it's not just about climate, it's about sustainability.
Absolutely.
So it's got to be broader than climate.
Yeah, I mean, even the E in ESG, I think there's much more beyond it. It's circular economy, it's biodiversity. Maybe where this all stems from is that we probably are further along on some of the kind of standardization and definitions when it comes to climate than we are on other ESG factors. And so it's maybe slightly easier for our clients to digest. But I think in a couple of years' time, you'll see, the biodiversity, gender diversity, all those other factors also coming to the forefront.
What's the big generator within an organization? Is it at the board? Is it the chair of the board? Is it the C-suite? Is it the chief executive? Where is the motivation on ESG coming from? Or in your experience, is it permeating right down through the system?
I think it's coming from all sides. I think certainly we hear from a lot of our clients that their customers are the ones that are really asking for more sustainable business practices. Certainly it's become a really active part of ownership and shareholder dialogue as well over the course of the past few years. But I think for an organization to be able to really embed ESG in their business strategy and activities, of course, it has to come from the top down.
But how much is there a kind of internal struggle going between the mindset that exists in a company or an organization and the imperative to embrace ESG? In other words, changing the way of thinking, changing the way of behaving, changing the culture?
I think the challenge is more so one of so many different definitions, standards, and requests being pushed at companies. And therefore it being challenging for them to maybe necessarily prioritize. I had one client come to me and say that in a given year, there are 300 different requests for information when it comes to ESG, and they find
The
it
requests
challenging.
from where?
Requests from rating agencies, requests from shareholders, requests from their clients themselves, requests from NGOs. And I think being able to prioritize and define what the material ESG issues are for a company and, as you say, really embed it into business strategy is difficult when there are so many incoming requests coming to companies as well.
What about data? You're giving us an assessment at the moment, but one of the things which is now becoming so critical in the whole COP process and what has got to be done is the level of data and the measurability. How much can ESG be measured? How much can ESG activity be measured?
Well, again, it kind of comes to that umbrella, term of ESG. I think we are much more further advanced when it comes to climate-related considerations. I mentioned all those incoming requests for information. If there's
But
anywhere...
a request for information is not the same as data, which is indisputable. In other words, it's measured.
But if you speak to investors about why they're requesting information directly from companies, it's because they're not getting the disclosure and the data that they need. And conversely, if you speak to corporates, what you're hearing is that they're putting out an enormous amount of data and disclosure, and they're not really sure it's being digested. And so this is where that importance of kind of standardized and mandated disclosure comes into play. On climate, I think we are getting there with the recommendations of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. You're now seeing upwards of 2,000 companies that are integrating that into their annual reporting, but we have much further to go when it comes to other ESG issues like diversity, like equality, like the ways in which companies are treating their employees.
Do companies want to do this, measure? Do they feel comfortable about allowing that to happen? Or do they now feel it's such an obligation? They have no alternative, but they're worried about what it'll reveal.
I think they know that they have to do this. I think it's becoming clear that there is enough kind of regulatory push coming, whether from where I sit in London, you're seeing the UK and Europe start to mandate either through the taxonomies that they're developing or through corporate disclosures, a level of minimum disclosure on ESG issues. But at the same time, again, they're eager to find a way to consolidate all of the incoming requests that they're getting with standardized reporting.
Final thought, what about the challenges and the speed at which this is happening? We wouldn't have been talking like this 3 years ago.
So it is happening at an enormous speed, and it's really exciting to see. I think at the same time, and we're running up to COP right now, it's not moving fast enough. There's still a huge financing gap when it comes to what we need to be putting into sustainable infrastructure, into climate adaptation, and what's actually being put into practice. And I think the major challenge there is, again, one that stems back to data and disclosure. At HSBC, we've been involved in a number of initiatives, whether it be through the bond markets or now through project finance and infrastructure with the IFC on finding ways to label sustainable projects in order to make them more digestible for investors and to increase really the capital and the speed that capital is moving towards the investments that we need to make to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. But this remains a significant challenge.
Of course, we all talk about COP now. We've been living with the prospect of it for 18 months now, since Santiago didn't happen, since Madrid and so on. But COP will be over in 2.5 weeks. And then actually the work needs to continue. Do you believe that COP has acted as an accelerator and a multiplier, or is there a danger that actually the focus is going to slightly wither away after that?
I'm hugely optimistic. I think what you've seen, for instance, in the wake of the number of financial institutions that are setting net zero targets is that now actually the work is beginning. You know, at HSBC, we set our 2050 target earlier this year. We're now in the practice of setting our short and medium term targets for 2030. And I think that we're under pressure to do so from shareholders and other stakeholders. So the acceleration that's happened in the run-up to COP around, you know, commitment to net zero has been really exciting to see. But there's a lot of work and a lot of pressure that continues to translate that into short and medium-term targets.
So it's got to be embedded still in the systems.
Yeah, we need to see the monitoring and measurement to ensure that we're on track to get there.
Okay, good. Well, look, thank you very much indeed, Farnham. Let's open it up. Thanks for being patient, but we thought we'd get that assessment from HSBC. You may have a different view as well. Let me ask you, each of you, to introduce yourselves, because you can do it far better than me. Let's start here with Hazem.
Nick, thank you for having me. Hazem bin Asim, I'm the co-chief executive officer of InvestCorp, one of the more active direct private equity, real estate, and other investors globally in Asia, Europe, Middle East, and the US.
Gérard.
I am here as a executive chairman of the French agency for Alula, and so I will speak about Alula project being ESG consistent, but have been for 25 years CEO of Engie and Suez in the energy sector.
But just tell us a bit about about Alula for those who don't know France that well.
Yeah, so Alula is a fantastic project. It's a place in the north west of Saudi Arabia, which is simply the most beautiful place in the world. That's not only my opinion, that's the opinion of lots of people, and even the opinion of one of the ex-French presidents. So it's very nice, with a heritage from the Nabatean, Dalenite, Hyanite, and extraordinary landscapes. And the Crown Prince has decided in 2017 to make this place one of the most attractive place in the world for culture and tourism. And he asked the support of France, and the French president asked me as a special envoy to negotiate an agreement which was signed in Paris by the Crown Prince and the French president. And they decided to create an agency, a French agency, to work with the Royal Commission of Alula, which is chaired by the Crown Prince himself, with the CEO, Amer Al-Madani, and we are working hand in hand to co-build, co-design the project, and also motivate the best of the French excellence. This is the project.
Under ESG principles?
No.
Laurie, you've come from Boston.
I have indeed. Laurie Heinel. I'm the Global Chief Investment Officer at State Street Global Advisors, which is the asset management arm of State Street, and obviously very honored to be here. We've been involved in ESG issues and managing $4 trillion for many, many years. That's foundational to what we're trying to accomplish, both through our own efforts as well as on behalf of our clients. And I would just, at this moment in time, remind people that we were also one of the individuals who placed the Fearless Girl statue 4 years ago in 2017, very near the New York Stock Exchange, in support of our efforts around diversity in particular. So this is a topic that's very near and dear to our hearts, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Alessandro.
I'm Alessandro Profumo, CEO of Leonardo, the former Finmeccanica. I've been for 14 years the CEO of UniCredit, so I've been focused on ESG as a banker and now as an industrialist. As you know, Leonardo is an aerospace, defense, and security company, and we are doing quite a lot on ESG.
And just tell us, in broad terms, what you produce in your portfolio at Finmeccanica.
We have 4 main divisions. Helicopters, very well known as Augusta Westland, I'm sure. I hope that many of you fly on our helicopters. Aircraft, mainly fighter and trainers. So Eurofighter is one of our key products, and the 346 as a trainer is quite important. Then defense electronics, which is also quite relevant, mainly command and control and sensor, so infrared, radar, and command and control system. Cybersecurity is the fourth division. Then we have another division which is a problem, is where we produce fuselage for Boeing, ATR, and Airbus. Since people are flying less, we are quite happy that this kind of event are restarting in person, so people will use our aircraft. So it's a fifth division, which is a little bit problematic.
It wasn't problematic 2 years ago, but it is now.
Clearly, 2 years ago, we were producing 14 787 per month. Now we are producing 3. So, as you can imagine, is pretty different.
All right, Rodrigo. Rodrigo.
So it's a pleasure being here. My name is Rodrigo Tavares. I am a professor of sustainable finance in Portugal. And at the same time, I'm the founder and the CEO of the Granito Group, which is a financial services organization with a consulting arm, ESG consulting for financial players and for regulators globally, helping them to transition to a sustainable economy, to invest through ESG lenses. Then we have a second arm. We raise capital. We raise billions of dollars every year for ESG assets globally again. And then we have a think tank in our organization where we do all the intellectual work devoted to ESG.
All right. Now, would any of you like to take issue with anything that Farnham has said? Your perspectives, and anyone also in the audience, or maybe you all agree, which is fantastic.
Well, happy to
Please do.
Take a first step. So first, ESG in my mind, in our mind, boils to one simple thing: acting responsibly. I don't think any of us need to be signed up to the UN PRI charters or any of the Paris Accord and what have you, for someone to tell us what acting responsibly means. This is a principle which all of us as human beings and responsible individuals have, and that transcends through business, through governance, through our treatment of whether it's employees, our colleagues, our clients, our services. And that notion of acting responsibly is one that has been with us for centuries. And I think businesses in their own respective ways have acted responsibly. Now,
but the definition of responsibility is changing dramatically and very quickly. We can use the word, but the basis and the metrics for responsibility even a few years ago were very different to what they are now.
That is correct. So in the 70s, a very well-known economist, Milton Friedman, made his business doctrine, which was pretty much accepted, that management and companies' sole responsibility is to act to the best interest of its shareholders, maximize shareholder returns. This has been what for decades have been taught at business schools, and future business leaders have been taught that your responsibility as a business executive is that for your shareholders. Maximize returns, and then the shareholders can do whatever they want to do. It is terrific that that notion of responsibility transcends to the management and the business. Responsibility goes beyond the shareholders, beyond maximizing returns. And then you get into the other aspects of environmental, equity, diversity, and governance responsibilities which come in place. So I hope there's a new teaching, and I hope there's some new economists who will come up with this new notion of what is the right business doctrine that should go beyond what's for the best shareholder value maximization.
The British Academy has come up with a new definition under its Future of the Corporation project for the last 4 years, which builds on that, but I'll come back to that in a moment.
If I can say one word on this topic, because I think it's incredibly interesting what you just said. If we change the word return with the word value, I think that we have the right perspective, because you can create value only if you have a long-term perspective. We know perfectly that the value of a company is a return per a multiple, and the multiple is higher provided that your results are sustainable. And if you want to have sustainable results, you must have the recognition of your stakeholders as well. Because without employees that are committed to your company, you can't survive. If your customer don't have a long-term relation with you, you know perfectly that the churn rate of a customer reduces the company value. And that's the same. If you have a social environment that creates a negative or a negative regulation because you are not accepted as a citizen, clearly you cannot create value for your shareholders. So I think that the perspective, the long-term perspective is incredibly important. And when I was the CEO of UniCredit, which is a pretty large bank, we were always focused on the sustainability of our customers, because this is a risk management issue. And they are not if they are not sustainable, sooner or later they won't repay your debt, your credit, sorry, their debt. So I think it's really relevant to move from return to values and to have this idea that you can fulfill your main scope if you have a long-term perspective vis-à-vis all your stakeholders, and the shareholders are one of them.
Have you changed your definition of value? Because even NATO, which after all is the umbrella organization which flies a lot of your helicopters on behalf of sovereign states, they are making it clear that sustainability now has to be a central part of defense.
For sure, we are very focused on that. Just to give you an idea, 20% of my long-term incentive are related to ESG targets. We have just issued
Is that for your salary?
My long-term incentive.
But for you and your colleagues?
For you and for all the top management team.
And is that important as an incentive?
It's quite important. We have very specific targets in terms of environment, in terms of social people, in terms of governance. We are the leading company worldwide in Transparency International, for instance, in defense, which is very relevant. And we have just issued 2 credit lines to revolving credit facilities, which are ESG related. So we pay a lower spread, provided that we achieve our targets. So I think it's really relevant that we have a committee of the board which is focused on sustainability, innovation and sustainability. For us, the two things are very intertwined. So
but much of what you produce has traditionally been a pretty dirty kind of operation. I mean, helicopters are not clean to fly.
We are working a lot on, for instance, hybrid propulsion, in order to be allowed to switch off one of the 2 engines. We are working a lot on digital twins in order to design and to train people without flying, so we reduce dramatically the CO2 emission. So then clearly the scope 3 is a scope which is in the end of our customer, and again, we are working with them, and now also the defense is start to be focused on the scope 3, the carbon footprint they have, for instance, with fighters. So it's quite an interesting journey.
Laurie.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think this is kind of a precarious time to be navigating this topic, because you've got a lot of capital and a lot of clients that are desperately trying to express their ESG intentionality, however defined. You've got lots of capital going into green initiatives or other ESG-related programs. And part of the danger here is, how are we actually driving the long-term outcome that we're trying to achieve? Because if we actually just focus on divestment, or we just focus on green, we may be missing a huge opportunity to manage through the transition plan and to think about the various shades of brown energy that can actually contribute to the long-term ESG outcome. So a lot of what we're trying to focus on is, how do we engage with our portfolio companies, understand what their ESG intentions are, how are they affecting those, and how are they manifesting those in their outcomes. And then we've taken a very comprehensive process across all of our investment products, including our active products, to say, okay, how do you authentically express your investment thesis, but also understand that these ESG issues, they are material. They are going to actually be equally important to the traditional financial metrics in terms of the long-term trajectory of the client, or the company, risk or return profile. And then perhaps even more importantly, helping clients really understand this landscape, because it's very easy to be a bit whipsawed by your various stakeholders. Certainly in the US, we've had regulatory whipsaws, but you also have large groups of other stakeholders, including some of their constituents that they're trying to fund retirement plans for, that have their own idiosyncratic views of what ESG should be. So I think this kind of conversation, it can't be superficial. It has to be very nuanced, but ultimately we need the eyes on the prize, which is that we need to deliver long-term sustainable capital markets, and that means we'll have better investment outcomes alongside better ESG outcomes.
What is your audit at State Street then about where this is going? Do you agree with Farnham?
Well, I think it's ultimately going to be a conversation, hopefully we're not even having 10 years from now, because it becomes so intrinsic to everything that we're doing. And the enablers are a variety of things. First of all, having the data available to us in a consistent, reliable, comprehensive, and comparable format, because if you have different companies operating in different regimes, publishing different information at different points in time, it's garbage, and you can't make decisions around it. There does have to be some regulatory infrastructure, and I think one of the challenges that we're seeing, and I'd be curious how others are feeling about this, is that each individual geography is sort of on its own journey right now. And so if you're operating in a global world, trying to understand what the different taxonomies are, what compliance means, what reporting information is actually valuable, and oh, by the way, what's actually going to help with good, sound decision making, that's a critical area that we think needs to be navigated.
10 years, could it be done in 5 years? In other words,
yeah.
because the urgency on sustainability.
I just don't think 5 years is long, and I'm not sure 10 years is long enough, quite honestly. And I think one of the things that is just starting to be grappled with is the cost of the transition, right? We've seen a number of grandiose commitments. I applaud those. I think they're absolutely the right starting point. But now the hard work really begins of how are we going to get there? What's it going to cost? And who are going to bear those costs? Because these are not insignificant or immaterial types of issues.
To this very point, it might be interesting just to take an X-ray of the whole ESG market over the last 10 or 15 years in 30 seconds. So ESG is an acronym which was coined in 2004. And back in 2004, ESG was all about values and ethics and social responsible investment and principles. That is gone. We are in a transition moment right now where maybe 15 years ago, there was just nothing on ESG. There was a vacuum. There was absence of information. Right now, there is too much information. Too many reporting standards, too many ESG rating companies. Too many ESG rating companies. There are more than 100 ESG rating companies. There are more than 25 ways for companies to report their ESG work. There are maybe 40 or 50.
But your judgment is, and the word too many is excessive.
Absolutely. So we are gradually moving into a point which will arise fairly soon where we are not going to have tens, dozens, hundreds of reporting standards, of formats, of principles, of guidelines, of orientations, a cacophony of information, an alphabet soup of terminology. But soon we are heading towards uniformization, patterns. A good example of that is in Brazil, for example. Brazil, very soon, in the coming weeks, is going to be the first country in the world to come up with the first standard with rule-based requirements for a fund manager to declare his or her fund ESG. There is no other country in the world which has its own rule-based establishing law standard determining what a responsible or sustainable investment fund is. So we are clearly heading towards a place where we're going to have standardization, we're going to have patterns, we're going to have uniformization. Look at the ESG rating agencies, for example. We have more than 100. We can compare the number of ESG rating agencies with the credit worthiness agencies. Moody's Standards and Poor's and Fitch, they were created in 1860, 1909, 1913. But most of the ESG rating agencies, they are 1 year old, 2 years old, 5, 10 years old. So very soon, we're not going to have 100 ESG rating agencies, which is very difficult to handle for the companies. Maybe we're going to have 3 or 4 or 5, and that is enough.
Certainly the spirit of the conversation I led in the plenary hall 3 hours ago was one, particularly from the chief executive of the London Stock Exchange, was that standardization is where we've got to be on a number of these things, even if it's overwhelming.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that. The UK is leading, Brazil and Latin America is leading, Canada is leading, Singapore is leading, but not a lot of our countries are leading. And just to point to that very quickly, it's the whole definition of sustainable finance. Just for everyone to be on the same page, sustainable finance is like a Lego game. It's small ball. It's a toolbox. It's additional information beyond the financial information that you can just blend together, having different goals in mind. If you want to assess risk with more precision, you're going to be adding in ESG information. If you want to generate impact, you're going to be adding in additional information. If you want to unlock financial value, you are adding in ESG information. But the way you add in and blend ESG information with financial information, it does change. The techniques change, the mathematical modeling changes, and most of the market is not fully ready to integrate those techniques.
Let's pick up on something that Laurie said for both of you, particularly. And Gerard, do come in. Do you want to come in now? Because I just want to pick up on one issue of cost, raising costs. But come in immediately, Gerard.
Yes, I would like to speak one word about Saudi Arabia itself, because we are here, and later on Alula. Saudi Arabia, we are speaking about ESG criterion. Governance is important. Social inclusiveness is very important. And in environment, biodiversity, the resource preservation, but climate. Climate is at the top. And less than 1 week ago, a major decision has been taken in Saudi Arabia for the climate. It was in the Saudi Green Initiative. The Crown Prince has decided that Saudi Arabia would be carbon neutral in 2060. I can tell you that it's the most important decision of the last 2 years I've seen in the world. Why? Because it comes from the country which is the leading exporter of oil and the large exporter of gas in the world. And the trend over the last 5 years since the Paris Agreement and COP21 in Paris is extraordinary. And that's the best news for the planet, for Saudi Arabia, and also for the world. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, in Paris, I was involved in the negotiations of the Paris Agreement, and Saudi Arabia was among the last countries, government, to accept to sign. And today, this week, the Crown Prince announced that he accepts and he takes the commitment of Saudi Arabia to be carbon neutral in 2060. So that will have a tremendous impact because in all the decisions which will be taken within the kingdom, they will have to be consistent with this target. And that's the case for all the companies, all the cities, the ministerials, the projects. That will be the case also for the Alula project, which is one of so-called mega projects of Saudi Arabia.
I don't have the quote in front of me, but he did also say that there will be a significant future for hydrocarbons. He did also say there will be a significant future for hydrocarbons.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
KSA.
The track will be, of course, difficult to reach that target. But for a country like Saudi Arabia, taking that kind of commitment, public commitment, means that behind that, this requires a huge organization and a control method to be sure that each decision taken at each level in each actor in Saudi Arabia would be to be consistent with such a target, because each activity has an impact in emissions, and having the target to be neutral, of course, it's in 40 years, but to get that with the starting point that we know today needs an immediate action everywhere.
Thank you very much. Let me just pick up on what Laurie raised with Hazem and Alexander about the issue of cost, whether ESG is creating increased costs, whether therefore the contracts which are being signed and the prospects mean that entering into ESG carries a price as opposed to an advantage. What's your assessment at InvestCall?
So from the perspective of an investor, first of all, let's separate ESG in two parts. where we invest and how we conduct ourselves during that life of that investment. Is investing in ESG assets a lower return category than others? I'm not sure the answer is yet. Now, Harvard Business School in 2015 did this study. They said that businesses that follow ESG principles, they are on average 6% better performing than those that don't. I don't think there's data enough. I think that's a bit too premature.
What does better performing mean?
Well, it has to be tied to either margins, top-line growth, if it's an investment, the ultimate return on those assets. I don't think they need to be, it shouldn't be a binary formula that if I don't do the ESG principles, I'm going to make more money. I don't think that's the case. Unless you want to go in the cocaine trade, and obviously you make more money without any ESG performing. ESG is a principle. It's a principle which you have to believe in, first and foremost, in terms of how you conduct yourself, whether throughout the life of the investment, what actions you take or you don't take. Okay? And in that respect, if you take it as a principle, it's very difficult to say, well, it's cheaper if I don't embrace those ESG principles. I don't think it's an alternative. It's the same way. We as business owners or investors, there are certain laws and principles we follow. Okay, we can decide to break the laws, and obviously we may make more returns. However, I don't think that is the case. So I think it's a fallacy to look at ESG as a cost item. ESG, in my mind and in our mind, it is a way of conducting ourselves, and that is just how it should be. If that means that will yield lower returns, so be it. I'll give you one example. We owned an Italian vending machine business. It was a difficult investment. We sold it at a loss, and we got some proceeds from the exit. We made the unilateral decision to give half of our proceeds back to the business for the simple reason that cash infusion would have saved the jobs of 60 employees. 60 employees means 60 families. 60 families in Italy most likely means 200 individuals. Do I feel good sleeping at night? 100%. Did we generate a lower return because of that action? Absolutely we did. But I guarantee you, that sole action have sent the right message within our organization, within our investors. This is how we conduct ourselves.
Alessandro, what about the issue of cost, which Laurie has raised? Does ESG carry a cost, both in development, research, and the kind of things you've already described, which Leonardo is doing?
First of all, as I said, we put the sustainability function with the innovation function. So we are managing the two things together, which is incredibly relevant if we talk, for instance, of a new hybrid helicopter, which clearly on which we have to invest, but can have a significant impact in terms of our positioning in the market. But we talk of the other two dimensions of ESG, social and governance. What is the price of reputation? In my opinion, is infinite. Because if you lose your reputation, you lose a company. So to have the right governance is really a key element in order to be sustainable in the long term. Or the social elements, people management. We are investing in products that will fly maybe in 2035. If we don't have the right know-how within the company, if we don't invest properly in the future of our population, internal population, we will lose a company.
But we have to assume that your clients are largely sovereign governments who have money from taxpayers.
It's not true, because today, luckily enough, since we are also taxpayer, the government are more and more efficient in the way they buy defense products.
But are they prepared to pay, and I'm speculating here, a premium for recognition of ESG compliance?
I think it's not a matter of premium. You don't work with them if you are not with a certain framework, because the reputational issue, for instance, so to be the world leader in Transparency International, to be the world leader in Dow Jones Sustainability, for us, is a good identity card in order to be here, for instance.
It's good for the brand. Laurie, what's your response to that?
Yeah, look, I think I agree with many of the things that everybody has said around the table here. I think the a couple points that I would make is this is a truly global construct. So it's one in which all the actors, regulators, investors, businesses, consumers have to play a part. And it is going to cost money for us to get to a greener future. There's no mistake about that. And so the question is, how do we do that? Well,
but are you suggesting there's resentment at that?
I think there is a resentment of that. I think, first of all, there are a lot of people putting their heads in the sands and saying that somebody else is going to pay for it. Government's going to fly in and pay for it. Well, we're all going to have to bear the cost in one way or another, but it's the right thing to do because I do also agree that over the long term, this will create value for society, will create value for investors. But how do you think about countries like India, for example, that perhaps are going through their own economic surge? They're going to be, by definition, consuming more energy. Today, if they are left to the current trajectory, it would be largely coal. That is one of the brownest revenue sources that we have available to us. So how are we as society going to support countries? And I'm not trying to pick on India. You could talk about Germany, who's also very highly dependent on coal. You could talk about parts of the United States. My father was a coal miner. So there are lots of things that we have to come together around and recognize there are going to be some short-term costs. Now, how they're paid for through investors or through governments or through some other transmission mechanism remains to be seen. But that's the part that we have not yet tackled holistically.
All right.
Can I
could I just, Alessandro, does anyone want to come in? Because we can we get the microphone? I'm going to come to you, but we'll get the microphone here, please. Stay where you are. Who's got the microphone? And here, please. Who's got the microphone? One here. I'll come to you in a moment, and one here. Thank you. Alessandro.
No, I would like to add one thing. For instance, one of our key customers, the Pentagon, won't buy anymore after a certain date anything that doesn't have the digital twin. So because they want to be sure that they can put the hand in the aircraft also without having the physical aircraft. So to invest in digitalization is key for us, and we know that digitalization will bring a lower cost for industrialization.
But you've been doing that for decades.
So will be really a key element also in order to reduce the CO2 impact and everything else. So this is the reason why we are always considering our investment in relation to the impact they have on the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 targets. And we are combining a system of co-benefit, the benefit for us and the benefit for the SDG per se. So with all the sub-targets as they have. I think this is quite an interesting way of working within a company because this changes the culture of the company. And so you don't talk anymore of cost, you talk of innovation, which is key in order to survive.
There is a recurrent question, which is, as an investor, by incorporating this additional ESG data into traditional investment decision-making, will I compromise, sacrifice on my financial performance or not? So this question emerges every now and then. I can try to answer as a professor of sustainable finance. There are two ways of answering that question. Number one, there is no such a binary answer. It's not yes or it's not no.
To cost.
Whether there is a correlation between more sustainable companies and better performing companies. It depends on the asset class, depends on the industry, depends on geography. It depends on whether the E, the S, or the G is more material to the financial performance. It just depends. However, if we look at different metrics and different studies, and there is one which is very relevant, which is very recent as well, at New York University, together with Rockefeller Asset Management, what they basically did was, let's not cherry pick 1, 2, or 3 studies, let's bring all of them together, and they surveyed over 1,100 different studies on this very topic. They concluded that 59% of those research papers indicated that yes, there is a positive correlation between more sustainable companies and better performing companies. And only 14% of those studies concluded that that correlation was not palpable. And all the other studies realized that it was actually not possible to establish a direct correlation. So as a professor of sustainable finance, I would say that there is a growing trend, mathematical trend, to believe that yes, depending on certain criteria, there is a positive correlation, eventually even a causation between more sustainable companies, better performing companies.
Good. Right. Let me get 2 comments here. And Farnham, I'd like to come to you at the end. We've got about 10 minutes to run on this section, and then we're going to do a hot switch and keep the conversation going. Please, introduce yourself.
My name is Amancio Torres. I'm Portuguese like Rodrigo, so I'm very happy to see you here in the stage. I run a company here in the Middle East, and we are intrinsically, we implement ourselves ESG practices, and also we promote this, and you promote this to our customers.
Keep the microphone a bit closer to you, because
So my question is, I'm back to the performance, sustainable, cost, non-cost. My question is, do you think that if you implement a positive discrimination in the tendering, public and private sector, to award the companies are more ESG-oriented than others, can help to reduce the time frame to become a global society concerned about ESG?
All right, thank you. It's quite difficult to hear, not just you, but probably everybody, so bear with us. Did anyone pick that up? Did everyone pick that up?
I think what I heard, and correct me please, is there are a couple of threads here. One is this issue of, is ESG better investing, but also this issue of the kind of global construct. Is that fair?
No, we don't hear anything.
Right.
I bid for a project here in the country, like other companies, my competition. I'm an ESG player. Should be an award in my punctuation, my score when I tender, because I'm ESG, others are not. Is what I call positive discrimination. Because I have my practice. Can I be score more than others because of that or not?
All right.
Yeah. So I think I got most of that. So I think a couple things that I would opine on. I'm sure my colleagues will have other things to say. First of all, it is true, and we heard the studies cited, and we've done some of our own research, that companies that are better managed from an ESG standpoint do better, right? That they have a better understanding of their ESG footprint, they manage their ESG exposures better, they're less susceptible to crisis situations, and thereby they command a premium. So I agree with that totally. I think the question then becomes, based on what the project is, based on the assessment of the, who all is sort of bearing the cost or bearing the benefits of that project, whether it actually factors into a premium or a discount, I think it's still quite idiosyncratic. But the more we get to standardization around what does it mean to act responsibly, what does it mean to think about the downstream impacts, not just through financial terms, but through other terms, and have ways to price those outcomes, I think that will get to even more favorability around ESG personally.
Any other view here? Otherwise, I'll go here. You got the microphone?
Thank you. So my name is Walid Alska from Rebalance.Earth. The last decades, we've seen how innovative startups from Google, from Uber, and so on have truly transformed society. And in response, enterprises have created their own innovation labs. Isn't it time that we have ESG innovation labs in enterprises to engage the army of startups that are trying to make a difference? Thank you.
ESG innovation labs. Hazem.
Well, I hope first and foremost that all academic institutions, who are the young generation of leaders, get their education. They need to be the first embracers of ESG, of how to be acting responsibly. The young generation. I mean, first of all, great on the young generation. I think they are the ones who have put this topic front and center on every government's agenda. That is terrific. But now it is the educational, the academic institutions that needs to be embraced full on. And hopefully we'll have that generation. As for an ESG incubation, from my perspective, I don't think it's it's not a startup concept, but it is more working with existing businesses how to be let's call it a workshop of how to be able to take that business from where it is today. And usually businesses have their own challenges, and it's great to say, let's all not fly and let's all, kind of forge our carbon neutral. But the reality on the ground is many businesses can't. And perhaps through the use of technological innovation, through the use of best practices across the world, these workshops can work with small, medium-sized businesses, how they can be ESG, they can start their ESG journey using a lot of the best practices that perhaps they don't see or they don't be. It's a great concept. We put our hand up and say we'd love to be kind of an advocate or kind of starting that workshop, at least here in the Middle East, and I hope it's one which could evolve.
You're representing academia here. Give us a quick assessment of whether that's doable, because of course part of the problem is actually business schools now these days. They are not moving fast enough for this new reality.
So median business schools, 5 or 6 years ago, there were maybe 50 pieces of information on ESG globally on an annual basis. Right now, there is maybe 300 pieces of news daily related to ESG. Business schools, all major business schools in the US, they have anything between 10 and 20 courses dedicated to ESG. 5, 6, 7 years ago, only maybe 1 or 2, the same in Europe. However, the students are demanding for a lot of information, and the students have realized that they don't want to be ESG experts. They don't want to be the ESG analyst. They don't want to be the person who crystallizes and monopolizes the ESG information within an organization. Because ESG techniques, ESG knowledge, ESG methodologies are going to be diluted across the organization. The head of human resources, he or she will have an ESG component embedded into his or her work. The head of finance, the CEO, the head of operations, the head of compliance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's where the world is going, is heading towards, and the business schools are preparing traditional financial players to a world where ESG is just so ingrained, so embedded, so mainstream that we're going to stop talking about ESG.
I also just want to jump in here because I think we have to appreciate the role that other actors can play. I mean, look at what, again, Saudi Arabia just announced with 2060. I mean, what a catalytic moment. And to have that kind of sponsorship around net zero is quite differently powerful from having the academic.
Farnham, your reflection after this section of the conversation.
I mean, I think we started by talking about the fact that ESG is, you know, a huge conversation topic right now, and that it's been, you know, mentioned by so many different panels, even here just at this conference. And I've been in sustainable finance now for over a decade, and I think we constantly are talking about the mainstreaming of sustainable finance. And we might be there, as you mentioned, in terms of the amount of information now that is coming out about ESG, but I think you issued a really helpful challenge, which is, can we get there in 5 years or in 10 years where all finance just integrates ESG and we're not talking about this as a separate component?
Is that achievable?
I think so.
Anything else from what we've heard, particularly on cost?
I mean, I think the academic studies that have been cited today are you know, up for debate. I think from my perspective, a lot of it comes back to when we're talking about ESG, what are we talking about? And a lot of the studies that you mentioned, the differentiation comes from, you know, which ESG factor is being identified as the one that might be correlated with growth. But I can point to the part of the market that I know best, which is the debt capital markets, where you are now seeing a very clear, what we call awkwardly, greenium for companies that are financing sustainable projects. And I think that points to the fact that it doesn't have to be a cost, that it can be a benefit.
Okay. Does anyone else want to come in quickly? Anyone who's struggling with ESG? Anyone who's working for a company or an organization which is struggling with ESG and you'd like to share it with us? You're among friends here. Gerard, do you want to come in at all? Mm-hmm. Anything more?
No, not struggling ESG. I've been struggling for ESG for many years, for decades, when I was in the energy sector. One word on cost, because you had not asked me on cost. Of course, we are all convinced that in the long run, ESG has not a cost, but it's been lots of benefits compared to the situation where we were not compliant with the ESG criteria. But let's take, for example, in my sector, energy, what happened on the renewables? 10 years ago, the solar panels had generated a cost per megawatt hour of between 100 and 200 US dollar per megawatt hour. So it had a cost. At this time, it had a huge cost. And without the subsidies given by government, the technology would not have started. The government have subsidized the technology, the costs have progressively declined. And today you have, for example, in this country, some solar farms of 1,000 megawatt, big ones, cost 1 billion. They generate a cost between 15 and 20. So dramatic drop in cost. So in that case, the ESG, the E for the environment, protection of the environment and reduction of carbon by the use of this technology has generated not a cost, but a saving, a huge saving in the cost of energy.
Okay, got 2 or 3 minutes. Laurie, I wonder if you'd like to put up any big challenge which is going to be confronted on ESG. Think about that. Because, Alessandro, I'd like to come to you. I used to be a defense correspondent, and I think about the kind of dirtiness of aviation, and particularly military aviation. And now the real domestic parliamentary pressure in many governments, not every government, about cleaning up even airfields and military airfields, civilian airfields, and you're producing civilian aircraft as well, as you mentioned, the body going down from 14 to 3. Help us understand in your particular area of aerospace, where you think ESG could force the sector. Because at the moment, it's worried about liquidity and whether planes can keep flying because of passengers and so on. But what we're seeing is a significant pressure. John Kerry was here 2 days ago, sort of saying essentially many people are going to have to stop thinking about doing what they normally like to do, which is fly. Now, if you're creating essentially a war machine or a military machine or a security machine, there are certain imperatives. But on the other hand, if there is an E and an S implication, which is around airfields, for example, that the kerosene coming from the aircraft has to be cleaner. They shouldn't be revving up their engines, and the heavy lift aircraft, which tend to produce a lot of odors and a lot of smoke. Do you see where I'm going? That could it be that your sector, and I'm only asking you because you're here, could it be that your sector is going to face significant ESG pressures, which even you at the moment are not confronting?
We are already facing a significant pressure, mainly on the commercial side, which is clearly the largest one in terms of pollution. So we are working on in different directions. The first one is sustainable aviation fuel. To change the fuel we will utilize on commercial aircraft. There is a significant project in Europe mainly, is called CESAR 2020, which is focused on innovation on aircraft in order to reduce the consumption of any fuel you are utilizing. And the third one is on the way we fly in the air, because we know that aircraft are not going directly from one place to another because of many reasons, mainly security reasons. In Europe, there is a significant project in order to have straightforward flights. We can reduce pollution up to 30%, so it's a lot. So there are different areas on which we are working, clearly. And last but not least, sooner or later we will fly slower than now, because to fly at 900 kilometers and to fly at 600 kilometers makes a huge difference in terms of pollution.
And of course,
it's not necessary to fly so fast.
Your adversaries don't worry about ESG when they're building their aircraft.
This is clearly very important. As I said, digitalization is incredibly important in order to reduce the consumption, which is the main reason. Then we will have hydrogen coming soon. We are working on hybrid. The turboprop, the ATR that we produce will be one of the first user of hybrid propulsion, so we reduce the consumption during the takeoff, which is one of the moments in which you have the highest consumption.
Thank you.
So it's a way to work.
Laurie, one big challenge which you'd like to lay down.
Look, I think one of the biggest things is how do we have a framework for ESG that's analogous to what we have around financial data? So how do we have consistent metrics that are reported by companies or other actors in the space? Because then we can do quality research. We can have evidence-based and research-based ways to look at the outcomes we're going to be driving. So to me, it would be get that alignment and employ those kinds of techniques that we've long deployed in the financial sector to help us solve this problem.
Okay, you're nodding.
I totally agree, and I think that initiative will be announced very soon, IFRS. IFRS is the organization responsible for financial accounting. We have been using that methodology for many years now, and in the coming weeks, IFRS will announce that we'll broaden the scope and we'll start standardizing ESG metrics as well.
Well, look, thank you all very much indeed. We've got half an hour to run. What I'd like to do is just repeat my thanks and say, do stay around if you'd like to, but what I'd like to do is do a hot switch. Farnham, if you'd like to stay, if you can, please do. Thank you all very much indeed. Let me invite, please, Abdulaziz, Candice Brenet, and Amanda Pullinger onto the platform. Thank you very much indeed. What we're going to do now is talk about ESG across the value chain and the kind of changes that there have to be. Is there anything, Farnham, you'd like to add about the value chain to what you said earlier? Because
yeah, I think it's really interesting. There's been a huge amount of focus over the course of the past couple of years on the largest companies in the world through the Institutional Investors Group on climate change, on implementing net zero commitments at large companies. But we really do have to get SMEs in place as well. And a huge amount of that comes through companies' supply chains. So 70% of the average company's emissions will come through their Scope 3 emissions, including
70%?
70%.
Okay.
And so whilst it's fantastic to see so many companies taking responsibility for getting to net zero on Scope 1 and 2, the conversation around Scope 3 has become increasingly prominent as well. So I think this is a very timely discussion, and I'm looking forward to hearing everyone's comments.
Good. And the good thing is there are more women on the platform than men, which is an important statement. Candice, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Candice Brenet from Ardian.
Just say again, can you?
Sorry?
It was a bit low, the volume. Say again.
Okay. Hello, I am Candice Brenet from Ardian. I joined in 2008. Ardian is a private investment firm who manages and advises 120 billion of assets under management in private equity, infrastructure, real estate, and private debt. And since I joined in 2008, I have been developing and leading our sustainability program across all our activities.
Amanda.
I'm
sorry I couldn't see you earlier.
No problem. I'm Amanda Pullinger. I'm the CEO of 100 Women in Finance, which is a global association of professionals, women and men in the finance industry across the world. We don't have a location in Saudi yet, but part of my job today is to encourage women and men in the industry here to become part of what we're doing. And our mission is to empower women in the industry and then to inspire the next generation of pre-career young women to come in. And actually, ESG investing has a big part to play in encouraging those young women to come into the industry.
Abdulaziz.
Yeah, Abdulaziz Al-Harbi. I am the CEO of Ma'aden. Ma'aden is a champion of mining in Saudi Arabia. It's a young company relatively and growing very fast during the last 10 to 13 years. And currently we are producing gold and copper and aluminium, and we are probably number 2 exporter of phosphate fertilizer. And we are looking to ambitious future expansion in our production and our portfolio of the metal.
Now, this is quite difficult, but I'm sorry we've had to divide this in two. But that's the way it's all set up, and we had a discussion beforehand about whether you should all come on the platform, and it was decided it was going to be too busy. So that's why you're here. Any reflections on what you've been hearing so far in the last 45 minutes? Do you agree with it all?
You mean reflection in the previous one?
What we heard in the last 45 minutes.
Yes, and I probably have a chance to hear this, because in our place there we cannot hear the voice, but I'm seeing really great challenges in the future, specifically on the target which we are putting now. And I think, and I do believe personally, that the target which been announced during the last probably 5 years is still not enough to meet Paris agreement. And I agree that there is a lot of challenges from all aspects, specifically in the transition period. So there is a transition period which we need really to focus in the challenges during this period. And I will take the operational challenges. We have challenges in decommissioning the old processes and put a new processes which is more efficient and less CO2 equivalent emission. And also we need to look to a new technology which is a breakthrough technology, changing the way we are processing our metals and also the way we are extracting. And this is one of the major operational changes in the future.
Is it a scale of transition you wouldn't have imagined 3 or 4 years ago because of the ESG principles you've now got to respect?
I think we need really to look to the target, which we need really to do in the climate change, and build all our strategy to achieve this target. Sometimes you find a lot of figures which is not very well being developed. People doesn't know what's technology going to take them there, doesn't know how they are going to finance this, and this is really a very important thing.
How much do you think your staff, the people who work for you, are actually conscious of the ESG principles?
There is a growing awareness across our communities, across our people.
Is it just a polite awareness, or is it actually a more deep-seated awareness? In other words, this is going to affect the way we work.
I think this is one of the challenges. I think what we need as leader of the industry to spend more in training and educating and make sure that our executive and our manager and our leaders understand what's needed from them. The ESG is very touching issue, and it's all about our children and grandchildren, and we need really to make sure that we touch the what's in it for me in all our organization.
Candice, I'll come to both of you now. What are your reflections, given that you are Managing Director, Head of Sustainability and Digital Transformation? What is the effect? How are you implementing this in Ardian?
It has been growing and growing over time. We've started already more than a decade ago, taking a very holistic approach to ESG, considering all aspects of environment, social governance in every aspect of our business.
But was it at the heart of the company's policy making 10 years ago?
Yeah, we've started from the profit sharing with the idea that shared efforts should be rewarded. It's that we wanted to engage all the people involved in the success of our operations to benefit from it, also from a financial perspective. And starting from there, we've built an extensive program with the idea that we should work on ESG across the full value chain of our investments. So obviously it's a huge amount of work with a certain amount of difficulties, as mentioned by Abdulaziz. ESG is about changes in habits, in behaviors, so it requires time, education, but over the last couple of years, I think we've really seen an acceleration globally in the society, but also in the private investment industry, and we can see that also at Ardian, with the young generation putting a lot of pressure in addition to the pressure.
You're feeling that, are you?
Yeah, clearly. It is an additional driver to the pressure that we got from our LPs for a decade, and it's a very welcome pressure, I would say.
Tell me, just describe to us what it's like inside your company, that kind of pressure. How does it manifest itself? How do voices get heard? And how are they received? And what kind of system do you have for embracing it rather than just pushing it to one side?
We've built a team, dedicated ESG team, who works very closely with our investment teams to make sure that ESG is incorporated all along the investment cycle, from sourcing opportunities to the investment decision, and then obviously a lot of work is done during the ownership period. You know, we are a long-term active investor, and that's where we can do a lot of work with our teams, with our investment teams, I mean, and that's very much important that they are directly involved in the changes that we want to drive with the portfolio companies. So we work with the portfolio companies directly, but we need our deal teams to be on board, and we're very happy to see that happening more and more.
Can you pick up that point that Laurie raised in the last half about cost? About whether it's actually a cost which is unwelcome or it's a cost which is producing better margins, better work, better commitment, all round a much improved company?
I think it's all about the time horizon. On the short term, it can be cost, obviously, but on the long term, as it was said, I think it's really about benefits. And we have strong evidence.
You see it as a benefit?
Yeah, we have strong evidence in our portfolio, in our direct investments. For example, during the COVID crisis, we could see that companies with low or no impact by the COVID were also the top performers in ESG. We have also seen at exit that our ESG champions have IRR above 25%, and we see the same correlation in our fund-of-fund business. So I think that's not a coincidence.
Okay, well, Amanda, pick this up, can you, of where you're seeing it? I'm sorry we didn't have a chance to talk previously about how this applies to what you're running.
So I guess, you know, I've heard a lot of the discussions around the frameworks, about the policies, procedures, the pressure on firms. I want to bring in a human element here. So the slogan for this conference is investing in humanity. I would argue that actually, if we're really going to achieve what we need to achieve, we have to be investing through humanity. And I mean all of humanity. So it's not just about those that are at the table today. We need to actually be deliberate. If we're trying to meet very aggressive goals, if we're trying to solve for a complex problem, we need diversity at the table. We need more, whether that's gender diversity, whether that's ethnic diversity, we need multiple voices at the table for two reasons. One is that diversity of thinking brings new opportunities that we wouldn't have imagined out in our own experience. And I think that's going to be critical for solving some of these big issues like climate change. We need a lot more voices at the table. I also think that more voices at the table who've come from different experiences, different backgrounds, different gender, can also bring some really valuable pointers around risk management. If we're all sitting around the table and we've all come from a similar background with similar perceptions of risk, we're going to have blind spots. And I think this is part of the issue. If we look back to the financial crisis, a lot of the issues are there weren't enough people around the table
who were questioning what was going on, who had a different perspective. So what I want to bring into the conversation is the fact that in order to create change of any kind, particularly global change, we need to make sure that we are including everybody in the conversation. And that's not just the investors, although clearly we need more women who are in the investment side because they do bring a different perspective. But equally, we need more diverse individuals on the supply side. So I'll give you an example. I had a really interesting meeting on Monday in Dubai with two women who are running a startup business investing in women-owned businesses that are focused on desert tech, agricultural technology, environmental technology, specifically for the Middle East. Now, I'm not saying women do this any better than men, but the fact that these women are trying to find other women out there who can provide solutions, I believe is critical to how we create solutions that are not just inclusive for the sake of it, but actually additive to the whole process. So I think we need to be thinking in very human terms, and we hear a lot about the E, but I believe to get to ESG, you've got to focus on the S and the G. It's harder, because E is this wonderful, wonderful kind of nebulous concept of our climate. When you get into S and G, now you've got to start changing human behavior. And that becomes much more difficult, clearly much more difficult for governments to do, but also as human beings, much more difficult because we're going to have to go outside of our comfort zone. So I have a lot to say about the human element of it. There's one other thing that I want to say, and that is that I think that creating change, I do believe that creating change is a human-to-human interaction. And there's an interesting study that I have with me that, so in September 2021, it was a Stanford UPenn study called The Impact of Impact Investing. And they looked at whether or not divesting had the same impact as engaging. And what they found was that divesting has very little impact in terms of environmental sustainability. Because essentially, if you're selling a stock, you're basically passing that stock on to another investor. You're not necessarily directly having a conversation with an organization about what they're doing. Whereas if you're engaging, if you're having the conversation about what are you doing as management to create a more sustainable environment, now you're having a direct impact. And I'll quote from the study where they say, our results suggest that to have impact, instead of divesting, socially conscious investors should invest and exercise their rights to control to change corporate policy. Well, actually what you're doing is changing human mindsets in those companies.
Let me ask you about the table. You mentioned the table 2 or 3 times, and thinking of what we've been hearing from your company. How do you define the table then? It's like defining the box out of the box. I ask that because many employees find it still difficult to get to any kind of table because they are relegated. They're just not in a circle at the C-suite or whatever. Mm-hmm. What are you talking about at the table? In other words, creating a kind of some kind of forum which is permanently 24/7 available for discussing all of this?
The first step, I think, is in creating visibility. So in my case, I'm running an organization that's about empowering women. There are actually plenty of women out there who could be at the table, who have the skills. Many of them aren't visible. Mm-hmm. So if we talk about female investors, the perception amongst many investors is we want to find diverse talent to invest in, but we don't know how to find them. So what we're saying is come to us. So on our website, we have the faces of 500 female fund managers across private equity, real estate, VC, hedge funds, long-only mutual funds. And so when investors come to us now, we say, here they are. Here are people who can sit at the table, who are qualified. But equally to women, our message is, you have got to be visible. Unfortunately, we live in a world where we talk about performance, right? We talk about working hard and that's going to get you ahead. The reality is finance is a relationship business. And unless those investors know who you are, they're not going to know to add you to the table. And so I think visibility is the first step. And in fact, over this past today, I've had a number of conversations at lunch about how many women are in senior roles in Saudi. Well, guess what? The rest of the world doesn't see that. I suspect Saudi doesn't even see it. We're exploring Africa as a potential set of new locations. You go to Nigeria, there are a lot of women in CEO and chair roles in the finance industry in Nigeria. Who knew? Because those women aren't visible to the rest of the world. So I think the first step is to overcome this notion that there aren't diverse voices to be had at the table. That's really the first step.
You'll be delighted to know I was at the G20 Women's Forum in Milan last week, listening to this kind of discussion, and I was very impressed with the speed at which things are moving, including from Lubna Olayan, who's been here. She was chairing something yesterday, who was saying very publicly, and I'm going to probably get these statistics wrong because I'm not looking at my notes, that the percentage of women here has now gone up significantly in positions of responsibility, but it's not kind of known. In fact, when I was last here, I was chairing the governor of the central bank, who's a woman. Now, what's your reaction to all of this, Abdulaziz?
Yeah,
because you're in a heavy industry.
Yes. Let me first start with the first comments that
because we need to focus this on ESG, remember?
Yes, yes. First of all, we need really to have diversity in this table. So we need another man to be with us. So I agree 100% that the S&G is all about behavior of people, and change management will play a big role there. And I think what we have done in Ma'aden, and basically in Ma'aden is working in a remote area, and those remote area usually is not as rich as the economical corridor, Jeddah, Riyadh, Dammam. So we try really to engage and help and empower the community where we are working. And we have a lot of program where we take the student at zero-based. We're not really looking for a brilliant student. We are looking for people which we help them to be a brilliant, and they don't have an opportunity to go to the university.
But have you embedded, what we heard from Candice, for example, have you embedded that kind of attitude,
yes,
diversity?
Yes, we do. We started specifically in women, and the diversity we started last year, and we are progressing very well, and we will reach within next 10 years the average of the industry norm, which is 20% to 30%. And I do believe in the future, in the near future, we will have much more opportunity to women to be working with us because of automation, high technology, new skills, which doesn't need really muscles and hard working. So I'm expecting that the mining also will be followed when it's come to technology.
Okay. Let me just ask, does anyone want to come in? I said this right at the beginning, but if anyone would like to come in from the floor, I'm sorry I've got my back to some of you, but put up your hand, please, and help me if you see a hand go up, and then I can get the microphone there. Let me put one thing to you. I'm sitting here thinking how much ESG washing is going on, to use greenwashing, and other washings that there. Do you fear that that is the case? Do you see a degree of talk about ESG which is not reflected in the reality of what's being done?
Clearly, there is a lot of noise in the market currently, but I'm still optimistic because I've seen the interest growing from everywhere. And we have also a strong push from regulators, which at some point increase constraints on the industry players, but which will bring, I think, a lot of clarity around what is ESG and what we can expect from investors also across the value chain. I think the fact that we have this panel today is also a strong sign that ESG is not only about overarching strategy, about wishful thinking, it's also about very concrete stuff that we can make within companies. And in such a forum, I think it's also a strong signal that there is a common willingness to really accelerate the changes. So yes, there is noise, but there is also a lot of energy, very good energy, I think.
Fine, I'll come to you on this.
Yeah.
What do you think about?
So clearly there are, clearly it's the trend du jour, right? Particularly the environmental side of it. And clearly there is a lot of talk. But I'm somebody who believes that let's have a conversation about this, right?
Is it moving in the right direction?
So I think it is right. I think it is moving in the right direction. And I think a lot of the pressure, so, you've kind of got the carrot and the stick, and I see the government and regulation as being the stick, right? But the carrot is institutional investors who I think increasingly, because of their stakeholders, are wanting to create real meaningful change. It's going to be the money that really moves things at the end of the day. And so when institutional investors come out and say, we expect certain change, that whole engagement that I talked about, we expect changes in these areas, and if we don't see it, we will pull the money and go somewhere else. At the end of the day, this is going to be partly human behavior, partly pressure put on from institutional investors.
Well,
and frankly, I'd much rather an institutional investor is putting that pressure on than someone else.
I think what has changed also drastically around the last years is that a lot of companies understood that there is a question of resilience for them to really embed ESG at the core of their business, because it's a good way to mitigate risk in the supply chain, for example, as we could see during the pandemic. But it's also a very strong level to attract, retain, and grow your talents, which is an increasing concern for lots of companies. And obviously, a lot of investment opportunities have arisen in the ESG space. So I think the push is also now coming from companies.
One of the things that I think has come out in many conversations, not just here today, is ultimately this is about money. And if you've got executives who are incentivized with bonuses based on this kind of thing and KPIs, then that is going to produce a significant change because it becomes a significant part of their annual targets. You're nodding.
Yes, and I think all of us on the executive have a target in ESG. And I have heard so many discussion about what's going on in ESG, and I'm really concerned about the criteria and the management and KPI when it's come to ESG. Everybody having different things, and some of them are not very effective. So still we are iterating and trying really to make sure that we will come to a very clear, detailed KPIs for our organization. Basically, I think we need really to have a very strong change management into our organization in order to make sure that we will achieve this. And when it's come to environment is not an easy, because what I do believe that if we want to achieve the target of Paris Agreement, we need to change the way and we need to change the technology which we are doing today.
All right. We're almost out of time, as you can see on the clock. I'd like to come to you, Farnham. Remember, we've been talking about ESG now for an hour and 3/4. There aren't many conferences where you'd have one session about ESG lasting an hour and 3/4 with 9 panelists, 10 panelists. Farnham, your final thought, if I can.
Well, I think that was a focus on outcomes that you mentioned, which is really important. And you mentioned that the focus has to be on money and incentives. I mean, there are a lot of financial products out there now that are incentivizing.
Do you agree with that principle?
Absolutely, but I don't think it just comes through executive compensation. I think it comes through lending facilities that include diversity targets. I think it comes through companies using their supply chains in a way to incentivize suppliers that are incorporating ESG principles. So I think we have to look across the system and measure the outcomes that we're looking for from ESG perspective. So the concerns around greenwashing really come from a movement away from outcomes. And as long as we stay focused on outcomes, I think that we'll get to the goals of the Paris Agreement and the UN Sustainable Development
Do you fear the possibility or the inevitability of ESG washing?
I think there's certainly ESG washing present today. And I think that's why there's been this focus in everyone's comments on standardization and outcomes.
Good. Well, look, thank you all very much indeed. And thank you as well, those of you who've been with us for an hour and 3/4. I found it enriching, so thank you very much indeed. Let's hope that if we're invited back next year, we can report even more improvement and more advancing on this critical issue. Because my very strong view, not just because of COP26 next week, is that there's a momentum, there's an accelerator, and it's moving very quickly. And those who sit waiting for it to come to them are going to be lost. So thank you very much indeed. And thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay. Are we ready to go? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Josette Sharon, and I'm really pleased to be with you here today. Our topic for this next 45 minutes is Seeds of Tomorrow, Investing in Food Security. This year, the Future Investment Initiative theme is Challenges of Our Time, Why We Must Invest in Humanity. Humanity, of course, is not something out there. It's all of us. And I think we were all humbled during this COVID pandemic, understanding these challenges know no borders, no religious or racial borders, and no income boundaries. We're all in it together, never more so than with food. We all need to eat. All of our children need nutritious food, particularly from the time of conception through 2 years old and through their lives. A year ago, the organization that I led, the World Food Program, was awarded the Nobel Prize, recognizing the importance of food to the future of humanity, but also as a call to action. And we know that with COVID, we have 270 million people in the world today marching toward starvation. So I'm going to involve the audience for a moment here, and I'd ask each of you to take a moment of reflection. Hunger is a nearly universal experience. And I would just like if you would raise your hand if you have ever in your life experienced the phenomenon of not having enough to eat. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's shared throughout history. Now think of your parents. Do you remember ever hearing a story of them not having enough to eat? And now think of your grandparents.
Oh, sure.
And raise your hands if you've ever heard a story in those 3 generations. Sure. It's pretty universal. And during the 2008 food crisis, where the price of food doubled overnight, we learned that people have only a few solutions if they're facing starvation. They can revolt, they can migrate, or they can die. I think we need a plan B, and that's what this panel is about. The crazy thing is there's enough kilocalories to feed every person in the world, 2,100 a day calories. And I use crazy because this is the most solvable problem in the world today. And so today we have 4 solution revolutionaries here on the panel, all tackling a different piece of this. I think you'll leave as inspired as I've been looking at their backgrounds and what they're doing in the world. And we'll talk about not only the crisis in supply, but the crisis in access and affordability of food and how we can change the game. One rule of our panel is we don't want to focus on the problem, we want to move it ahead, move beyond it, and that's why I did the broad view of the challenge we have. We're going to begin with His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Al-Walid bin Talal Al Saud. He is the founder and CEO of KBW Ventures. He's a pioneering global venture capitalist with a long focus on food, technology, and agri-tech. He's invested in transformational solutions in protein production and how we will feed the world. We're so pleased to have you, Prince Khalid, and I'd love to hear about why you're focused on protein and how you make your decisions on where to direct your investment.
Sure. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu ala rasulillah. Thank you very much for having me. Please call me Khalid. One of the most important things that I noticed prior to investing in the plant-based protein as well as the cellular agriculture industry was the sheer amount of crops that were being produced to feed 70 billion animals, while we still cry about 800 million, 1 billion people starving. It just makes no sense. So that was one of the things why, one of the reasons at least, why I thought that investing in the cellular agriculture space needs to happen as soon as possible, because we need to transform this industry. It's an unsustainable industry, it's vastly inefficient. And even the companies who are into these type of industries know this, and we see this from their investments in the cell ag space. JBL, we've seen Tyson Foods and others. So it's evident that they know that there's a vast inefficiency for producing protein, so to speak, to feed people, while feeding this type of protein or feeding the animals so much food that it's literally going to waste. So that was one of the reasons why I really wanted to focus on this industry and really shed light on the fact that this is a transformational industry, and the meat industry is only growing. It's about an $800 to $900 billion industry. It'll only grow to about $2 trillion by 2050. That cannot sustain the way we're producing protein now, and that was the reasons why I created KBW Ventures to invest in these sustainable industries.
You're also on the advisory board for the X Prize, yes, looking at a prize in food solutions, yes, over the next 2 years. Can you give us a sneak preview? Are you seeing a lot of exciting ideas come through?
I can't give too much details, obviously, but it's super exciting to see these early stage companies and pretty advanced stage companies producing the technology that they're doing for this innovative industry. And I can't really say much about it right now, but the future is definitely bright to see all these amazing entrepreneurs doing the stuff that they're doing right now for the environment and for humanity.
Sounds like hope is in the making here. I'm next going to turn to Sky Kurtz. He's the co-founder and CEO of Pure Harvest Smart Farms. Forbes has named your company the most funded startup in the Middle East. I hear you have news as of yesterday, but you've been able to raise $250 million. You have fresh produce hybrid solutions. Why are your solutions attracting the kind of capital that can take them to scale, and what is your unique contribution to this challenge?
Well, I believe the reason we're attracting the capital at scale is we've developed what we call veridical farming. It's a solution that is quite economic and scalable and sustainable. And why it's called a hybrid is we're sort of like a high-tech greenhouse and a vertical farm had a baby. And we sometimes behave like a vertical farm. We close the system and we circulate the climate internally, et cetera. Other times we open it and we exchange air with the outside world, and we're behaving in both ways. But the reason we do this is that we find that it is the most economic and resource-efficient way to grow food, particularly in harsh climate environments. I think what's really unique about us is that we sort of focus on farming within 3,000 miles of the equator. And the reason why is we built our solution around embracing natural light, sunlight. We view ourselves as an energy company. We convert sun energy to calories as cheaply as possible, and everything we're doing is an energy conversion mechanism. And I think you had asked an interesting question in our earlier discussion of what would you want people to know about you? And I think why we believe we're unique and what I believe this industry has the potential to do is to decouple food production from climate and instead marry it to energy and capital sources. And these are things that are abundant, and there are solutions driving greater efficiency and energy. We're able to marry those trends and those solutions, the adoption of those technologies into our solution, making food more affordable and making it possible to grow sustainably, clean, high-quality, fresh produce anywhere, even in the harshest environments in the world. And we're battle-tested right here in one of the harshest environments. We started in the UAE. We're producing strawberries and leafy greens and tomatoes. We're now nearly done with our first farm here in Saudi, breaking ground in Kuwait, and now expanding into Asia. And then finishing on that, the news that we were breaking, we closed another $65 million capital raise, takes us to about $272 million. And that capital, though, is to help us expand our solution to Asia, markets like Singapore, Philippines, Malaysia, and Korea.
You know, it strikes me, Sky, you and I share roots in Arizona. You're from a little tiny town I've been to, Jerome, Arizona, which is surrounded by dry lands.
Yes.
Very similar landscape. What brought you from there to do and pioneer your work in the Middle East?
Well, it's a long, I'd be honest, education brought me from there. I was a strong student. I got a scholarship, and then from there it took me on a journey that went from Wall Street to Silicon Valley to farming. And what's funny, though, in that little town of Jerome you mentioned, my family owned a restaurant. I was surrounded by food growing up. I worked in there from the time I was 8 years old. And then, and that really gave me a passion for food. But the other thing is my town was a mining town, as you know, with slag piles and waste everywhere. I'm a big believer that they say waste begins where imagination ends. And I thought that was an early kind of, calling. I wanted to find my way towards something that would eliminate that waste and all of the problems it caused environmentally, the way it affected people's lives. And so this was a calling I felt when I found farming and the ability to marry my passion for tech, knowledge of capital markets, and the ability to apply that into something good that actually helps humanity. So I think that's what pulled me out of the desert into another desert where I live now. I'm based out of the UAE.
And we both owe thanks to Arizona State University, voted 6 years in a row the most innovative in the world.
Thank you.
Philip, I'm going to turn to you. Philip Rambeau, he's the co-owner and CEO of AgroPolychem. So Philip, you've taken a Bulgarian state-owned fertilizer company that was in liquidation. You've turned it around into the leading and most profitable fertilizer company in the Balkans, and you also sell globally from the US to Bangladesh and beyond. You've just started a grain terminal in the Black Sea. You have a 5,000-acre farm in Europe's most inefficient hectares, Europe's most inefficient ag productivity region, and you're breaking new productivity records.
Yeah.
Tell us what we need to know about your part of the revolution.
I think it's a lot of luck and hard work. The beginning, when we took over the company, the first 5 years, what you do is just restructure and make it happen. And after 5 years, we realized, actually, what is the farmer doing with all these products? And I realized that actually the productivity levels of the farm in Bulgaria was extremely low, actually the same as in 1990 when basically the communists left. And that has all kinds of reasons, but that actually led me to say, okay, let's start showing how it should be done, because I was convinced, being sitting on the most fertile lands, actually, of one of the most fertile lands in Europe, starting in Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine, Hungary also, Serbia, it's impossible that we are at half the tonnage per hectare as in France. In France, as far as wheat is concerned, average they're churning out 8 tons per hectare, whereas in that region, it's 4 tons per hectare. So even then we started farming, and I remember that I asked for subsidies to buy some tractors with some tractors, and we had to make a business plan. And the business plan was actually based on going from 4 tons to 6 tons. It was refused because the Bulgarians were saying it's not possible. It's not possible. Well, guess what? 3 years ago actually, we were at 9.2 tons. 9.2 tons, above the best harvest in France. And the reason why we actually even went to this area, Vidin area, which is northwest of Bulgaria, is because we took it also as a marketing tool for showing our clients that it can be done. Because if we had taken a farm, for instance, close to the factory in the Dobruja area, in Varna area, people would say, oh, it's normal, it's Varna. But then when you say you make this in Vidin area, which is officially the poorest region in Europe, and you're saying there you beat the records of the whole of Bulgaria and of France, then the people start paying attention. And then from then onwards, really, it's a matter of, there's a whole toolbox of things that can be used by the farmers right now. And we're talking about innovations, but there's lots of innovations which came out and tools which came out the last 10 years. It's a matter of using them. And I had an approach like an industrialist, like a factory guy. I mean, process controls, get it all right, do the things on time, spread when you have to spread, and have all the IoTs which you can do, and we get the results. And so my conviction is that Bulgaria right now, last year, in spite of the COVID, and Romania, and Ukraine, actually had the record harvests. In Bulgaria and Romania for sure, because there's a lot of education that has happened, not only because of us, but also from the European Union subsidies which were given, and the farmers got a lot more intelligence. And so my thesis is that, and my conviction is that, whereas 20 years ago it was 4 tons per hectare, and last year in Bulgaria was 5.7, but I'm at 7 and 8. I'm convinced that the Bulgarian farmers and the Romanian farmers and the Ukrainian farmers can easily increase by 1 or even 2 tons per hectare. It's a lot, because it means that in Bulgaria and Romania alone, if we're going to achieve this, and when we're going to achieve this, not if, when we're going to achieve this, this means 6 million tons of hectare, or 6 million tons of wheat, which we'll be able to export. 6 million tons of wheat. This means that if you take any normal farm somewhere in Africa or wherever, where you can get a 4 ton or maybe 4.5 tons, this means that we will avoid over 1.5 million tons of forest to be cut down, just because we increased the efficiencies of land which exists, which just needs to be toiled as it should with all the necessary techniques that we have. The bad news that I have, though, is that, and don't shoot me after that, is that the food crisis of 2008 is right in front of our door right now. And it has all to do with fertilizers. We are large fertilizer producers, and I think we know what we're doing and what is going to happen now. Because of the energy crisis which is hitting Europe, we are facing 3 times gas prices, electricity prices have gone up, even China now. Let's say 30 to 40% of the fertilizer factories are down. My factory is working full blast. But this means that the farmers, first of all, have to pay 3 times the price for their fertilizers right now. Electricity price is high, and they can't get them. This means that there will be a reduction of fertilizer in the fields by at least 25% this year in Europe. And if you know that there is Europe is normally producing about 153 million tons of grain. There will be a reduction by let's say 20% even. That's 30 million down. Europe only exports 25 million.
Well, Philip, you make a really good point. And in 2008, the connection between the price of energy, the inputs, and the price of food soaring was so direct, and it was the first time we really saw that spread throughout the world like wildfire. I called it a silent tsunami, and that really took on the world, so we have to watch these factors. David Rosenberg is the co-founder and CEO of AeroFarms. You're seeking to revolutionize agriculture through advanced vertical farms and your innovative technology platform. What you're doing is so cool. You've been named as Circular Economy 100 company, listed on Fast Company's global list of most innovative companies, Time Magazine's best inventions, and are a recipient of the Ethical Corporation's 2020 Responsible Award in Sustainable Innovation. What is so cool about what you're doing? Tell us.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be with everyone here. So I would say our biggest contribution to the agriculture space is unlocking this Pandora's box of what makes a plant grow. So here, my last company was a nanotech company. I'm not from the ag space. I'm a kid from the Bronx. But I'm amazed how little we know about plants. And it's not surprising when you sort of peel it back and you look at what the world has as its tools, it's mostly in the field. And from a scientific standpoint, it's very hard to perform scientific experimentation in the field when there are too many uncontrolled variables. So the process of scientific discovery is isolate a variable, test an assumption. And you can't isolate temperature, humidity, clouds, all of those things. In fully controlled agriculture, that's what we can do. So we built the Aero Farms as a platform. And as a platform, we innovate on the mechanical side, the biological, the genetic, the operational, the environmental, and it's the data science that pulls it all together. We've grown about 600 different varieties of plants, and you could look at our plumbing system, our electrical system, our airflow system, all of those, and we're probably on 5th and 6th generation. So it's hard, farming's tough, but each time we test, it's how to grow a plant better, and better being quality. So we start off with quality, taste, texture, nutritional density. It's not about calories, it's about protein. And how do we then improve cost of goods sold? So how do we get yield, which is correlated to cost of goods sold? And then how do we get volumes? And on our platform, we partner with ag tech companies like Cargill, BASF, big companies, small companies like Benson Hill, that's a leader in genetics, other genetics companies. In fact, illustrating the first CRISPR-Cas9 product in the world, so the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2020 went to the developers of CRISPR-Cas9, but that was developed on our platform. And then we're partnering on the mechanical side, Nokia Bell Labs, we put together an imaging system, and sometimes we roll up our sleeves and innovate ourselves. You talked about nutrients, so here, like there are a couple big players in fertigation systems that deliver nutrients. Here, the way and this illustrates the complexity and the opportunity of vertical farming, the way we deliver nutrients is different from field farmers, different from greenhouse or typical farmers, where most farmers, you put in a seed, you put in fertilizer, and then you re-water. Sometimes you make adjustments. Here, we developed our own fertigator that makes adjustments, and we break up our nutrients into 18 different minerals and elements, 8 different buckets, and it could replenish systems with a sensory loop of understanding magnesium, zinc, iron, what's being depleted, and how do we give it back? And how does that influence taste, texture, nutritional density? I had a test last week that came in where we increased antioxidants, antioxidants, by 300% versus the control. So we're also an operator, take all that aside, because it's operating gets you the data. And here partnering with Dell Technologies and Nokia Bell Labs to get the imaging and the data analytics allows us to understand and provide the data analytics to understand how to grow plants better, but you need the sensory system and the sensory loop. So we're very vertically integrated from the MES, the user interface, the SCADA, the PLC, all those controls with the sensory system. So then when we operate, we're getting data. And here we're building in the UAE a big facility focused on an R&D facility, and we want to come to the MENA region because it aligns with the value proposition where there's not a lot of arable land, there's not a lot of water. If we can go a plant with 95% less water, that's of interest, but also working with other partners to solve real problems. I'll give one other example of another problem, and this is hops. So AB InBev, Anheuser-Busch came to us where they had a problem growing a specialty hop as there's growing trends in beers that people want unique specialty beers. And within 18 months, we figured out how to grow this hop to a commercial scale where it goes into a brand called Goose Island Beers. And that's one that's public, but there are about a dozen of these examples where big CPG companies and other ag companies are coming to innovate on our platform so we could solve real problems in the agriculture supply chain, as well as with our understanding of plant science, figure out how to grow plants that's relevant for us and sometimes relevant for greenhouses, relevant for field farmers, so we could hopefully do our part to continue innovating, move standards of performance better, and deliver better products, ultimately doing more with less for the space.
Yeah. Thank you. Prince Khalid, investment is the fuel for this revolution. And what we're hearing is we have another coming train wreck in food supply. We have innovations happening that are re-engineering the food system, including your investments in protein and more accessible and less demanding ways of raising protein. How can we increase the investment to take these ideas to scale quicker? Because every day, every 10 seconds, we're losing a child to hunger in the world.
That's how. So pandemics play a good part in it. I mean, we've seen the issue with food security here in the region. 80% of the food in the region is imported, or 90% rather, is imported. That's a huge problem, especially when, when there's a next pandemic, because of the way we're treating this planet. Things need to move faster. But just to give you a small example, so the fermentation industry, the cellular agriculture industry, and the plant-based protein industry is roughly $3.5–4 billion industry as of 2020, end of 2020. That's only going to grow substantially, especially for the cellular agriculture industry. Again, we've seen the numbers explode for demand for meat. But the issue is the quality of meat, and the bigger issue is where do you source that meat from? I feel humbled by being with such amazing panelists like this, because as a vegan, whatever they're doing is the star of the plate. Unfortunately, what people understand the star of the plate is the piece of protein. Now, granted, lentils can be the star of the plate, but the issue is the interpretation of what's on your plate, and why does that piece of meat, why is it so essential for people right now? And if we look back not too long ago, 60, 70, 80 years ago, this was a luxury item. Now it's just commoditized in a way that we're just destroying this planet. And money is going to flow into this because there is a real problem in this industry. We can't accelerate it, unfortunately, but from what I'm seeing in Singapore, for example, for them allowing Just to serve its chicken over there, albeit but with the special privileges and whatnot, is just a huge eye-opener for me that countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like the UAE need to follow suit. I mean, we've seen Qatar also do a deal with Just. Now, granted, they're not as advanced as other companies that at least we're investors in, but at least it's a beginning. And we're just really excited to hopefully see some of the bigger companies like Upside Foods, Turtle Tree, Blue Nello, who does fish, aquaculture, to put it on people's plates. The thing is, we have a problem, and the money is flowing into the problem. Now, is that fast enough? Maybe not. But at the end of the day, I think the market will correct itself in a way that the money will flow fast enough. The medium that we use to produce these proteins will go low enough so that we'll have price parity with the heavily subsidized meat industry.
So we know that there's some problems where you get to a point where money isn't the solution. And in part, this transformation of food and the way we look at food, part of it's consumer demand and consumer education. You were pointing to that, I think, with people's expectations of the sources of protein and how they get those, and a lack of understanding that there's diverse ways to get that. How much of this is about consumer preferences and needing to address that?
Consumer preference for me doesn't play the big enough role as much as these companies adopting this technology sooner. As soon as you see Cargill, JBL, as soon as you see Tyson Foods and the bigger conglomerates adopt these technologies, it'll become mainstream whether people like it or not, because that's the more efficient way to produce protein. So naturally, that will just take its toll and go into the market.
Could I add to that for a moment? So one thing that's COVID, never let a good pandemic go to waste, or a bad pandemic go to waste. So one of the items that we see happening with COVID is the consumer is starting to ask how, not just what. So not only what the food is, but how is it grown? And there's an opportunity here where to tell that story of what goes into our food and what could go differently. And I'll give two examples. Like we sell to Walmart and we sell to Whole Foods, kind of different spectrums of the range. And here, in both cases, we've had conversations about private label. And recently they said, no, we can't tell your story as well as you can, because you'll tell the how more, and that's more and more what the customer wants. So there's an opportunity to explain what it takes from a resource standpoint to have a fish or beef or something there, and what are the alternatives, or leafy greens, like the fact that we use 95% less water sometimes to grow a plant. The other piece to share about like the policy side, we have this notion, sometimes what I see governments make mistakes, and in the US we see it, this notion that water should be free as an example. And when we subsidize water, subsidize pieces, it takes away the incentive for the entrepreneur and the innovator to solve a problem. So sometimes market forces going in a direction could be another catalyst for innovation to solve problems. So there's another opportunity, and that also illustrates why the importance of public-private partnerships to work together.
That's such an important point.
Yeah, I would like to ask you all, what if government could do one thing to change the game, what comes to mind?
In my view, it's their support of scale, which comes in many ways. That can be support in capital. For example, export credit agencies supporting the capital investment into these industries. It can be support in trade policy and economic interventions, right? You've seen even in Saudi where they've raised import tariffs. I'm not a huge believer long-term in protectionism, but short-term to help an industry get off its feet and get to scale to be economic. Transitional subsidies can make a lot of sense if they're well thought out and well executed. And then the final thing I want to mention on it is, of course, support of entrepreneurship, of creating ecosystems and environments that support the ability to build companies to tackle these problems and scale them. But scale is the issue. And I wanted to actually tackle the last thing. I think we as alternative proteins and farming methods need to take responsibility for one thing I think we're not talking enough about. This is a conference on humanity, but we can't talk about why our solutions make this ultra premium, excellent product for a subset of the demographic and a subset of crops they could possibly eat on a plate to be the star of the plate, right? We need to talk about how do we democratize access to food production in these new methods. And so cost is never talked about. Affordability of food is never talked about. Why? Of course, let's all admit, all of us raise private capital, and we have to be careful that nobody reads through to attack your margins. But the fundamental thing is we need to get to scale and drive cost out of these solutions.
Yes.
I think the biggest barrier to, I've tried alternative meats, they're actually really good. And I asked my parents this weekend in preparation for this conference, I said, I wanted to get your view as consumers in Arizona. And my parents are rifle-toting, hunting Americans, right? And I said, how do we get you to eat that? They're like, we do love these things. We just buy them when they're on sale. They're too expensive. They're luxury.
They are.
That's the problem. People will buy these things. They're great products. Our products, they need to be affordable and available. They need to be, people want to do the right thing and choose the more sustainable alternative, but don't make it hurt to do so.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you how to do that. You wanted to jump in?
I think that it's fantastic that we have various approaches around the, I mean, the table, there's no table in the middle here, but because it's not like either this or this or this. It's and a lot more. We need to do everything we can. Because let's put some figures around on the table. Again, it's not in the middle there. But if really we're going to have 1 billion people more, on an average, a person eats or needs, on average, 60 kilograms of wheat per year. That's 60 million tons, huh? Only of the wheat. We didn't talk about the corn. 60 million tons. That's a lot of hectares. Eh? If you're the best of the best and you do 6 tons, that's 10 million hectares. And that's only about that and the corn. And that's why I think all the elements are important. First, the whole movement of going to plant-based proteins is fantastic, because it helps that. Because I have not even talked about the fact that part of the wheat and the barley actually goes to the animals, which are transforming them to wheat. Because the 60 million will actually go to 100 million, 150 million. There's no 150 million hectares available, or even 100 million hectares available. You're going to have to cut all the woods in Africa. I think that we need to go through all these directions. Plant-based proteins is fantastic. Insects also. I mean, I have built a supercritical facility. We're participating in the research for that. We actually have achieved fantastic results for defattening basically the insects which are killed. We achieve defattening rates of 93 to 97%. We will patent that. But there is a lot more to do. As far as, obviously, there will be more land needed because, yes, I can increase the productivity or I can help to increase the productivity in the lands where I'm active. But one thing which is very important is to do, and that's really what the governments have to do, is to do proper land reform. It sounds crazy that I have to say this in a discussion about food, but a farmer will not invest properly in his lands if he doesn't know that next year or the year after or 5 years from now he's still there. He will not. You know very well, nutrition, nitrates is like a shot in the veins. It goes immediately. But phosphates and potassium, it takes 3, 4, 5 years. You need to do pH controls, you need to do soil analysis and so on. And
okay, so land reform, what would you like to see governments doing more of?
I mean, I echo what my co-panelists are saying. I can't really add to that anymore. I think that just the governments need to open up their minds a little more to supporting these new technologies, because these new technologies are saving these governments overpaying and printing money for problems that we already have a solution for. The mentality of we can only save our planet if it's only economically feasible it's mind-boggling for me. I do not understand this mentality. And these panelists have just hit it on the nail right on the head.
Yeah, you know, if you read the history of nations, I mean, nations organized primarily, you know, for self-defense, but also for food reasons, and to be able to ensure food for populations. There's nothing more fundamental to the mission of a government than making sure people can eat, and yet we've seen that fall apart. And as in 2008, whole nations couldn't feed their people.
Yeah, so I'd say, like, land reform, things are simple. Just keep, like, ways of measuring it simple. Like, you can't leave the land worse than when you started. Yeah. 2 things that are simple. Just measure the quality of the water, measure the quality of the land. Put standards in, performance-based standards. It's not about being prescriptive. Don't say it needs to be vertical farming or greenhouse farming or field. Just say, these are the standards.
Yeah.
Water, land, air, things of that nature. Measure it and make sure people need to adhere to it. Getting back to your earlier point of what else to do, one of the financing gaps, and I agree with what was said about financing, more specifically, one of the financing gaps is debt, senior debt, true senior debt for capital-intensive programs. As an example, like, we're growing strawberries, and we've been growing strawberries for 3 years. We have excellent strawberries. So now when we go from something the size of this room to something the size of the building, that's capital intensive. It's very hard, even though we've been in business. It's a new crop, and then you need history. Debt wants history. This is another place where it's a great area for public-private partnerships to come together. So there are tremendous opportunities. Commerce, I think, needs to do what it can to lead its way. Innovative investors help it along, but we all need to move fast in, I agree, multiple directions to speed it up.
So, you know, we've seen through history that there's a drought and people starve. There's floods and people starve. You're talking about delinking food from climate. Can we imagine a day where dry lands does not mean lack of food supply, where wetlands, 2 wetlands mean no food supply?
Absolutely. I mean, let me speak for when COVID struck. I live in the United Arab Emirates, and they formed a national committee on the adoption of agriculture technology for food security. Very long name. But what it was to tackle was to be open-minded from a policy standpoint of how to solve this problem at scale, because COVID obviously hit that country particularly hard with tremendous import dependence. And one of the things, it's a portfolio solution. It's as Prince Khalid said, it's all of these solutions. But they have different solutions. So one of the things I was asked is, what can you produce in one of your high-tech hybrid systems? And I said, I can produce anything. The question is, what should I produce? And then what should I produce in terms of trade-offs of water, capital, and what else? What are the alternatives? So for example, grains. Grains can be ground, stored, and siloed, shipped in a giant container the size of this room or bigger. And as a result, the cost of the grain, or of the shipping as the total arrived value of the good is very low. But a strawberry that we both grow, but we grow locally, cannot. It perishes in a very short time. It's very high cost of transportation, blah, 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 right? You get the economic picture. So something that's water intensive and perishes under 14 days probably should be produced locally at massive scale with great efficiency in a production system that serves each geography of the world. Grains probably shouldn't. Tremendous water intensity can be ground stored and siloed, it should be produced in places that are abundant in water and land in great efficiency, and then transported efficiently and strategically stored in bilateral and trilateral and multilateral partnerships with governments to secure food, right? So it's a big answer, but I wanted to tackle that. It was said earlier, the solutions exist today. They do, but it requires cooperation, it requires capital and support, and then, of course, adoption and scaling of these solutions that fundamentally solve the problem better. We use very little water. We integrate now with renewable energy. We have a 30-megawatt solar power farm powering our farms here in Saudi, and now we're partnering with a geothermal power plant in the Philippines. So you can marry infrastructure to reduce your cost. It's good for the world, and it's good for your cost structure.
Prince Khalid, each of our entrepreneurs here is investing their lives right now in a very particular solution.
Sure.
You get to see the big picture. What are some of the areas that you think need more investment, or that you're looking at as, exciting new areas to invest in?
I mean, farming, vertical farming, aerial farming, and then the likes of what my esteemed panelists are running are definitely one of the most important things. For me personally, I personally believe that cultivated meat is just the future of the meat industry, and I'll just keep echoing that all day. Again, I'm repeating myself over and over again, but so the vast inefficiencies of that industry just merit more and more investment in this industry. The sad reality is you can have an abundance of everything that my co-panelists are producing, and as soon as there's a shortage of some sort of meat, all hell breaks loose. And it's mind-boggling again for me. But at the end of the day, that's consumer education. So for me, I definitely see the merit of whatever their businesses are running, and me personally, I'd definitely be a partner with all of them because at the end of the day, we're running out of farmland. We're running out of places to farm because of the vast, because of how big the animal agriculture industry is and its destruction to our planet is. So that's really what I have to say.
So if the world has to double the amount of food we produce by, I think, 2060, if population growth equals what we think, are we going to get there?
We can double the amount of food. That's not a problem. Again, we have enough food to feed close to 70 billion animals a day. We have enough food to feed people. As far as I know, we're 8 billion, 7.5 billion people. We have enough food to feed people. It's just that how do you grow the food and where do you allocate those resources?
And I would like to, sorry.
Yes.
I would like to add that for me, and sorry to be blunt, it's an aberration that 40% of the corn from farmland is being turned into bioethanol. That's a huge reserve of potential food for people. So in America, 40% of the corn is going into bioethanol. And so it's an aberration. I think technologies are being developed that you can use, so that you can use bio-waste, straw and other things, to turn that into bioethanol, but leave the food to the people. And so I think there is reserve, maybe not to double the food, but yes, if we reduce the amount of animals who need to eat, and so we go to animal proteins and insect proteins, and we start using all the farmland for actually making food for the people, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. The problem, though, is that besides the whammy that we have now, energy, is that last week, the European Parliament has decided on the policy from farm to fork, which basically means three things. One, pesticides 50% down, fertilizers 20% down, and 25% bio. Now there's a study coming out, which existed before that, but people were hiding it, that if you do all that, that the food in Europe will go down by 30%. I think it's a pretty egoistic way of saying, in Europe, we're fine, we have enough food. Europe is not going to die from food. And so now we're going to be very, very good, and we're going to do all these things, and never mind the 25 million tons which are expected to be coming out of Europe, going to 11 million tons to Egypt and 7 million tons to Algeria, and what is going to happen there?
Philip, you sound upset, like policies are going in the opposite direction.
Exactly.
They're making it harder And is it because governments don't understand the problem?
Because they didn't think all the way through. I do agree that there's a lot to do regarding fertilizer. I think regarding fertilizer, the problem has to be split in two areas. Fertilizer use in Bulgaria and Romania and Ukraine, especially Bulgaria and Romania, it's 50% of what is being used in Western Europe. So
you think it has to go up? Did you want to jump in?
I do think governments don't understand often the problem. I mean, policy gets in the way, and it's not that hard. It's back to standards of performance. I mean, if let's say over-fertilizing leads to river runoff, algae blooms, things of that nature, then if one taxes fertilizer, farmers will be better users of fertilizer. If pesticides, herbicides, fungicides contaminate our soils or something of that nature, tax pesticides. So there are ways, what the construct is hard at is how do we find ways where the externalities get factored into commerce. So the public-private partnerships, and I think government is, in general, pretty poor at this, at least in the United States, is find those externalities, figure out a way, carbon's the best example, figure out a way to put a number figure on it, and then commerce figures it out. And we need a holistic solution. Part of it is behavioral change, get people to eat more insects or more like fermentation proteins or something of that nature. And then the other holistic element is sometimes we need to understand what to be farmed where. Sometimes the solution's field farming, sometimes it's greenhouse farming, sometimes it's vertical farming.
I'm going to have to stop you there. We have a minute and a half left. I'm going to do a quick poll of the panelists. Okay. Anyone who wants to vote with them. Okay, 10 years from now, is the percentage of meat, what percentage of meat is plant-based versus lab, the way we source it now versus lab or plant-based?
Repeat the question, sorry.
What percentage of meat in the world is going to be lab or plant-based?
Is going to be, or what is it now?
10 years from now.
10 years from now.
10 years from now. I mean, I can easily see it being easily 50%. 10 years? Easy.
Who agrees, 50%? Plant-based meats, okay.
Well, not plant-based, cultivated meat.
Cultivated meat, yeah. How about the urgently hungry, the number in the world, is it going to be up or down? Who says up?
I was going to up.
You said 10 years, right?
10 years.
Are you going to be up?
Up, sure.
Okay, so not a lot of confidence we're going in the right direction. How about the number of big farms? We heard a little bit of the fight between big farming and small farming here, and what's the future? Do you think the percentage of big farming per land available is going to be up or down? Is it going to be up?
Up, for sure.
Up.
Yeah.
Okay, versus small farms. Okay, and last word from each of you, Prince Khalid, on what your message would be to the world on food.
Governments need to adopt innovation. Government really, not all governments see the problem. Every single government sees the problem, whether it's the EU, whether it's the US, whether it's the Middle East, everybody sees the problem. It's just that how they're acting onto this problem is the biggest concern. So for me, for example, here, look at us. We're talking about the problem here by an organization that's being operated by the government. So clearly there is a problem, and they do see the problem. Now, we're lucky here in the Middle East and Middle East in general that we're not swayed by lobbying, we're not swayed by fundraising for an elected official and how he sways his decisions. So they clearly see the problem, and they're adopting amazing companies like this to implement solutions to this. Mm-hmm. So this is my only message is adopt innovation. Innovation will solve the issue.
Very quickly, it's a supply and a demand problem. We're only talking about supply now, but policy has a role in helping to solve both. Mm-hmm. So I think we need to look at the calorie pyramid now versus 50 years from now. What is it versus what it should be, and then how do we make it what it should be so that we can feed all these people and make these palatable problems that technologies can solve?
Changing the pyramid. 15 seconds, David?
So the MENA region is an incredibly exciting place to be an entrepreneur. Where one looks to innovate and lead, you look at where there's high political will and high pain. And here there's a boldness where let's do it first, let's be bigger, let's take on hard challenges. So there's high political will. And in agriculture, there's high pain because there's not that much arable land, not that much soil. So companies like AeroFarms, we're doubling down in the region, and there's a great opportunity to collaborate and move innovation higher.
Thank you. Philip?
As a joke, I hope that the guys who are doing the metaverse are making it so complex that we can actually go into the metaverse and have a real food, and it's going to be available for everybody. I mean, as a joke, but I think there are optimistic points on the long run. In the long run, there's a real problem, and we have to put figures on it. Because people say there's a food crisis, but nobody says it's a food crisis of 100 million tons. This means how many hectares, and how are we going to get there? What are we going to do? And yes, there are things that has to be changed and done differently. We can have a long debate afterwards about fertilizer, because fertilizer is so expensive that nobody actually wants to throw it out if it's not necessary. But actually, the over-fertilization is linked to too many animals.
Thank you.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We need to. There's a problem.
So it sounds like we need vision, we need leadership, we need finance, and we need a plan. And if we do that, I think we'll be able to move humanity forward. Join me in thanking our panelists. Okay.
Thank you.
Cities are undergoing deep transformational change to solve a convergence of urgent challenges. These include global warming, shifting demographics, urban sprawl, and unprecedented health and lifestyle factors. The world's top 25 cities account for half of all global wealth. It's no wonder that cities represent the biggest opportunity for growth and innovation. Tomorrow's cities have the opportunity to become flourishing and resilient urban environments. Investing in people and planet with purpose beyond profit leads to sustainable high performance. The human-centric city revolves around physical, intellectual, and social quality of life, with focus on accessibility and community. The living city is sustainable and regenerative, weaving farming, recreation, and biodiversity into the urban fabric. Renaissance cities like London, Tokyo, and New York are valuable and diverse cultural centres and innovation hubs. The cognitive city goes beyond smart. Pushing the boundaries of possibility, they deliver experiences and infrastructure to empower citizens. They inspire new models for city life by investing in humanity.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. So lovely to see you here, and thank you so much for being with us. I'm Etna Traynor, your moderator for this session. And as you've been hearing throughout the last day and a half, we look at cities, we look at where we grow, and we have to look around us and we look at the expansion of cities. We don't even have to look at cities. We look at the countryside. We look at our workplace. We look at our neighborhoods. There's lots going on. There's a lot of demand for energy, for services, for products. And again, as the life changes around us, so too must how we build infrastructure, how we actually put, in fact, everything in place. A lot has changed in the last few years, and I want to see now, are our kind of key people that have been sort of served with the responsibility of making sure that we all live comfortable lives and efficient lives, are they up to scratch, so to speak? How are they managing this? Because so much is changing so fast. So let me quickly introduce you to our panel. We have the Group CEO from STC here. Olian El-Waited is with us. Delighted to see you.
Likewise.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
From the Red Sea Development Company, Amala, we have Jay Rosen, the Chief Financial Officer. Great to have him here. The CEO of Aegis Group is with us also. Laurent Germain is here. And we're absolutely delighted to have a little sneak peek into the future, just to see what's going on, the stuff that we thought we knew, but actually we don't know, and we might not even know, and it will probably change by the time we're going to get there. So we have our data futurist with us as well. Annalise Kerr is here as well. So she's going to start us off, and we'll get moving on this. Thank you.
I mean, status quo is almost what we call 2030, and the future is already, here today. And when we look at cities, not only are the engines of growth, of wealth, innovation, all of those things, but also the cities has lots of challenges. I put some data here because as a data futurist, this is what it's all about. One of the very interesting stats here is that 80% of GDP is actually generated in cities. So really, when we look at one of the biggest opportunities for investment, really smart energy application is where it starts. And it's also about understanding how we best invest, not just in infrastructure, but really in humans and the human cities. So really the challenge is for any urban planner, anyone who invests, is to understand how we best plan, build, inhabit, and operate cities, because this is what determines our common future. So rethinking how we deliver those services and do it with a new mindset, not business as usual, could really boost sustainable cities in cities. Thank you. Sustainable
Annelies,
performance,
thank you so much. Yes, and we look forward to hearing more from you as we go through. Oliane, I want to start with you. And when we look at cities at the moment, without a doubt, and in this time, here we are, 2021, connectivity absolutely has to be, I would say, the sort of the minimum standard. I think if I was talking maybe 10 years ago, it might have been something else. It could have been energy, it could have been water, it could have been a variety, but right now we cannot live without that connectivity. But the systems and the infrastructure must be in place. So talk to us and give us a feel, I suppose, about what's absolutely essential before anything else is taken into consideration.
Sure, thank you, Etna. Thank you. We strongly believe that, as has been mentioned, that future is more or less being done today from a technology perspective. We are preparing for a future that is hopefully sustainable, to expand and grow our populations into digital economies that is enabled by technology, by infrastructure. The infrastructure piece of things is for sure a major enabler, as he rightfully mentioned, for cities to flourish, to open opportunities for individuals and for businesses and for government to provide services that are efficient and effective in the way they are being delivered. From our perspective, wireless technologies and wired technologies is the base of that. On top of that is the platforms that we build to make sure that this technology is being enabling different verticals to pursue their potential to provide services in the best way possible.
Now, Jay, your development is unique. It'll be a very different looking city, I think, as well. That's what's very, very exciting about it. But how has it been to get a completely blank canvas and to build a whole new modern city, a different city, a city that has not been built before? That's, apart from being an exciting challenge, for you, it's got to be, give us maybe a few challenges in there as well.
Absolutely. We're actually building two cities between the Red Sea Project and Amala. And while, yes, we have a blank canvas, and that does bring some unique challenges, it's really a blessing because we get to plan from the outset. We have our residents who will be the employees at the hotel to run and operate the destination, so we need to create a livable and vibrant environment. And then separately, we have our guests staying in the hotels who are there to enjoy the destination. So how do we master plan from the outset with the right infrastructure to achieve that balance as well as preserving and protecting the environment? At the end of the day, we believe that is what is unique and special about both of our projects. And so when we develop with that in mind. Some of the examples, we use marine spatial planning to inform the master plan so as not to have a negative impact on the environment. We looked at where sea life and terrestrial life live, and we look to mitigate that. We're using green concrete to have less of a carbon impact on our development. And obviously, because the environment is so important to us, we are investing in a smart IT backbone so we can measure our impact on the environment, but we're also going to use that as a tool to enhance the guest experience as well as the lives of our employees.
I mean, it's so exciting and really groundbreaking stuff that the world is looking at what's happening there because it's new and it's different and nobody's done it before. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Laurent, when you look at any city, and even here you look at Riyadh, I mean, I've been coming here, I suppose, for the last 12 years on and off, and you just see the developments that's going on here in every city around the world. Even my old small town is bigger than it was when I was there, you know. So towns and cities are growing. The demand for more people, you know, the demand on services, all of that. How can, you know, an engineering company like yours actually, I suppose, you know, mitigate the downside of that while allowing it to grow, but at the same time allowing people to, you know, live a comfortable life within there because everything works, so to speak?
Well, I think for a company like Aegis, an engineering company, it's a fantastic challenge because we have to solve this paradox. I mean, by 2050, 70% of the population will live in cities compared to 50% today. And the population will grow 2 more billion, which means the amount of population living in cities will double by 2050, which means we're going to build new infrastructure. The amount identified by Oxford, the University of Oxford, is 94 trillion euros of investment needed by 2050 to cope with the increase of population. At the same time, 80% of the greenhouse emissions are done in cities. So how do we, at the same time, increase the level of infrastructure needed in cities and at the second time, help the cities to commit to their objectives in terms of decarbonization? I would use 3 words to advance on the debate. The first one is sustainability. We need to implement technologies that guarantee sustainability. And for the engineers, that goes with eco-conception. That is to say, we need to simulate at the time where we conceive the infrastructure, the consequences this infrastructure can have on the environment. And we have a new technology to do that, which is the digital twin technology, where we have the replica digitally of the infrastructure of a complete city where we can simulate the impact that it will have on the environment. Second word is technology. Third word is dialogue. And of course, I will develop that in your next questions.
So you can, you know, look at the challenges ahead and kind of make sure if there's too much, you can actually make them go away, so to speak, and then build another plan, hopefully. We'll come back to that one anyway. Now, when we look at all of this too, Olien, it's got to be about, you know, yes, you're going to make sure that connectivity is there, but you can't do that on your own. And it really is, I would say, about, you know, strong policy. It's about joined up thinking in any city. Everybody has to be involved. There's so many different people. And it's about, you know, strong policy, you know, leadership. Somebody's got to give you, I suppose, the permission to move. Talk to us just a little bit. That makes your job easier, basically.
Very true. We truly believe that it starts with the leadership, and obviously if you take the case as case in point, we have a very clear vision that has been set by the leadership, and the policies start following in a very good way to make sure that vision is more or less being applied across the different players and stakeholders that are responsible about it. And the fact of the matter that an ecosystem is being put together by the different stakeholders along with partnerships that is enhancing that ecosystem to take place, to continue leading from infrastructure perspective. We see examples that are either in Riyadh or in NEOM or in Ritz or elsewhere that where KSA is leading the world in terms of its adoption for technology. We strongly believe that smart city is the future, and we have adopted that already. We've just been through 2020 where KSA has been at the top of the globe in terms of fighting the pandemic using digital tools and digital enablement. And this is the way forward, for sure.
And I guess it has to be. Lauren, if I can keep you on this one here, when we look at that, I suppose, interactivity of so many different departments, government departments, organizations, stakeholders. I mean, how many people have to be involved in actually creating, I suppose, the smooth flow for how you're going to do your business?
Yes, I think the difference between now and 15 or 20 years ago is that the decision-making is more complex because there is the issue of sustainability, there is the issue of financing, because, you know, I told you the amount of money which is needed. So we need to create the forums in each cities where the private sector the government and the local authorities, they have to put forward a plan of financing and also having the decisions being accepted by the population, which was not the case before and not needed before.
And also, I mean, just, you know, when we look at what has to be added to cities, we look at a city like Riyadh at the moment. I live in Dubai, and we saw a metro being added, and we were like, how are they going to do this? Where are they going to put it? You know, and clearly there are good engineering and design minds that know how to do it, and it happens. But again, how do you add more infrastructure, you know, and not kind of compromise how other people live?
I think there are many aspects. The first one is you have to replace polluting means of transport by non-polluting means of transport. This is electromobility. And to take the example of Riyadh, I mean, His Royal Highness has announced that by 2030, 30% of the cars driving in the city of Riyadh will be electric cars. So this is the first step. The second step is putting nature back into the cities. Here again, I will quote the example of Riyadh. My company, Aegis, is the project manager of the Green Riyadh city, where the rate of vegetalization in the city will go from 1% now to 10% by 2030 by planting 7 million trees. This is a second very important thing. The third thing is we need to stop sprawling, you know, the cities, you know, expanding the cities forever. We absolutely need to verticalize the cities so that we use less, of course, nature in order to expand and house people.
Okay, and we can talk more about that. Talk to me about, I suppose, the unique challenges, you know, that will be this new community. It's an island community, islands. There's lots going on. It's not one island by any means here. But in terms of, you know, it's in the middle of nowhere, which now, of course, in a few years, it won't be. It'll be the center of everywhere. There's a big difference, too. But the challenges are there, getting utility, getting all the technology, getting all that together. Talk to me a little bit about how you've managed that.
Obviously, you know, we're in a remote part of Saudi Arabia, south of El Waj, actually south and north of El Waj between the two projects, and there isn't existing infrastructure. So how do you build and develop for the future without impacting the environment? We're using a lot of modular construction and offsite manufacturing as a tool to minimize our impact on the environment. So rather than conventional laydown areas, you know, we're doing all of this offsite to have a less of an impact on the environment. You know, picking up on some of the points Laurent was making about the impact infrastructure can have, utilities as an example. I think if you heard our CEO speak earlier today, you know, highlighted the fact that we are powering our destination with 100% renewable energy, not just by daytime, but by nighttime as well, 24 hours a day. You know, conventionally, when some of the other destinations have done this, they, you know, draw the sunlight to power the destination during the day, but at nighttime they plug into the grid and use conventional fossil fuels. We're really looking to be pioneers and set an example for the rest of the country, if not the world. So when we say 100% renewable energy, we truly mean it. We don't have a connection to the grid, and for us to do that, we have to invest by developing the largest battery backup storage in the world.
It's going to be very, I mean, already it's exciting, it's dynamic, it's all of that. And I think it really is futuristic in many, many ways, which leads me nicely on to, we're sort of at the halfway point. So bring us up to date with some more data analysis for us.
I mean, really, there are so many interesting things. We prepared a little sliding show here with some of the data, and just really to put in some of the data point here that really is crucial, what I thought came true quite clear, and it's very inspiring what everybody is contributing with, is that really sustainable futures begins with the built environment. Of course, there are some, we always, you know, adapt something, because sometimes, I mean, this is the opportunity with the completely new cities, there are no people, but when there's a lot of people, it is very much about understanding how we can, you know, have that natural transition. But it's all about investing in humanity and think about the greater good of everyone. And what we saw also in the video, which we delivered the data and the script, that human cities is there to optimize well-being. This should be a given in any city. And it's about using technology in the right way. It is key to fostering social capital as well. And one of the data up there is that if cities in 21 emerging markets prioritized climate-smart growth, then they would gain as much as $7 trillion in investment, like a return, and it could also create 144 million new jobs. And it's very much about those carbon-friendly, those green jobs, because it's again about fostering a whole ecosystem of well-being for people and planet, and also that will lead to prosperity. And then, as we also talk about, when we sit everyone around the table, then we can start to foster trust and engagement. And when we look at global trust indexes, they are at an all-time low. And it's very much about access to and sharing data, because that is really at the heart of intelligent urban planning. Case studies from for example, New York City or from places like Finland, we see that they actually have an exchange with the citizen. It's basically data for good, because then they can see where they can best actually put funding. And in fact, when you connect buildings, transportation, as we heard here, goods, public services, all of that in real time, then of course you increase performance, you reduce the impact on the planet, and you can optimize the resources you have, making the city greener and safer and happier. And last but not least, I think big data offers this host of opportunity to boost performance, right? Really doing good. And we think that is about investing in humanities. And smart cities market is projected to grow to 2 trillion by 2026. Again, those are projections, but I mean, all the change makers are here. Everybody is here, ready to invest. And I think that's really the business case is there for doing that now.
Lauren, I'd like you to comment on just some of perhaps what she's talking about. It's going to take a lot of investment. It's going to take, you know, the political will that's going to make it happen. But, you know, just in terms of what she's talking about too, that stakeholder engagement, that's important. And it's not just about drawings and design. It really is about a more holistic approach, is it?
Yeah, and it's really linked to the innovations we'll do in technology. If I take again the example of the need of decarbonation, then we will need to make sure that we put in place regulations that assure that the number of cars, polluting cars, driving in the cities will decrease. Then the technology is already there. You can have low emission zone and manage low emission zones through technologies of plate recognition and data collection, and then you know, finding in the back office so that people who are not allowed to drive in this or that area of a town is then fined and stop doing this. So that kind of low emission zone are put in place in a lot of cities right now, and it shows you how technology can contribute big time to the decarbonation.
No, and indeed, as you said, yes, sir. So exclusion zones, and that already now my phone will beep if I dare go a little mile over the limit in Dubai. It's like you're going, oh, I just got a ticket right there and then. It's like yeah, the technology works. So on a level like that, it'll work even better. Olian, talk to me in terms of, I mean, there's hugely ambitious plans here in Saudi Arabia. You have a huge responsibility. Talk to me about some of the projects that are already in place, and indeed, how are you actually going to, I suppose, deliver on the grander ambition?
Sure. From our perspective, the journey has started already. We adopted a strategy for the last 5 years to go into this aggressive expansion in terms of our scope. And that took us not only to do our business in the wireless 5G and fiber connectivity, which we have done in a very, very good way, and now KSA is topping the world in terms of speeds and in terms of connectivity. But we also went further beyond that, and that brings us to cloud services setup, and that brings us to IoT as a service. We have also moved further into financial digital services, as well as so many other areas on the IT domain that enables a digital economy and smart city development that will cater for human beings to be hopefully happier and delivering to their future, and also for businesses and corporate entities to do a much better business for themselves and to cater for these cities of the future to be much more livable in a better way.
Indeed, and that's what it is about. I mean, people live there, and we all have to have a comfortable life, a good life, and this is what we expect. And I think we need to make sure that that's there in the future as well. Jay, sustainability, you know, listening to what you're saying too, it's at the very heart of what you're doing. But talk to me maybe about the supply chain. Do you have everything you need that's going to actually be able to fulfill that? You're talking about, 100% green energy, green cement, all of that right now. Can you get everything you need to build the city of the future?
Absolutely. I mean, I think everything that we're talking about today, we're in fact doing. So as an example, we're working with a local contractor who's established a concrete batching plant up on site to fulfill our ambition to use green concrete. And as I think many in this room may know with respect to the utilities, we awarded our utility concession to an international consortium that included both domestic and international partners to bring to fruition our utilities. So the technology's there, we're doing it. And actually one of the things that we actually looked to do when we went out to the market was we didn't prescribe the type of technology, because we know technology is evolving. So what makes sense today may be obsolete in the future. And so we've kind of left it to the market to come back and tell us what's the best way and the right way to achieve some of these initiatives and our ambition.
Following from that, excuse me, Lauren, following on from that in one way, but also, when we think about it, we need policy, strong policy in the city. What kind of fuel is going to be used? All of the various things that really need to be done in order to make sure that, life goes on as normal and undisrupted in many ways. Yes, we're disrupting it big time, but by doing that, we have to make sure that people buy into it and create a better city. And some people might say, I know you talk about planting trees, but there's a bit of a sort of a cynical view out there too, in terms of, yeah, right, plant more trees, and it'll all go away. But how important actually is that, and how important do you see that with your, I suppose, tech hat and your engineering hat on? How do you actually look at greening the cities, and how does it, fit in?
I mean, apart from, of course, putting nature back in the city, I mean, you have to find the right, I would say, transport innovations for people to adhere. And I think we will see new means of transport. I mean, I will take the example of drones. I mean, now, drones are more and more used. They will be used even to transport people. They will be used...
I'm trying to get my head around that one still, yeah.
To transport goods. It is predicted that in the city of Paris, by 2035, 20,000 flights will be conducted by drones per hour. And this, of course, will allow people to have services a lot more efficient than today. So, I mean, we shall see, of course, the challenges of having more people inside the cities also very positively, not only as a constraint and new technologies in order to reduce decarbonation, but also as an incentive to invent the new means of transport of tomorrow, which also will ease and facilitate the lives of all.
So it's, okay, I'm waiting for that one. Let's see who will take the first drone trip. I might be a little bit nervous on that one. We'll wait till you go, and then you can report back, and we'll see how you do it.
Well, to make a joke, it is actually something that we're looking at. One, to deliver supplies and goods, but also as a mode and means of transportation. So we've looked at all different types of technology to transport our guests around by marine, by ground, by air. And so, I think that is where the future is headed.
And Edna, we need also to think that one of the solutions is to create new cities, because we've been talking about the existing cities, but in a lot of countries they are building new cities, incorporating from the start all the technologies that will guarantee sustainability. For instance, in Japan, they have created a city next to Mount Fuji where all the vehicles are autonomous vehicles. So from the start, we make sure that the impact on the environment is the least negative.
And we don't have too much time left, but let me stay with you for a minute. When we look also, you look at it, the new city that's been built even in Cairo, and the new capital, I suppose, that's being built, which they had to do. You're from a technology background. Yes, you have the engineering skills, but do you believe that it goes hand in hand? There's no way you can separate one from the other now.
Yes, I think the technology is at the heart of what's going to change the world of tomorrow, the faces of the city. This is the role of the engineers today to design these new technologies. Of course, and I told you, they will use the digital twin, they will eco-conceive the different infrastructure, which means that they will take into account all these aspects before the infrastructure is built, and this is the key issue.
Jay, while you've been, planning and building, I mean, things have changed even along the way. How do you anticipate, the speed of change, I suppose, for the next few years? Because yes, you have the grand plan and you will work towards it, but of course you have to be nimble and adaptable. I'm sure you've had to not quite do a few U-turns, but on the way you've probably had to change, maybe just because technology got faster, better.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a challenge, and I think, related and picking up on some of Laurent's message points. I think for us as a resort destination, obviously, technology is going to be the key. For us, however, I think a little bit unique and different from conventional cities. What's the right balance between being smart and leveraging technology in a resort destination like ours? So much of service delivery, as an example, is usually human touch and interaction, right? Yes, there's artificial intelligence and facial recognition, but is that what the guest and the customer wants when they come to a resort destination? So for us, I think one of the unique challenges is trying to find and strike that right balance of leveraging and using technology without, kind of destroying the service delivery model of a resort destination like ours.
Oleanne, I want a closing word from you before we'll get a quick rebrief on terms of technology before. But this is going to take, yes, a lot of effort, energy, investment, but I also, from kind of listening to you, it's not all about the tech.
Very true, very true. It's all about the tech, whether to take the drone flight or some other applications on.
You need some talent in there too, huh?
The reality of the matter that you need talent, and that talent is very wide range of skill sets that needs to be invested into. The talent of the future needs to be prepared today, and I think we have a mandate, all of us, whether it is the real estate development or the construction and the transportation companies or us as well, to really put a lot of firepower behind educating them in the best way possible to make them able to leverage on their own potential for the future, to live and make use of those technologies and to create a future for themselves and for their nations to flourish even further.
Absolutely essential. You have a closing point on this one, please. Laurent.
Yes, I have a closing point because, talking about technologies, of course, we're talking about smart cities, but, for me, we should talk more about a wise city because, the use of technology, of course, is absolutely necessary, but it must be in the interest of the citizens, and we must make the citizens more at the heart of the decision-making for infrastructure in the cities of the future. That's why I would call them wise cities, not smart cities.
Yes, indeed, I like that. Annalise, and send us some wise notes of wisdom to just close us off.
All the writing, all the data is on the wall, and I want to say that what we understood, cities are complex ecosystems, and what we've also learned, natural capital is integral to well-being. And the human city, as we saw in the video, is all about people and culture, not just about commerce and technology. One of our experts told us technology is like plumbing. Most people don't care. What people care about is the content of the experience. Digital is the advanced plumbing and not the soul of the experience. And in my dream scenarios, I see cities being well-being powerhouses for people, planet, and businesses.
Wow, and we have to close it off because our time is closed off. But I like that, yes, and this is the technology, as you started even, that says everything is built on that connectivity. If that's not there, if that's not right, if that's not in place, then it'll be a big challenge for everything else to go. So thank you for that. I want to thank you, Oleanne, the Group CEO for STC. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
To Jay Rosen from the Red Sea Development, thank you so much. Also, of course, to you, Laurent Germain from Aegis Group, the CEO, and Annalise, thank you so much for adding, as I said, your words of wisdom and closing
Thanks
that.
for having
and
me.
to you all, thank you so much for being with us. That wraps us up.
Thank you.
And so there's a lot more to come.
Thank you.
We can go.
毎日やろうとするからかな。まあ毎日できればもちろん時間とエネルギーとあればできるけど、毎日の定義を変えることは大事でしょうね。週に1回を1年続けるって結構大変だと思うんですよ。毎日は無理です。何にもやってなかった人が毎日続けるなんて無理です。なめんなこらと思う。僕らからしたらね。ただ週に一度を1年間、まあ3ヶ月でも4ヶ月でも、それを続けることで、だんだん体力もついてくるし、ペースも大体分かってくる。で、余裕があるんで、やらなきゃいけないっていう、まあ、強迫観念というか、そういうものに潰されないと思うんですよね。だから始める時に毎日続けるでは続かないんですよ。そもそも。1週間に1回は、丸1週間空けるんじゃなくて、別に3日後でもいいんですよ。やりたくなったらやればいいんですよ。ただ1週間の中でそれを作ってほしい。そこから始めればいいんじゃないですかね。だって、この日が1週間、中6日でここって決めてたら、それはやられますよ、また。だって体調悪いかもしれないし。体調良くないと、そもそも動きたくないんで、動きたい日を見つけるというか、体にそれは聞いてみれば分かるようになるんで、順番ですよ。根本的なことを言えば、健康になるために走るのか、健康だから走りたくなるのかっていうのはあるじゃないですか。基本的には健康だから走りたくなるという順番だと思うんですけど、そうじゃない人はまずそこに向けて無理をしないアプローチから始めるのがいいと思いますね。そうすると習慣づいてくるんで、結局やらないと気持ち悪くなってくるんですよ。僕なんかその典型で、今3月終わりから半年近くですけど、外に出るのが難しかったり、そういう時期がもちろんあったんですけど、ずっと動きますもんね。外でできなかったら、もう部屋で掃除機かけてそれだけでも全然違うんですよ。トレーニングじゃないです。掃除機を5分間かける。続かないことを決めないね。僕、苦しみに耐える能力がないんですよ。だから、できることを続ける。だから最初に選ぶときに、そもそもそれ選ばない。ですから、決めると続く傾向が顕著に出てるんじゃないですかね。大体厳しい目標を立ててしまうんですよ、人って。最初ね。で、3日で挫折。で、まあそんな言葉があるんでしょうけど。緩く設定すれば、あ、できた、できた、できた。で、そこから目標って高くなっていくものなんで、これがあるべきスタンスじゃないですかね。
The extreme climate events that we see around us today foreshadow the global climate emergency of tomorrow. Global society has made great leaps to tackle climate change, but more must be done sooner. As the world's engine of growth, how the Asian region takes on climate action collectively could make or break success. The region's diversity, with varying levels of development across economic, social, and governance metrics, also means there's no one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to ESG in Asia. Exchanges, through our unique position at the center of the market ecosystem, have an important role to play in catalyzing real change. At Singapore Exchange, we believe that reshaping a sustainable future requires the ecosystem to work in partnership and to deliver growth in a sustainable manner. As the only exchange in Asia Pacific to be a founding member of the Net Zero Financial Service Providers Alliance, SGX looks forward to providing leadership and voice for Asia's climate transition needs, while putting into context Asia's specific environmental and social objectives. Our recent induction into the Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosures is another opportunity for us to rally the ecosystem to report and act on nature-related risks. We believe it is possible to reconcile economic growth with sustainability goals. However, real climate change cannot be made alone. Collaboration on all fronts, across borders, and between public and private sectors is needed to build a resilient and greener future.
So many of society's urgent challenges come down to issues